6-minute call for race number 1. 6-minute call, race number 1. Race number 1 will be my novice class. A novice race number 1. Anya Dyke to the RD booth. All right, it is 8:13. Let's go ahead and get my novices on the stand. Get my volunteer marshals out here to cover. Again, volunteer marshals for race number 1, novice. Chris Mueller, if I could get an event sponsor sheet up here so I can announce throughout the day. Again, Chris Mueller, if I could get a list of event sponsors to announce throughout the day up here to the booth. Thank you.
Currently on, race number 1. Novice buggy. Heat 1 of 1.
All right, track is cold. There should be no cars moving, no cars moving. All cars should be lined up in pit lane facing the pit entrance. Got a couple of buckets left to fill. I need a... Mike, are you at the end of the straightaway? Yeah, just do that one because you're already there. Thank you, Woody. All right, Marshall's situation looking okay. Yeah, we can get going with this. All right, let me get you guys one at a time across the line as I call you. Again, there should be no cars moving on the track. All cars should be facing the entrance of pit lane. All right, Brody Kennard. So for my novice class, I want you guys, once I call your name, I want you to go down pit lane, come back across the loop, do a lap, and then stop before the drop downs. Again, stop before the drop downs. Brody Kennard, you're my first person to come across. Brody Kennard.
Hello. Good morning from the Big Barn Shootout 2025 here in Chilliwack's Heritage Park. I'm Carlos Conceição. I'm going to be your host for today. We're going to be live streaming today and tomorrow. So today is going to be qualifiers. Tomorrow is going to be the main event. Okay. How's this going to work? Well, it's going to be some fun. You will have, if you want to follow this race, I'm going to be posting here in our comments the link for Live RC. So if you want to check, like when someone that you know is going to be racing, you can go to Live RC and you can check the list of heats that kind of give you a little bit of a gauge of what is going to be happening through the day. Also, whenever we are streaming through like one of these cameras, you'll see here on the left what is happening. So who is going to be running, and you see the lap times, you see the fastest laps, you see the gap between drivers. On the top, you can see what heat and what race is going on. So it will tell you which one of the qualifiers. So all the qualifiers will have a number associated to it, and you can just follow that, and then probably go to Live RC, the link that I will drop here, and you will see which is the order and who is going to be running on those races. Cool. I'm going to be with you through the day. We're going to be doing some interviews with the drivers, especially on rounds 2 and 3. On round 1, since it's a bit more chaotic, there's a lot of randomness associated to this. It's going to be a bit more complicated, so we will rest for round 1, and then for rounds 2 and 3, we're going to be talking with top qualifiers. Okay, so you're going to be hearing from them what they think about the track, how's the cars working so far, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so on the line right now we are watching Novice. So this is going to be the less experienced drivers from all ages. And this is usually where everything starts. It's in the novice class. Okay. Everyone then proceeds from novice to the more intermediate levels, and they end up after a few years on the expert classes.
Dylan Lorenz.
George Primrose.
All right, guys. I hope you enjoy being with us through the day. Drop some comments, like, subscribe, channel, and everything that you drop here, I will be able to add to the broadcast. Like, for instance, Dino Raja is saying, "Let's go, Hunter." So Hunter Walton, our good friend Monkey, is running on this heat. So good luck, everyone, and have a blast.
Enzo San
See you.
Antonio.
Jazz Pouillon. Jazz, last call. Jazz, last call. Costalazos.
Hostelazos.
Gord Healy.
Gord Healy.
And Caleb Harrison. All right, we'll get everybody queued up. Again, everybody that I've called. We've got checks on everybody except for Brody, George, and Jazz. Get everybody queued up on that step down, and we'll get you guys running one at a time when I set the tone. For the yearbook, huh? All right, we'll get our last couple of novices. So you guys are going to be called off in order. Hunter, you're going to go on the tone, followed by Corbin, Ethan, Steve, Gary, Hayden, Blake, Dylan, etc. Just be aware and go when I call your name. Drivers ready, marshals ready, getting ready to kick off Big Barn 2025 up here in Chilliwack, British Columbia. Hunter Walton on the tone, everyone else when I call your name. Corbin Sanders, Ethan Montpetit, Steve Whiteside, Gary Bloomhagen, Hayden Glazebrook, Blake Very, Dylan Lorenz, Enzo San Antonio, Costalazos, Gord Healy, and Caleb Harrison. Twelve of our 15 novices making the start here in qualifying round number 1. Everyone's starting to get their first laps across. Ethan Montpetit, 102.2. 102.2 for Gord Healy as well. 102.4 for Hayden Costa, 104.2. Just a couple of seconds separating your first few cars after lap number 1. All right, everybody, a couple of laps in. Ethan Monpetit out front, 50.9 that last time by on a 6:5:39. 6 laps, looking to be the ticket here to be in podium contention. Got 2 cars on 6-lap run here, Ethan and Costa. Gord Healy in that number 3 spot. Car dead on the straightaway. Pull that car on the straightaway. Caution on the straightaway. Caution on the straightaway. Go outside straightaway. Outside straightaway. And clear. Costa coming across with a 56 flat. That's going to be that pink buggy towards the end of the straightaway. Pink buggy, yellow wheels. That's your second place car. So Ethan now out front by about 4 seconds. Should be headed to the rumble pack right now. So it's Ethan Costa, Ethan Monpetit, Costa Lazos, your 1-2, Hayden, Gord, and Gary doing battle 3, 4, and 5. Coming up to 1 minute to go. Working on 4 minutes down, 1 minute to go, drivers.
1 minute left.
All of our novice drivers getting around the track pretty well. The Marshall's not nearly as busy as expected. It's Costa now taking over that top spot. Dropped a 55.3 that last time by. Ethan had a 102.8. Gordon at number 3 spot. Gary in 4. Enzo and Corbin battling for 5, 6, followed by Dylan, Hayden, Caleb, Blake, Steve, and Hunter. Rounding out your field now. 25 seconds left on the clock. Gord Healy should be coming out towards the loop. Should be one of those 2 trucks working onto the step down. Keep it together, guys. Keep it together. So Gord now going to drop to that number 4 spot as Gary Bloomhagen drops a 1 minute flat .2, his best lap of the race, into that number 3 spot. So it's Costa, Ethan, Gary, and Gord. Right now, your top 4, Gary and Gord, separated by 0.7 of a second here, as they should be on their final lap. Drivers, keep it going until we call you done. Keep it going until we call you done. So Costa Lazos got by for an extra lap here. Costa in that number 1 position. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going. Couple more to finish. Looking for finishes on Costa, Blake, and Caleb. Costa, Blake, and Caleb still to finish. Two more to finish, Blake and Caleb. One more, still looking for Caleb. Caleb to finish, Caleb to finish.
All drivers are finished.
That is a race, all stop, all done. Costa Lazo is going to set your top qualifying time for round number 1. 6 laps and a 5:58. Ethan Monpetit in that number 2 spot. Gary comes out on top of Gord for that number 3 spot. Gord to 4, followed by Enzo, Dylan, Corbin, Blake, Hayden, Steve, and Hunter. That is a race, all stop, all done. All stop, all done. Again, I'm going to need some corner marshal help here for race number 2. Corner marshal help, so novice plus some help. I would only like my novice on perimeter, please. Only novice only on the perimeter. And use sense, please. I don't want any extra young kids out there. If you're 12 years old or older, I would appreciate your marshal help. Again, novice plus a few volunteers to help me out here for race number 2.
The race is completed.
All right, heat number 1, round 1 of Novice has just finished. So nice to see all these people starting in the hobby. This is where, as I mentioned, this is where it all starts. Everyone starts as a novice with not so much experience. You'll see the pace picking up and the experience through the next rounds. So yeah, this is where it all starts. Go slow, have some fun, and yeah, enjoy the hobby. Cool. We're going now for round 1 of open 2-wheel drive buggy. All right, let me see if I can share this with you guys. There he goes. So we go straight away into a lot of experienced drivers on this. So
45
two-wheel
seconds to the
drive
start of the race.
buggies, really fun cars, like really fun cars in carpet, and very difficult cars to drive in the dirt. So they're very light, they're very fast.
All right, race number 2, getting ready to go right now. This is open 2-wheel drive buggy. Got a couple of marshal spots to fill. You guys that are doubled up, can I get one of you to this bucket here? I still need a marshal to the back center, marshal to the back center. And again, you guys that are doubled up right here on the back left, I need one of you guys over here to this bucket, and I need one more to the back center. I see marshals moving. Drivers, let's go ahead and get you checked in one at a time. Anthony Turco.
Less than 5. Anthony Turco.
Dan Schellenberg. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Dan Schellenberg.
Dan Schellenberg.
Brian Phillips. Mike Myers. Mike Myers.
Mark Levy.
Hippie. I don't know who Hippie is. Henry Yip. Again, no check on Mike Myers, no check on Hippie. Henry Yip.
Henry Yip.
Mark Levy, Kevin Sukroff.
Siren Clark.
Again, you guys need to stay put until I tell you to go somewhere. Jason Kennard. No check on Jason.
Kevin Sukharov. Jason Kennard.
Tron.
Troy Ralph.
Mark Hughes.
Mark Hughes.
Kyle Huron.
Kyle Huron.
Tom Jenkins.
All right, two-wheel drive buggy with a lot of experienced drivers here. This is gonna be fun. Also, to tell you guys that I'm also racing in 2 classes. I'm racing in two-wheel drive short course and Nitro 40 plus, Nitro buggies 40 plus. So from time to time, you'll see that my camera, I'll leave this is just in a wide angle, so you guys can see the race. But I'm not necessarily going to be here on the booth following. So yeah, as long as you guys can see what is happening, this is gonna be fun, right? So I think I'll be racing on race number 5. So soon I'll go downstairs, try to get my car ready. All right, enjoy.
All right, loop is live, loop is live. So for further direction, you guys should listen and follow direction. Don't go until I say to go. And then do go when I say to go. Ten scale two-wheel drive on the big track here at Big Barn in Chilliwack, British Columbia. Cool to see two-wheel drive buggies out here. Got some rear biased buggies, or I should say rear biased bodies on some of these buggies. That's a bit of a mouthful. Rear biased bodies. A bright orange one coming down and across the line. I believe that is Brian Phillips. So Brian, getting on the loop here. Everyone going to be on the loop as they come across the line. Mark Levy on lap number 1 dropped a 43.8 on a 7-lap pace. Couple cars on a 7-lap pace. Bryson Stelks, Tom Jenkins. Everybody else on a 6-lap pace. Oh, now we got Dan Schellenberg to an 8-lap pace. So Dan Schellenberg, hot lap hero, lap number 1, 42.7. Brian Phillips in that number 2 spot on a 7.503, 43.4. Everybody coming around and finishing up lap number 1. Dan Schellenberg, Brian Phillips, your battle 1-2. They're separated by 1.2 seconds at this point. Car number 7 is in position number 3. That is Mark Levy, Woody Garwood, Kevin Sucroft, rounding out your top 5. Suk going to work his way up into that number 2 spot. So Schellenberg, Sucroft, Mark Levy, Woody Garwood, Tom Jenkins, your top 5. Brian unfortunately falls 2 to 10. Getting caught up on the right side of the track. He's going to dig though. We got 2 minutes and 5 seconds left in this one.
Minutes left.
One minute 30 remaining. Battle is Mark Levy, Kevin Sucroft, Woody Garwood. That's 2, 3, and 4. Tom Jenkins is 5, followed by Tron, Henry, Brian, Mark Hughes, Bryson Stelks, Jason Kennard, Syrian Clark, Anthony, and Kyle. Schellenberg out front by most of 10 seconds at this point, coming up to 1 minute to go. Brian Phillips climbing back up that order, up 4 that time by now to position number 6, 7 in a 5:38. So right now, Dan Schellenberg dropping off that 8-lap pace, going to fall down to a 7 in a 5:01, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Caution left side and clear. So Schellenberg in through the center section, that silver buggy white wheels working over to the right center into the drop down. So Dan on a 7 and a 5:01 works through the rhythm section there in the center, over the hump in the back, working around that nice long carousel corner. Schellenberg trying to get by for another one. 7 and a 5 flat with a 4 here is your leader's pace. There is a chance for Dan to get by for an 8th lap. All right, time has expired on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until we call you done. So Mark Levy is done in that number 2 spot, 7 and a 5:11. So Schellenberg trying, getting hung up just a little bit. Coming to the line here. That's going to be Dan Schellenberg done on a 7.502. Got a little hang up on that last lap. Again, several cars still live. Several cars still live. Brian, Anthony, Jason, and Henry to finish. Brian, Anthony, Jason, and Henry. Anthony and Jason. Again, in case there's any question, we are going up in car number order for round number 1. All right, that is a race. All stop, all done. Dan Schellenberg going to set your TQ in round number 1, 7 and 502. Mark Levy, Kevin Sukarov rounding out your top 3, followed by Woody, Tron, Bryson, Brian, Tom, Mark, Henry, Jason, Anthony, Syrian, and Kyle. That is a race. Drivers, park your cars, get right back out there to Marshall looking for race number 3. 4-wheel drive, open buggy, heat number 1. Again, if there's any confusion, we are going up in car number order for round number 1, qualifying order in round number 2. Again, qualifying order and car number may not correspond for round number 2 and 3. But again, we are going up in qualifying order as listed on the heat sheet. All right, 4-wheel drive buggy, heat number 1. Let's go ahead and get you guys checked in. Go ahead and get them checked in and then park them here in turn number 1. Travis Heather across the line.
Travis Heather.
Tron. Again, park them in corner number 1. Park them in corner number 1. Tron. James Sanders. James Sanders. Again, you guys need to be ready to go. Colby Fulster.
45 seconds to the start of the
Rob
race.
Sturgeonen.
Furno. Troy Ralph.
Jasper.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Tasman.
Tasman.
Ben Neal.
15 seconds to the
Again,
start of the
park
race.
him in turn 1. Ben Neal.
Ben Neal.
Daryl Turner.
Less than 5.
Daryl Turner. Jeff Cohen. Jerry Muxlow.
Harry Muxlow.
Pat Gould. James Halo.
Pat Gould.
Leighton Harrison. And I see James working his way up there. James Sanders. I have a David Hoare on here. Is that James Halo?
James Sanders. Daryl Turner. James Halo.
All right, last call, Colby, Jasper, Jeff, and Leighton. Last call, Colby, Jasper, Jeff, and Leighton. All right, James Halo across the line. James Halo. Dave Hoare's Leighton, got it. Leighton Harrison across the line. Leighton Harrison.
Leighton Harrison.
All right, drivers, get them going. We're going live as you come across the line. Robert Serjonen, your first car on the clock. Tasman out front here with a 39.1 on lap number 1. Pat Gould. We're going to fix that. So Rob Serjonen now at 36.4 on lap number 1. Out front, Tasman into the number 2 spot. So we got 8 cars, it looks like, making the start on this one. We'll see how it is for round number 2. So Inferno, Rob Serjonen out front, Tasman in the 2 spot, Toronto number 3, Ben, Travis, Leighton, Jerry, Daryl, and James rounding out your field. A minute 45 into this one already, 3:15 left to go. Rob down the straightaway goes up to 39.5 that time by 37.9 out of the Tasman.
I'll address that when I'll address that when we get going for the Nitro.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll also address wheels and wings.
Halfway home drivers. Rob still out front on an 8.501, shooting for 9 laps here. I believe that's an X-ray car that Rob is driving. So again, if you're hanging out there in the pits, be paying attention to what's going on. Again, outlawrcbc.liveRC.com/live will get you going with live timing and scoring. There are no 1-minute calls
left.
in qualifying. We're moving as quickly as we can. 2 minutes left to go in this one. Rob now posting a 9.537. Rob, Tasman, and Tron, your top 3. Ben, Travis, and Jerry. Travis and Jerry Muxlow having a great battle there for 5-6. Leighton, James, Daryl, Pat, and Jasper rounding out your field. So Serjonen working towards the back of the track now. Should be coming through the S's, the switchbacks, and across the line. So Rob Serjonen, these 10-scale cars a little bit hard to see all the way on the backside of the track. So Rob now a 9.536, a minute and 10 seconds to go. So Serjonen through the left side, working through the chicane, coming up to that center rhythm section. Rob making that X-ray look pretty darn good. Nice, easy, skies that second part of the rhythm, working on some traffic as he works into that 5-pack. Rob over the hump, working that right side carousel in through the switchbacks. Coming down the step down, caution at the loop, caution at the loop. And that's his personal best lap there and hot lap on the track. 36.2 seconds that time by for Rob Serjonen. Serjonen out front, Tasman and 2, Tron in that number 3 spot. Ben Neal now up to that number 4. Top 4 vehicles separated by 30 seconds. Rob Serjonen 8 seconds up on the field. 3 and 4 separated by 1.3. Down to just 1.5 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 1.5 seconds left on the clock. Jerry Smith, sportsman. Okay, got you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Time has expired on the master clock. Keep it going, drivers. Tron, Ben, Travis, Jerry, Daryl, all still live. Rob Serjonen still live. Rob's pace continues to drop every single lap as he figures out that X-Ray XB4. Keep it going, guys. I got 3 more to finish. Rob, James, and Jasper to finish. Rob, James, and Jasper. Up next, going to be race number 4, heat number 2 of 4-wheel drive open buggy. Again, race number 4, heat number 2, 4-wheel drive open buggy is coming up next. Drivers, you will be done when you cross the line. Jasper, the last one to finish. Jasper should be through the rhythm section now. Again, we got a car down in the 5-pack. Again, Jasper, last car on the clock.
All drivers are finished.
And that's a race all stop, all done. Rob Serjonen setting the early TQ 9.536, 8.511 for Tasman, followed by Tron, Ben, Travis for last 5, or top 5, Leighton, James, Pat, Daryl, Jerry, and Jasper. Again, drivers, park your cars, get right back out there to marshal. I need 3 or 4 volunteers to help with this one. I only had 10 cars in that one. 3 or 4 volunteers to help me with this next race. And again, yeah, Troy making a good point here. As you come off the driver's stand, you don't come off the driver's stand until everybody is done, and then you come off in single file order. Jerry Smith, you were talking about your entries, Spectre and Sportsman. You are there, Spectre and Sportsman. All right, marshals to position, please. Marshals to position. As we get our marshals to position, let's go ahead and get you guys checked in.
Race is completed.
All right, let me get you all just roll across the line and stay put on the straightaway. Everybody roll across the line and park on the straightaway.
Chris Kudu, Mark Hughes, Jason Kennard, Brad Follis, Rob Monday, Rayan Abu, Jared Hasselbatch,
And
Siren
again,
Clark,
stay put on the straightaway. I'm
Mark
going to have a couple of you guys come back. All right. Got a Henry Yip transponder. Goes to Henry Yip.
Jaden Nilo,
All right, everyone.
Ryan Phillips,
So we have first heat of 4-wheel drive buggy. So this is 10 skill buggy.
Imran,
And yeah, we're gonna have 2 heats of these cars. Let me just remove this right here. Sorry that I left your camera here, but I went to get my car ready, my short course ready. So let's get going. Have fun. 28 people watching right now. Very interesting. Let's see some of the comments that we have here. Let's go, Travis.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, that car across the loop, please. Just put the car across the loop. He's checking it's the wrong car.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Paul Parks across the loop. I know that. Paul Parks across the loop.
Less than 5.
All right, I have no check on that car. Liam Roth across the loop. last call, Regan, Mike, and Liam. Do you have a blink on that transponder? Yeah, get him on the loop, please. All right, he is checking. That is Paul Parks.
Paul Parks.
All right, we're good to go. All right, drivers, go ahead and get them rolling. We're going live next time by. All right, we got one in the 5-pack. We're on his way to the back roller around the carousel. Coming through the switchbacks, and loop is live. Rob Monday, your first car on the clock.
Transponder 8427567.
All right, I have a Chris Rollins transponder that did not check to any car. Chris Rollins, Hector Zapata, Joshua Parr, and Michael Molnar is the who it looks like. I need to know what car that's supposed to go to.
Transponder 8427567.
So Rob Monday out front on an 8.537. Brian Phillips now 8 and a 5.10, drops to 38.9 on lap number 2. Had a 38.6 on lap number 1. So Brian, Rob, Mark. So now I've got 2 unknown transponders here. So I've got a Tom Jenkins transponder and Chris Rollins. Tom Jenkins and Chris Rollins.
Transponder 8427567.
So Brian Phillips drops 3:39 or better laps in a row. 8 and a 5.12. Monday now 8 and a 5.30. All right, what car was that just crossed the line? All right, again, if you're in there and you joined late, come see me after this race so we can figure out what transponder these extras go to who. So Brian Phillips, Rob Monday, Mark Hughes, your top 3. Just under 2 minutes to go. Henry, Jaden, Chris, Jason, Ciaran Clark, Ryan, Brad, Jared, and Mark rounding out your field. So Brian had a little bit of a rough lap that time, a 42.8, going to recover towards the end here. 8 and a 5.19 still out front by 10 seconds. Rob Monday now into that number 2 spot. Rob a little bit of a slow lap there, falls back off of that 8-lap run. Now going to be on 7 and 5.01. 7.505 for Mark Hughes up into that number 3 spot. Battle now going to be for 2 and 3, Rob Monday and Mark Hughes.
One minute left.
Just under 30 seconds remain. Rob Monday now taking over that top spot. Brian Phillips now back to the point here. So 41-1, backs it up with a 39-4. Brian now to an 8-5-20. That would be good enough for 3 overall here for round number 1. Rob Monday looking for an A-main sort as well in that number 7 spot overall. All right, time has expired on the master clock drivers. Keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going. Several cars still live. Got 5 more still live. Jaden, Jason, Mark, Brad, Paul. You guys are all still live. Brad Follis, Paul Parks, last 2.
You should probably refresh. You're in the computer. Yeah, I already checked the entries. You're in there. Yeah, then that's you. That's you. Yeah. I didn't put you in that way, but yeah.
Brad
All
Follis.
drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race. All stop, all done. Brian Phillips, Mark Hughes, Rob Monday, your top 3. Henry, Chris, Jaden, Jason, Siren, Jared, Brad, and Paul. All right, I have a couple of cars that were checking that race that did not have a name attached to them. If you think that's you, come see me. Again, I've got a Chris Rollins transponder.
So these are cars that were turning laps, like repeatedly.
Mike McCrae. I did not have a check on your name. I had another one that did 8 laps.
Mike McRae.
I got a whole lot of empty buckets here. Marshall. I got 4 open buckets, 3 open buckets. Every bucket needs to be filled every race. Every bucket, every race. Got a couple more open ones. Let's go ahead and get you guys checked in while we wait.
The race is completed. Rockstar.
All right. Guys, go ahead and roll them across the loop and park them on the straightaway.
And Schellenberg. Anthony Turco. Taco. Troy Ralph. Bus driver. Joe Huvelman. Captain Hook. Bok Choy. Kevin Metcalf. Tom Jenkins. Carlos Conseco. Chris Lucas. Dr. Stupid. Woody Garwood.
All right, I got 2 missing. Jerry Muxlow. Jerry Muxlow. Again, I got 2 buckets that are open, 2 buckets that need to be filled. Jerry Muxlow looking for a check. Again, looking for a check, Jerry Muxlow. Dane Hole, Dane Hole.
Dane Hole.
All right, drivers, I need you guys to stay put because I'm
45
still
seconds
looking
to the
for a
start of the
marshal.
race.
I got 2 buckets wide open that need to be filled. 2 buckets wide open that need to be filled. Again, I had short amounts of drivers on that last race. 2 buckets
seconds
need
to
to
the
be
start of
filled.
the
2
race.
buckets right side center. 2 buckets right side center need to be filled. All right, got 2 drivers working their way over to them. Thank you guys very
15
much.
seconds to the
Drivers,
start of the
track
race.
is hot, track is yours. You're going live. First car to the loop.
Less than 5.
Broken car in the rhythm section. Loop is live, loop is live. Dan Schellenberg, your first car across the line. That's silver. Team Associated SC6. Race 5 is on track right now. This is 2-wheel drive short course. Race 6, our first Nitro heat of the day coming up here in just a few minutes. Again, I want my Nitros to stay outside, queued up, ready to come in until I call all stop on this one. So Dan Schellenberg out front showing 8 laps and a 5:33. Woody Garwood in the number 2 spot. Tron in that number 3. Dane in 4, followed by Tom, Chris, Bok Choy, Shane Singer, Carlos, Joe, Anthony, Todd, and Jerry. Woody Garwood now out front, 7 and a 5:06. Dan Schellenberg, a slow one that last lap, going to drop to 2. 7 and a 5:16, 5:17 for Tron. Battle now going to be 1, 2, and 3, separated by just 4 seconds.
Minutes left.
Two minutes to go. Woody, Dan, and Troy out front. 7-5, 12 to a 5, 12 to a 5:13. Again, 7/10 of a second. Your top three. Dane having a decent run in the number 4 spot. Tom and Bok Choi having a great run, 5-6. Caution, straightaway, go inside, straightaway, inside, straightaway. Woody, Dan, and Troy together on the clock. Dan Schellenberg at 47.3 and a slow one that time by. Still going to hold on, going to move up to that number 1 spot as both Troy and Woody add a little bit of an off lap as well. So Dan Schellenberg to the point, 47.3. 7 and a 5:16 is the leader space, 5:18 for 2. Woody Garwood at 7:5:22. It's a ways back now to the rest of the field. Dane in that number 4 spot, followed by Bok Choi, Tom Jenkins, Chris Lucas, Carlos Concieco, Jerry Muxlow in 9, Todd Cochran rounding out your top 10, followed by Joe, Shane, Anthony, Robbie, and Kevin. "20 seconds to go, drivers. 20 seconds to go. Caution rhythm, marshals. That is time on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done. Looking for a few more to finish. Bok Choi now is done. Tom Jenkins, Robbie Klesson, and Kevin Metcalf still alive. Tom, Robbie, and Kevin. Tom, Robbie, and Kevin still alive. Tom and Kevin. Kevin Metcalf, last one on the track. Nitro, go ahead and bring him in. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Nitro, go ahead and bring him in.
The race is complete.
That is a race. Dan Schellenberg, TQ for round number 1, 7 and a 5:13, 5:14 for Tron. Woody Garwood, 7, 5:18 and 3. Bok Choi, Tom Jenkins round out your top 5. Marshals to position, please. Thank you guys for being orderly getting off the stand. You'll get marshals to position as quick as possible so we can turn our Nitro cars loose. Again, Nitro drivers, I'm going to get you guys all checked in. I'm going to have you do a lap, and when you come in for that lap, pull into pit lane to top off if you need to, and we'll turn you guys loose, and we'll go live on that second lap. Thank you. All right, we'll get our 40-plus Nitro buggy drivers up on the stand. Again, Marshall's 2 position, Marshall's 2 position. At 15 of your short courses, I have 14 buckets and 0 back-to-backs. All right, Nitro drivers, I want you guys to roll out of pit lane backwards and cut circles on the straightaway. All of you roll out of pit lane and start cutting circles here.
45
I'll
seconds
call
to
back
start
anybody
the
I
race.
need for transponder check. Marshall situation looking pretty darn good. Thank you guys for the quick
Ron
response.
Kramer. George Stellantis.
Again, stay
Chris
put
Nicola.
on the straightaway. Do
Steven
not
DeBussi.
continue around the track. Do not continue around the track.
Hippie. Sean Sharp. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Sean Gramick. Bob Magyar. Dave Hort. Mike San Antonio. 15 seconds to the start of the
Jason
race.
Martin, Jason Martin. Jason and only Jason across the line. Jason and only Jason.
Less than 5.
Tasman, the only person across the line. Tasman.
Jason Martin.
All right, Tasman only. Tasman. Tasman only. Copy that. I have checks on all drivers.
Tasman.
Loop is live. Excuse me, not loop is live. Track is hot. Track is yours. Track is hot. Track is yours. Again, if you need it, stop for fuel. Again, if you need it, stop for fuel. Once I get a clear check on all, we'll go loop is live. Again, if you need fuel, stop this time. All right, we're going to be going green next time by. Going green next time by. Currently tracking yellow front, yellow wheels, yellow wing through the center rhythm section. Work into the back hump. All right, we've got a new car going to be taking the lead. It's going to be all yellow. Working through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Loop is live. Chris Kutu, your first car on the clock. All yellow, yellow wheels, yellow wing. Yeah, everybody's starting to make it to round 4, lap number 1. Caution sweeper, clear. George Stellatus, your lap 1 hot lap hero, 8 and a 5:01 is his pace. Chris Capello in that number 2 spot. Steven DePlacido in the number 3. Shane Prakeshot in that number 2 spot now. So Shane, big mover, goes 6-4, 6-2 rather, in that last lap. Now going to fall to 3. It's going to be George, Chris, and Shane, your top 3, separated by 1.6. George, Chris, and Tasman now your top 3. Shane and Steven rounding out your top 5. Jason Martin up to that number 6 now. So George, a 41.3 that time by as he works his way through the sweeper. Gonna fall back to that number 5 spot now. Tasman now up to 1. Tasman going red this time by. Tasman gonna fall down to the number 4 spot now. Chris, Shane, and Steven now top 3. Chris Capello in that number 1 spot now. Chris, a 38.2 that last time by. We are halfway home, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Chris Capello, Shane Prakeshot, Steven DePlacido in that number 3 spot now. Tasman, George, Jason rounding out your lead group. Got 6 seconds back, and you're going to run into Mike San Antonio in that number 7 spot. Chris Hippie, Dave Hort, Sean Sharf, Sean, Wade, Rod, and Bob. Work together through the right side center. Work together, guys. There you go. That's how we do it. So Steven DePlacido in the number 1 spot now drops to 37-1 that last time by 8.502 with a 3. 2 minutes to go. 8.502 with an 8 for the number 2 car. That's going to be George Stellatus in the number 2 spot. 35.6 that last time by. Shane have a nice consistent run there in that number 3 spot. Hot lap of a 37 flat. George, Steven, and Shane separated by 2 seconds now. So Tasman and Chris Capello joining that group. 3.5 seconds separate your top 5. Again, George, Steven, Shane, Tasman, and Chris Capello, your lead group. Jason Martin, another 5.5 back in 6. Mike San Antonio, another 7 back in 7. The rest of the field battling for position. Coming up to 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left to go. George goes a little bit red that time by. Separation is half a second left. Back to Shane Prakeshot. +40 Nitro heat number 2. You guys should be queued up and ready to bring the cars in. Again, and once I call all stop, all done, we'll go ahead and bring them in. 35 seconds to go. George and Shane separation still 0.5 of a second. So George, Shane, and Steven all on the track in that same group. Oh, caution left center, caution left center. Clear. George and Shane, half a second still. It's been a very consistent run for Shane Prakeshot. 0.5 of a second back from George Stellatus. George a little bit faster, Shane a little bit more consistent. Time has expired on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done. And Shane gonna go by and gets by for the extra lap. Gonna come by here and take over the top spot. George Stellatus got caught there, 8.501. Shane Prakeshot on a victory lap here. So Shane Prakeshot, only driver to go 9 out of this heat. Drivers, you will be done when you cross the line. So Carlos, I'm going to send Shane to you after this race. I'm going to send Shane Prakeshot to you. Couple more to finish. Hippie, Sean Sharp, Dave Hoare, and Bob Magyar. Couple more to finish. Again, Shane Prakeshot. We'll see Carlos at the end of the stand. Dave Hoare to finish. Dave Hoare.
Drivers are finished.
That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
Shane Prague setting the early TQ. First 9-lap run here out of a Nitro car. 9.535. George Salata, Stephen DePlacido rounds out your top three. Tasman and Chris Capello, your lead group, rounds through 5. Jason, Chris, Sean, Mike, Sean, Rod, and Bob. Race number 7, heat number 2 of 8 scale 40+ Nitro buggy coming up next. Again, we'll clear the stand from race number 6. We'll enter the stand for race number 7. Again, clear 6, bring up 7. Anya Dyke, if you could bring my car with a fresh battery and a radio. Anya Dyke, car, battery, radio. All right, Marshall's back out to position. You guys are doing a great job on the Marshals so far. Let's go ahead and get you all checked in. Again, check in and then cut circles here at the end of the straightaway so I can get you guys all with your proper transponder. Again, all drivers from race number 7, I want you guys to go roll across the loop. Race 7 to check. Race 7 to check.
Carlos Conseco. Pete Tosser. AVE Beerhood.
Again,
Eric Gilpin.
do not continue around the track. Do not continue around the track.
Derek Zaplodensky. Wayne Chapman. Less than Kyle Gravel. Brett Wilson.
Brad Davis, Courtney Ware, Mike McRae, Ian Menzies, last call. Brad Davis, Corey Ware, Mike McRae, Ian Menzies. All right, last call for fuel. We can go with who we've got. If you're not checked, this is not my problem. Turn them around facing the exit of pit lane this time. Yeah. Because we're going to go ahead and get going. All right, drivers, go ahead and turn them loose. Track is hot, track is yours. Got to stall on pit lane, stall on pit lane. Again, we'll be getting a check and then we'll go green the next time by. Again, we'll be getting a check. Drivers, stay on the stand. Drivers, stay on the stand. All right, we're tracking Dale Wenstad. Right now, he's on the left side of the track. And barring any changes, that's who we'll go green with. Oh, that's going to change. Moving up left side center, right side center, now into the 5-pack is where our first car will come from. Green with yellow wheels, yellow wing, rounding the carousel now. Through the switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. Abby Burku, your first car on the clock. Again, Abby Burku, first car on the clock, yellow, white wing, white wheels. Again, drivers, do not go up and down the stand. Caution in the 5-pack, caution in the 5-pack. Clear. Abby Berku, first car across the line with a 36.7. We got a 41 flat out of Eric Gilpin in that number 2 spot. Everyone going to continue to shuffle as they come across the line. We're 1 minute into this one quickly. 4 minutes to go. Leader already coming through to lap cars. Caution in the center, caution in the center, caution in the center. Drivers in the rhythm section. That is a stalled out car in the rhythm section. Just pull it, just set it down, just set it down. Just off the track. There's something wrong with it, just set it down. One and a half minutes into this one, 3.5 minutes left to go. Again, marshals, a couple things to remember. Wheels and wings only for marshaling Nitro cars. And then if a car stalls out, just pull the car off of the racing surface. Their pit person will come get it. 1:45 into this one, 3:15 left to go. Pete Tozer now to the point. Abby Berku now to the 2. Top 2 separated by 0.9 of a second. Lead group is 3. Robert Scherf in that number 3 spot. So Abby, Pete, Robert shuffling positions here. It's Pete now this time by 36.6 that last time by. Abby Berku at 37.1. Robert a 38 flat. So Pete Tozer in that number 1 spot here, coming up to a little bit of a kerfuffle with some lap cars. So right now we got 2 cars going better than the TQ pace of Shane Pregshot. That's Pete Tozer and Abby Berku, both on 9-lap paces of 5:33, 5:34. Shane had a 5:35. We got 2 minutes left in this one. We'll see how it shakes out. Abby Berku back to the point. Again, Abby, yellow car, white wheels, white wing, working the carousel. Into the switchbacks now. Caution at the end of the straightaway and clear. So Abby coming across a 36.5 that last time by on a 9.5.33, 8.5 flat for Pete. So Pete dropping off of that 9-lap pace. Robert Scherf, 8.505. Derek is up to that number 4 spot. Dale, 5. Brett, Curtis, Carlos, Eric, Wayne, Rob, and Mike round out your field. 1 minute 30 remaining. So 1 car left on that TQ pace. So Shane putting up a quality run in heat number 1. Abby Berku trying to go just a little bit better here. Goes around a lap car, working down the steps, working through the right side carousel, in through the switchback one more time. Leader coming down the step down, coming across the line, pulls a 40.8, drops off of that 9-lap pace, now on an 8.501. So Pete Tozer now a 9.536, back to the point, back on that 9-lap pace. So
1
Pete,
minute left.
caution left side, got one in the fence. So Pete Tozer had a really good lap that last time by, dropped a 36.4, backed it up with a 36.4. So now it's 9.535 for Pete Tozer. Abby Berku, 8.501, 5.07 for Robert Scherf. Top 3 is your lead pack. Dale Wenstad, the best of the rest there in 4. Derek and Brett rounding out your top 6. Carlos, Eric, Curtis, Rob, Wayne, and Mike. 30 seconds remain, drivers. Leader coming down the straightaway, working the left side of the track. Abby Berku, I guess that's her 2nd place car now. Abby Berku's P2, working the left side in through the switchback, coming up to the chicane. So Pete Tozer still on a tear, 9.535 with a 3. Just a couple of tenths, now 8.5 flat, so a long lap there for Pete. Pete goes 39.4, falls down to 2nd place overall now, 8.5 flat with a 5. As time expires, drivers keep it going until she calls you done. So Pete working through the center section right now, working his way to the right center into the 2nd lane back. Coming around into the drop down, in through that little step section. Working over to the back side, up and over that hump, working through the right side carousel. In through the switchbacks, trying to peel an extra lap here. Coming across the line. So Pete Tozer gets it, 9.537, go, 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 go. Pete Tozer is live. So Pete Tozer on the left side on a victory lap here, showing a 9.537. Not going to be good enough for TQ, but definitely good enough to put himself in contention. So Pete still live. Again, the rest of you guys will be done when you cross the line. All drivers will be done when you cross the line. Pete Tozer down the steps on the victory lap here, over that back roller, through the carousel one last time, in through the switchbacks, coming on down the step down and across the line. So Pete Tozer going to take the win here, 9.535. Again, a couple more still live. Eric, Carlos, Mike McCrae. Eric, Carlos, Mike McCrae. You guys still live. A couple more still live. Pete Tozer taking the victory here, 9.535 with an 8, just a couple tenths of a second off a Shane Briggs shot. Eric Gilpin, Mike McCrae, last call. That is a race. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. Race number 8, first heat of Spectre e-buggy. You guys are up.
The race
Again,
is completed.
race number 7, all you guys right back out there to Marshall, please. And race number 7, back out to Marshall.
Robert McInnes.
All right, let's go ahead and get everybody checked in. Drivers rolling down the pit lane backwards, come across the loop and park on the straightaway. Again,
45
that way I can
seconds to
call
the start
back
of the
anybody that I
race.
need a second check on. I've got open Marshall spots in the back, 2 of them. I got
Ryan
one
Selector.
back center
Chris Mueller.
left, and then back right. Back
Greg
center
Gatlin.
left and back right.
Aaron Diagnone. Tim Mockford. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Andrew Hermson. Brian Cerneals. Evan Metcalf. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Mark Hoare.
All right, I got a couple of note checks. Mike Hood.
Less than 5. Mike Hood.
Mark Levy. Anor Pardon.
Aino Parkhead.
Hippie. And Jason Ingbaum. All right, drivers, track is hot, track is yours, going live next time by. Get your spacing, drivers. This is live loop. Again, you don't need to be all grouped together. This is Spectre e-buggy heat number 1. Track in green with a pink stripe, white wheels, black wing, working through the carousel. In through the switchbacks, and loop is live. Aaron, your first car across the loop. And everybody on the loop without an issue. Nice job, drivers. 1 minute quickly done in this one. Aaron out front, 37 flat on a 9.533. Aaron, Greg, Ryan, and Andrew Hermson is your lead pack. Mark Levy trying to join that group as well. Top 4 separated by less than 5. Brian Sterneal's now going to join the party here in 5. Mark Levy 6. Andrew Hermston in that number 3 position, working his way over the back hump. Pink and blue, the yellow wing, white wheels in through the switchbacks. He's chasing down, just getting around here, getting around Ryan Siliker. So it's Aaron, Andrew, Ryan, your top 3. Aaron is gone. He's 7.5 seconds ahead of the field after just 2-3 laps. So second place car working through the left side chicane, in through the switchbacks, working his way up over that center rhythm section. Big jumps there. Hermson coming up to that step down 5-pack. Over to the back roller. Had a 38.8 that last time by. Ryan Siliker is in that number 3 spot. He had a 40.2. He's half a second back from Ryan. Now going to take back over that that number 2 spot. So Ryan gets back around, drops a 37.8. Andrew a 39 flat. It's now 6/10 going the other direction. Brian Sterneal only 1.5 back from Andrew. Mark Levy in that group as well. So battle is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ryan, Andrew, Brian, and Mark. 3 down, 2 to go. Greg Gavlin is that number 6 car, followed by Robert, Tim, Mike Hood, Mark Hoare, Chris Mueller, Honor, Kevin, and Hippie. Aaron working through the left side chicane into that center rhythm section. Working through a little bit of traffic case in that second part of the rhythm. Working on it on that 5-pack step down over to the back hump. So Aaron dropped a 37.3 that last time by. Ryan had a 37.6. Andrew a 38.8. Top 3 separated by 11, but 2 and 3 only separated by 1.5. Got right about 1 minute to go here in this
1 minute
one.
left.
Battle now is 3, 4, 5. Andrew, Mark, and Brian. Aaron with clear track in front, no pressure from behind. Working the back left section of the track over the hip jump. That pink and white wheels, clear wing. Much better run through that center rhythm section. Over the elevation, right center, in through the step down. Coming across the left or that right side hump. Around the carousel he goes. Aaron had a 39.2 that last time by. Coming up to time, 36.3 that last time by. Gets by for the extra laps here. So Aaron, the only one on a 9-lap run. 8.5.13 for your second place car. That's Andrew Hermston. Brian Cerneal's 8.5.14. 5.18 for Mark Levy. 5.26 for Greg Gavlin. Robert McInnes on a 7. Tim on a 7. Drivers keep it going until we call you done. Waiting on a finish on Mark, Greg, and Hippie. Everyone else is done. Mark, Greg, and Hippie. One more to finish. That's a race. All stop, all done. Aaron setting a good time to beat. Go see Carlos at the end of the stand. Aaron, go see Carlos. Oh, Carlos is not on the stand. Disregard. Aaron, Brian, Mark, your top 3. Andrew finishes up 4. Greg Gavlin also on an 8-lap pace, followed by Tim, Robert Hippie, Mike Hood, Mark Hoare, Chris, Honor, and Kevin.
Race is completed.
Drivers from race number 8, work your way back out here. Race number 9, getting ready to hit the track. No, car looks pretty good. All right,
45
Marshall's
seconds
2
to the start of the
position
race.
drivers from this race. Roll them across the line, park them on the straightaway.
Darren Derbyshire. Dan Schellenberg. Lance Backey. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Bob Magyar. Dayton Davis. Chris Baumann. Charlie Mugford. Michael Chan. David Lawrence. Timothy Coburn. Brendan T. Jepman. Gert Sward. Evan Coburn. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Paul Parks. Mike Allen. Less than 5.
All right, Kyle Gravel. Get you guys cleared off of the loop, please. I got 5 cars hitting right now at the same time. All you guys off the loop. Kyle and only Kyle. Kyle Gravel and only Kyle Gravel. All right, Rob Defoe. Last call, Kyle. Last call, Rob.
Kyle Gravel.
Okay, Rob Defoe. All right, Rob, I assume you're that last car. Driver's
Rob
track
Duvall.
is hot. Oh, all stop. Give me a name. Paul Parks. Okay. Paul Parks is registering as Paul Parks. Yep. All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. We're going green next time by. Track and silver on white, working the right side center into the drop down. In through the switchbacks, loop is live. Again, silver on white, white wheels, white wing. Lance Backey, first car on the clock. I have a transponder labeled Rockstar that is checking without a car affiliated with it. Again, transponder called Rockstar, checking with no driver attached to it. Again, I have a transponder called Rockstar with no driver affiliated with it on the track. Don't know who you are, but you are not hitting as any driver that's registered for this race, unless that is Rob Defoe. So Lance Backey out front, Dan Schellenberg in that number 2 spot. We got an 8.5.12 to an 8.5.20, an 8.5.20 for Dayton Davis in that number 3 spot. Kyle Gravel and Evan Kober round out your top 5. Your lead group goes all the way back to car number 8, or excuse me, position number 8. So all the way back to Bob Magyar is in the hunt. 2 down and 3 to go, drivers. 2 down and 3 to go. Again, drivers, being present when we check in your car is absolutely imperative if you want your run to score properly. Again, if you don't show up to get your car checked in, I cannot take any responsibility for your scoring not being accurate. So 2.5 into this one, 2.5 to go. Dan Schellenberg going to take over that top spot. Lance back into 2. It's an 8.5.13 with a 6. 5.13 or 5.15 with a 5 now for Lance. Separation 0.9 of a second. Schellenberg working the drop down now over to the back hump.
Minutes left.
Well, caution at the end of the straightaway clear. So leader working the hip jump on the left side now. Wisely slows up to not run into lap traffic. In through the right or the left side chicane into the front rhythm section he goes. So Dan Schellenberg is that majority pink car, white wheels, white wing, a little bit of white at the nose of that car. Caution end of the straightaway, caution end of the straightaway, clear. So we got a minute 25 now remaining, 1:25 remaining. Leader still working through some traffic on the left center of the track. Again, white front, pink rear, white wing, white wheels. So Dan and Lance is your lead battle. It's 1-2. Dayton Davis chilling out in the number 3 spot. He's 4 seconds back from Lance, 10 seconds up on Kyle. Kyle, Paul, Michael, Charlie, and Bob all having a great battle that takes you all the way down to 9th position. 10th position now going to be Chris, followed by Mike, Gert, Brendan, David, Darren, and Timothy. Less than 10 seconds left on the master clock. Again, race 10 is coming up next. Heat 3 of Spectre e-buggy coming up next. Keep it going, drivers. Keep it going. So again, there is an orphan transponder called Rockstar that's been turning laps this whole race. All drivers have a transponder assigned. And that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Dan Schellenberg taking the win here. 8.507. Lance Backey, 8.510. Again, if your transponder is Rockstar and you just crossed the line, you should probably come over here. Come see Brian Phillips. He's going to fill in for me for a couple races. And come see Brian and make sure you get your stuff sorted.
And it's it. This was 180 buggy. Dan Schellenberg taking the lead with 8 laps in 36. 8 laps in 5:07. Brilliant drive, brilliant drive. All right, we have 25 people watching us. Send us some comments. Let's add here to the broadcast. Send us some comments, ask some questions. We're going to be here the whole day talking with you guys. This is Spectre. I think this is EAT number 3 of 180 buggy Spectre. What does that mean? Oh, I think we have some crackling. This means that every driver is using the same tire. So there's no different brands involved. Everyone is using the same tire. Okay? Makes the playing field a bit more level. All right. If you guys notice there's any crackling with the sound, just let me know in the comments and I'll restart my mixer. Yesterday we had a couple of issues with this thing, but nothing like a good reboot on the machine console. So hope you guys enjoying. Let us know in the comments how this is going. Ryan says, let's go die hard. Ryan Christopherson. Thank you so much for, let's go Kamloops boys. Look at that. We have some rivalry. Let's see who's there watching us.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys. Let's see here. Race number 10 is up next. I'm going to start calling you guys out one at a time. We're out back of pit lane. Okay. All right, Clay Cowan. And then to keep it the same, stop on the straightaway, Elliott Chapman.
Elliott Chapman.
Aaron Malto. Ryan Strager. That's coming out of it like there's going to be a car directly tight to the pipe. All right, I like this name, Old Fart. We have a few people that resemble this, Old Fart. Most of us. Can you go back across? I got nothing, Old Fart. Did you forget to in your transponder? Let's go bok choy. So if somebody could check Old Fart's car and see if it's blinking.
Bok choy.
Colby Foster. Colby Foster. And
all right, problem solved. See, from once in a while there's going to be some crackling and I'll just have to reboot the mixer. We have Let's Go Core and NRC drivers. Look at that. A lot of people watching us. 30 people watching us. This is incredible. Welcome to Big Barn Shootout 2025. Biggest race in Canada for indoor off-road. Super fun track designed by Brian. All the guys have been working really hard on this track throughout the week. A lot of late nights, lot of work put into this, so everyone can enjoy it.
Brett Wilson.
Fife Williamson.
All right, let's go through race number 3. Heat number 3, sorry, heat number 3 of 1/8 buggy.
Dean Robinson. Rockstar.
Okay, all right, guys. I'll give him a couple seconds just to make sure we get the last one. Give everybody the opportunity in round 1 so we don't have to be checking round 2. You got nothing, Mr. Old Fart. So you'll just be out there getting some practice in. Drivers, start spreading yourself out when the first car comes around. I'll start the loop as it comes through the chicane. Corner marshals look like they need to be out there in all the right spots. Oof. Whoever did that, I would not recommend doing that again. Loop is live, loop is live, loop is live. Gonna lead you guys around. Brett Wilson, the diehard man, gonna come through the first double. Up and around he goes, getting a little bit light over the chicane through the hip jump. Coming through the switchback, goes a little tiny bit wide right there. Time to beat right now. I don't see, here is Aaron Deegan. Aaron Deegan, the only 9-lap run so far. Brett Wilson over the big single, coming around the sweeper. Into the first hairpin, through the switchback he goes, coming around. Into the drop down and onto that single, onto the front straightaway. Brett Wilson, 38.9, 8 and a 5.11, opening up on a number 4 overall pace. Elliott Chapman gonna go all the way up to 9.23 spots from where he started. Brett Wilson still on top. Aaron Malto now to the 2. Aaron Malto to the 2. 38.9 for Brett Wilson. Brett Wilson up and over that, step on, step off, coming over the double into the little offset switchback through the 5-pack. He goes, the green associated. Upside down, Brett goes. Corner marshal quickly gets him going. Very little time lost. Aaron Malto now up into the 2. Aaron Malto up into the 2. And right there, Aaron Malto going to move to the top. Brett going to go to a 40.6, so only a half second lost. 8 and a 5.18 the pace. Now 8.5.16. Kyle Shish now to the 2. Kyle Shish 37.7. Brett Wilson back to the lead though. Brett Wilson pace on top. Fast lap 37.7 by Kyle Shish. Let's see that move. Remember guys, part of the process of round number 1 is just to stay alive enough to where you get a good seating next round. So right now, Brett Wilson putting himself in that A main group, 8 and a 5.13. We're all hoping and praying he picks up 3 seconds so he can beat Lance Backey. Yeah, I was talking about you, Lance. Brett Wilson, 37.9. Getting the groove going. Either that or Tyler's taking over driving abilities. But Brett Wilson out in front. Kyle Shish to the 2. Kyle Shish 4 seconds back on pace from Brett. Brett the only one putting it into that. Oh, no. 2 more on top 10 pace. Colby checked, but no transponder now. 3 down, 2 to go, 3 down, 2 to go.
Left.
Kyle Shish to the top. Kyle Shish trying to go 4th overall. 1 second away from making Lance Backey cry. And Dale smile. Brett now out into the number 3 spot, bumping Lance back. Kyle Shish to the 5. Elliott Chapman 3rd overall session, but trying to go 10th overall out of the group. Brett Wilson out in front, 37.7. 5:09 the pace, 2 seconds off second. Got a ways back in order to get that 9-lap run. Just under 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go. Brett Wilson, 5:10 now the pace. Lance now back into
left.
that 3 overall. Lance goes yay, Dale goes boo. Brett Wilson, 5:10.4 the pace. About halfway through his lap right now. And should be coming through that switchback. And on the straightaway he goes. That is the green Associated. Nice tight line right through that roller corner, through the hip jump he goes. Make sure to give that driver some room. Green buggy, white wing, white wheels. Green buggy, white wheels, white. Oh! He takes himself out of the equation. Wow. Race clock has expired. Everybody keep going. 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 Everybody's still live. Everybody's still live. Keep going. Keep going. Everybody's still live. Brett's done. Dean's done. Mitch is done. Ryan's done. Bok Choy is done. We got Aaron, Fuzz, Rockstar, and Fife to finish. Aaron, Fuzz, Rockstar, and Fife to finish. Just waiting up on Rockstar and Fife. One more left to finish. One more left to finish, and he should be coming around the mountain as she comes. Oh, yeah.
All drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race right there, drivers. That's a race. Taking the win, Brett Wilson.
Brett Wilson taking the lead on this one with 8 laps in 5:09. Fastest lap 37.6. Incredible run. Incredible run. All right, guys, we're going for the last heat of 1-8 buggy.
All right, guys, so finished up going to be Brett Wilson, Kyle Shish, Elliot Chapman, Aaron Alto, Dean Robinson, and then Mitch. Okay, everybody, wait 1 second. I'll start calling you guys out. Let's get the turn marshals out there. Hey, Lance, Brett nominated you. As he should. See those marshals out there, please. Start making your way out and pick a bucket. Pick a bucket, pick a bucket, pick a bucket. Race number 11 is on the track. Race number 11 will be on the track. All right, Brett Wilson, where's Brett? There you are. Kyle Shish. Thank you, Kyle. Elliot Chapman. Elliot. Where is Elliot Chapman? Okay, thank you. Looks like we're finally, see, you start calling names and they come out much quicker. All right, let's get somebody to stand. Hey, guy in the gray hat. Come this way just a little bit. This way, in that little section right there. Perfect. Gentlemen right there, can you go at the end of pit lane and you're going to kind of watch the cars that stray into the straightaway. Gentlemen right there, there's an empty bucket over here. I thought that's what you were going for. The empty bucket on the other side. Kyle, raise your hand and point to the empty bucket. Point to the empty bucket. Okay, drivers, I'm going to call you out one at a time. The world-famous video producer, Woody Garwood. Apparently can't put the right transponder on RC sign-up. All right,
Garwood.
Simon Lee. Remember, guys, just stay on the straightaway after we check in. I'm hoping I pronounce this correct.
Simon Lee.
Dane Howell? Dane Howell or Dane Hole? Little hint, if you're ever doing this type of start, if you're the third overall person on the group, you're going to be called out first. Probably don't want to be near the back.
Dane Hole.
Eric Polinick.
Eric Polanic.
Hatem Abu? What?
Hatem Abu.
Hatem Abu. Okay. Wayne Chapman.
Wayne Chapman.
Canada's favorite, Rob Sojournin. Wonder why on Live RC he has an American flag right now.
Furno.
Joey Wilkinson. Did Canada disown Robert Sojournin?
Joey Wilkinson.
Dr. Stupid. Why do so many people say yes to that question? Oh, we got a pile up down there. Remember, guys, people can't see past pit lane if you park there. Patrick Fogg. So it looks like there's two cars tight to the pipe as you come out of pit lane. Ben Neal. Tyrell Wilkinson. Hayden Wong.
Hayden Wong.
Alex McDonald. Shane Sanger.
Captain Hook.
And the one, the only, the true RD this weekend, Brandon
Deitch.
All right, drivers, track is yours. Once you hear the tone, the loop will be live. And loop is live. Let him settle in for a lap or so. I don't know what size motor Robert's running, but it's got to be something in the 24, 2500 range. Time to beat the 9.533 of Aaron Deegan. Looks like on deck, race 12, RE Truggy, guys. If anybody hasn't been able to officially watch an E-Truggy race before, way too much truck, way too much power, way too much tire, and way too much throttle. It is the definition. I mean, you all thought four-wheel short course was redneck, but then came E-Truggy and said, hold my beer. All right, Robert Sojourn in the Inferno out in front, 9 and a 5, 24. way faster than anything Lance Backey could even dream of doing. So TQ time right now for the Inferno, which I don't know what he's geared and what motor that is, but I'm surprised that thing's not on fire. It is flying down the straightaway. Your leader, red, white, and orange. White wing, white wheels up over the step-on, step-off, through the double down, into the offset. Through the 5-pack, he goes up and over the single. Your pace setter. Second place right now, Brandon Deitch. Oh, Robert put it up on 2 wheels and saved it. Did it twice. 36.8 last lap, 35.5 the fast lap. Eric Polinick, 37.1 in that second spot. Brandon, 8 and a 5.13 to go 8 overall right now. 10 going to be Dane Howe. Woody Garwood filling out that top 5.
Minutes left.
Since we're in their hometown area, we should do a little poll. Who is more punched, Evan Roth or Rob Sojournin? Inferno, 9.5.25. Under TQ time by roughly 8 seconds. Up, we got one that's dead. Just set it down. We are corner marshals. We are not pit crew. I'm guessing that car's dead over there. Remember, you cannot come off the driver's stand. No dancing either. Four down, 1 to go. 4 down, 1 to go. Inferno out in front. 9.5.28 the pace. Unless he blows out like a champ, he's going to set TQ of round number 1. Race 12's on deck, 12 on deck. 8th scale E-buggy on the track. Race 12 on deck, E-truggy. E-truggy's on deck. $20 seconds to go, 20 seconds to go. Robert Sojourning 5 seconds under that time. 36.4 last lap. Three, two, one. Keep going till the computer says you're done. Corner marshal, stay on the track. It says Robert's going to go 2 more laps. So that means Robert's got 2 more chances to either TQ it or blow out. Eric, you're done. Woody, you're done. Ben, you're done. Everybody else keep going. Eric, Dane, Woody, and Ben, you guys are the only ones done so far? Everybody else keep going. Keep going, Inferno. Keep going, Inferno. Make sure to give that car room. He's still on the clock. He's still on the clock. Ooh, last lap, 43. He's going to have to put a hop lap down right here as he fell back to the second spot. Make sure to give that car some room. He's got a shot for TQ. Through the 5-pack he goes. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Makes it through. Going a little bit wide. Coming over that big roller he goes through the sweeper. Up and into the switchback. Nice and tight. Nice and tight. Coming back onto the straightaway. He needs to go 5.33. He ends with a 5.35. So going to get second overall for Robert Sojournin. And with Hayden Wong being done, that is a race, racers. Great job, everybody. Last lap, 36.7 for Inferno. 35.5, his hot lap. That 43-second lap on the second to last lap. cost him the difference between TQ. So Aaron Deegan, congratulations. I'm sure I butchered your last name. You're going to be TQ of round number 1 of Spectre E Buggy, but you got a hard charger in Robert Sojournin coming at you. Remember, guys, round number 1 is all about just getting through a nice, clean resort. Nice, clean resort. So make sure you stay clean, stay good, and you'll get into a fast group. You got 2 more rounds, so even if you didn't do it this round, 2 more rounds to set that TQ and get that overall. All right, I'm going to probably hand this back over to Brandon. Do you need to, hey, Brandon, do you need to go back first and put things on charge? Okay. All right, I'm going to put this on mute. Thank you for letting me abuse the mic for 2 races. And once again, if you want to watch a class that's got way too much power, way too much tire, and way too much truck, that's up right now with our 8-scale E-Truggies.
That's it. 1.8 spec tire is finished. Now we're going into the big cars, 1.8 E-Truggies. These are absolutely fantastic. You'll have to watch this one. It's always a show, always a show. Thank you so much. Let's see how many people are watching us. 22 people. Send us some comments. Well, first of all, I would like to say special thanks to Hunter's Toys and Collectibles for supporting and for making sure that this live stream was going to happen. Tremendous help that they gave us to make sure all the equipment was sorted so we can do this. Yesterday you missed the show. We had Ken Ong here with the drone. We had some following. So if you go to the live stream of yesterday, throughout the day you had multiple instances of the drone just flying by, and it was super fun, super fun. Hopefully next year we can have him here during the 3 days, but yeah, it was super fun. Let's go through truggies. So for people watching at home that don't really understand what are we doing in this first round, we are basically checking in the transponders. So there's a lap timing system that needs to be associated to each one of the drivers, and we have to make sure that we have the right transponder to count the laps to that specific car. So what our race director is doing right now is checking one by one. You just go through the loop. I can show you. So here's the loop. You see those 2 lines in there. So that is the loop. That is the where the lap timing system is. So the drivers have to go one by one. They go through that loop, and we can associate that transponder to a specific driver. Okay. This race is also using the live loop system, which means that qualification will start on a specific time. So this is not a staggered start, and the system is not calling the drivers one by one. This is just loop is live, and that's it. You heard the beep, and you can see the 5 minutes are counting. So everyone that crosses through the loop will start the race. Okay. All right, we have another shout out. Dan Bondi says, great coverage. If I have to be at work, at least I can connect to my boys down there. Go get them, Aaron, Ryan, Doug, Greg, Gert, and Henry. Nice. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying. It's a lot of effort put into trying to do this, trying to do like a really nice coverage so everyone can enjoy it at home, and then they can rewatch it if you're here. So yeah, thank you so much for the shout out. Let's go through first heat of E-Truggy.
Nicely done, nicely done. Oh, caution. It looks like Chris Kutu getting on the wrong side of the pipe. Marshall there to save him. So Evan Roth is out front, working around the carousel and through the switchbacks now.
Evan coming to the line, dropped a 36-1 and pulls it back, 35-2 that time by. Evan with the yellow wheels, black wing, orange, maroon, and a splash of yellow on that truck body. Working through the step on, step off, over to the right side into the drop down now. So Evan Roth on that early TQ run here. 9 and a 5:21 is his pace. Kyle Shish in that number 2 spot down the straightaway he goes. So Kyle Shish at 36.7 that last time by. 8 and a 5:08. Glenn Wilson 3. Ron, Bruce, Scott, Jamal round out your lead group. Chris Kutu in 8, followed by Kyle, Robert, Mike Myers, Chris Bowman, Chris Mueller, and Mitch Planek. Battle is for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to be Glenn, Ron, Bruce, Scott, and Jamal. Glenn now solidifying P3, so top 3 separated by 12 seconds. 2 and 3 separated by 4. Everyone separated a ways. Best battle is 4 and 5. Ron Korolak, Bruce Vandendorpel. Ron Korolak, Bruce Vandendorpel is your battle for 4 and 5. Should be working their way into the step on, step off. So Kyle Shish out here in no man's land. He's 7.5 back from Evan Roth. He's 4 seconds up on Glenn. Glenn down the straightaway.
2 minutes left.
Glenn working his way left side of the back, working his way into the switchback. Bruce and Jamal together on the track and on the clock. Ron in there as well. Cautions. So leader working his way through some traffic. He's going into the drop down, headed to the 5-pack now. We're 3.5 into this one, 1:30 left to go. Evan Roth over the hump, working his way around that carousel. That, I believe, is a Techno ET48. So again, leader on the back left, coming up on traffic. Make some space for him. There you go. That's how we do it. Nice job. Oh, that truck looking good through the left side switchbacks, over that step on, step off. So light on the suspension as it just barely sets down on the platform in the middle. Working now through that rhythm section over to the backside roller. So Evan dropped a 33.9 that last time by. Kyle Shish had a 35.4. Glenn Wilson still riding number 3. Jamal Phillip in 4. Then you have your actual battle on track. Going to be 5, 6, and 7. That is Scott Davis, Ron Korolak, and Bruce Vandendorpel. 30 seconds left on the master clock, drivers. 30 seconds. E-Truggy Heat number 2, you guys are up next because that's going to be race number 13. E-Truggy Heat number 2, you guys should be queued up at the base of the stairs. Again, we have 5 seconds left on the clock. 5 seconds. Time has expired on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Scott Davis done. Chris Kudu done. Glenn Wilson done. Evan Roth done.
Again, keep it going
Kyle Shish
until
done.
the computer calls you done. Evan Roth, that is going to be a wicked time. Go see
Robert
Carlos at
Hall
the end
done.
of the stand, Evan.
Bruce Vandendorpel done.
9:5:18 with a 33.9.
All right, all right. Mr. Evan Roth here with us. How's it going? How is the first run?
What's that, sorry?
How's the first run?
First round's going great, man. The truck feels amazing. All the sponsors, Techno, J Concepts, Tekin, GoGo Hobbies, all working together. Car's amazing.
Well done. Thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
stop all done. I'll stop all done. Evan, go see Carlos at the end of the stand. Drivers orderly, single file coming off the stand. Race number 13. You guys are up.
The race is completed.
Race 13, truggy heat number 2 coming up here in just a moment. Drivers from that last race get right back out there to marshal. All right, race number 13. Drivers roll them across the line and park them on the straightaway. Roll them across the loop, park them on the straightaway.
Anthony Galuzzo. Aaron Matlow. Rod Brammer. David Lawrence. Greg Gavilan. Dayton Davis. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Lance Backey.
I know that some people have nicknames on there. That's pre-existing, and I have no way to look them up on my nickname. But we're not doing
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, give me just a second here to get everybody sorted. All right, I got half of this field that has no check. Mark Hoare, check. Mark Hoare.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Ray Shell. Again, there are no 1-minute calls in qualifying. No 1-minute calls in qualifying.
Less than 5. Raymond Shell.
Todd Cochran.
Taco.
Sam Moz, no Sam Moz. Dustin Quanstrom. Dustin?
Dustin Quanstrom.
Dave Hoare?
Dave Hoare.
Rowan Manhas.
Rowan Manhus.
Mike Allen. Last
Mike
call,
Allen.
Mark Hoare. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Going live next time by. Tracking silver over white, white wing. All right, through the carousel into the switchbacks. Loop is live. Loop is live. Lance Backey, your first car on the clock. First truck on the clock. Techno RC ET 48 working his way left side. Truck looking good, pivoting nicely. Good forward bite. Step on, step off, looking decent. Lance Backey opening up on a heater, drops a 35 flat. 3 cars showing 9 laps so far. Lance, Rowan, and Ray Shell. Ray Shell in that number 3 position, rocking the Miyako, working his way in through some traffic down the step downs. Working over to that back hump. So Lance Rowan and Ray Shell separated by just 1.1. That is your lead group. Dustin Quanstrom about 4 seconds back and 4 with Greg, Dayton, and David in that group. Mike Allen, Dave Hort, Rod Bremer, that takes you all the way down through 11. And you got Aaron, Anthony, and Todd rounding out your field. One more heat of E-Truggy left to go. It's going to be, again, race number 14, E-Truggy, heat number 3 of 3. We got one broken off of the left side. So Lance Rowan and Ray Shell still separated by just 2.5. Oh, and Ray Shell, a long one. There goes 39 seconds. Going to be now 6.8 back from the lead. Lance and Rowan is your battle. Now 1 and 2. Lance coming right below me. Working his way left side up the bank corner into the hip jump. Again, silver over white. Nice 2-step pivot around that hairpin in through the left side chicane. Lance Backey. Step on, step off, a little bit of a float on the step off portion into the drop down, working his way one more time into the step downs. So leader is in the carousel right now, coming up on gray truck, red wheels. Again, that's leader right there with you. Yep, that one.
2 minutes left.
Oh, caution sweeper, caution sweeper, caution sweeper. Clear. Minute 45 to go in this one. So Ray Shell now back up to 2. Oh, it looks like that was maybe Rowan that had an issue and off track. So Lance Backey, 9.516 with a 6. He's 1/10 of a second now ahead of Evan Roth for that overall TQ here in E-Trug. No pressure. Lance working into some traffic, left side short shoot. Coming up to the left side chicane, blue and orange, green, white, and blue. You've got leader coming through, leader coming through. So again, TQ run on his way in through the step down. Nice job, guys, nice job.
1 minute left.
So Ray Shell on an 8.5 flat now, trying to push for that 9. Ray coming right across the line, working his way through, now showing 9.535. Ray white with the purple and day glow on white wheels in through the left side switchbacks, working on the step on, step off. That truck looking nice and comfortable to drive. Greg Gavlin is in that 3 spot. Should be working his way through the switchbacks now. Coming down the step down to the line. There he is down the straightaway. So Greg, white, orange, and black over white wheels. So Greg Gavlin on an 8.508 right now. He's doing battle with Dayton Davis in that number 4 position. So Dayton on an 8.513 as time expires. Drivers, keep them going until she calls you done.
Greg Gavlin done. Lance Backey done. Dayton Davis done. Dustin Quanstrom done. Mike Allen done. Taco done. Dave Hoare done. David Lawrence done. All drivers are finished. Raymond Shell done. Aaron
That
Hadlow
is
done.
a race.
Anthony
All
Guzzo
stop, all done, all stop, all done. Lance Backey 9.519
Bremer
just
done.
drops off that TQ pace. Only 2 cars in that heat on a 9-lap run. Ray Shell goes 9.529, 8 laps or so for everyone else, 7 for Todd and Anthony, 6 for Rod. And Lance Backy taking the win there.
The race is completed.
Race 14 is up now. Race 14 almost halfway done with the round. All right, drivers, go ahead and roll them across the line. Get them onto the straightaway. Last couple buckets still to be filled.
Up Monday. Aiden Bremer. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Wayne Chapman. Elliot Chapman. Kevin Sukharov. Stephen Bond. Dale Winstad. Andrew Blakely. Hayden Abu. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Jaden Nybo. Daryl Turner.
Track is not open. Bring those trucks back.
Simon Lee. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Aaron Schroeder across the line. Aaron Schroeder.
Less than 5. Aaron Schroeder.
Evan Cover. Got one more open bucket right side. One more open bucket right side that needs to be filled before we can race. Evan Cover. Evan Cover. There's no check on that truck. Dane Hole. Dane Hole.
Dane
All
Hole.
right. Evan, last call. Evan, last call. There is no check on that truck. All right. Looking for one more marshal. One more marshal. One more marshal before we can race. One more marshal before we can race. Got a whole cluster of people standing there outside of the right side of the track. I'll get one of you guys to jump in there. I was short by 2 drivers on the last one. Thank you. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Going live next time by. Dead car straightaway, caution straightaway, dead truck on the straightaway, dead truck on the straightaway, caution straightaway, right behind pit lane, caution straightaway, still caution straightaway. Don't everybody move at once. Caution straightaway, still caution straightaway. All right, loop is live. Dale Wenstad, your first truck on the clock. .30 seconds quickly done in this one. Dale Wenstad going to drop a 35.6, showing 9.5.20. Couple trucks opening up on a 9-lap pace. We got Suk in that number 2 spot, Elliott in that number 3. Wayne Chapman on an 8.503 opening pace in 4. Dane Andrew Aiden through 7. Caution sweeper. Clear. He's going to watch those rejoins, drivers. So Dale Wenstad opens up 9.519 now after 2. That would be good enough for 3 overall. We're chasing down the TQ run of Evan Roth. He had a 9.518.7. Lance had a 9.519.2. Dale on a 9.519.8. So Dale, the third car in line, working the left side bank corner up and over the hip jump. White, a little bit of yellow and green, working through the switchbacks. I believe he's coming up on the back of Aaron. So race 15 is Nitro Truggy. You guys are coming up next. Keep your trucks outside. Keep your trucks outside until I tell you guys to bring them in. 2.5 into this one, 2.5 to go. Dale on a 9.524 now, having a little bit of difficulties with traffic last lap. So Dale working his way now into the step on, step off. Another Techno truck at the top of the field. That seems to be the dominant ride here in E-Truggy.
Minutes left.
So Dale getting through traffic nicely, everyone working well. Elliott Chapman, Andrew Blakely should be together on the track coming down the straightaway. Oh, Andrew, a long lap here. Not sure what happened to Andrew. So Suk looking to move up to 2. Looks like Andrew may be off track. Suk to 2. Elliott and Wayne running 4 and 5. Gonna move up now to 3 and 4. Simon Lee rounding out your top 5. Rob, Dane, Aiden, Aaron, Daryl, and Hatim gonna round out your field. The leader is all by himself over the left side hip jump. 40 seconds left on the clock, 4-0 left on the clock. He's working his way on the left side into the step on, step off. Might get through without difficulty. Yellow and black, that's leader coming up on you. Yellow and black, that's leader. So Dale around the carousel, in through the switchbacks. One more time, a little bit of, double difficulty with traffic. Triple difficulty with traffic. Again, I don't know how many times you gotta say the leader, but he's working his way now through the left side switchbacks, up and over into that center step on, step off.
Aaron Schroeder done.
So Dale's still showing 9. He's on a
Elliott Chapman
9.526 last time by, probably about a 9.528 here. Works his way over the hump, working around the carousel. So he and Ray Shell going to have very close times.
Chapman done.
Dale coming across 9.526. It's going to be good enough for 3 overall. Drivers keep it going until she calls you done. So Dale, Kevin, Elliott, Wayne, Simon, your top 5. Dane, Rob, Aiden, Aaron, Daryl, and Hatim going to round out your field. Rob Monday. Last car live, Rob Monday. And that's a race. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
All right, Nitro Truggy, heat number 1. Let's go ahead and get you guys all staged up in the pit lane. Once we get everybody up onto the driver's stand, we will roll you guys out to check. But again, hold station until I tell you.
All right, so truggy is finished. We have now Nitro truggy. The Nitro cars, they've been warming up outside. We have tables outside where people can warm up the engines. Usually these engines work much better if they are warmed up. So the first 5 minutes people spend outside warming up the engines, and then they're going to do a couple laps here and go for it. So you can see now the guys on the pits working on warming up those engines, fueling up the car, and getting ready for this 5 minutes. First heat of Nitro truggy.
Across the line, Cultura.
Kuro.
The Rocket. And Tyler Wilbur.
The Rocket. Tyler Wilbur.
All right, drivers, we got checks on everybody going one lap and then going green. One lap and going green. Tracking Carson Phipps right now. Carson Phipps. Over the hump, around the carousel, into the switchbacks. So AJ Rodriguez, first car to catch the loop. Everybody on the clock, first car coming across the line, hot lap hero, lap number 1. Oh yeah, that was Carson Phipps right into the back of somebody down the straightaway. So Carson was your leader after lap 1. AJ in the 2 spot, Tyler Wilbur 3. Colt Shura in 4. So Tyler Wilbur now going to sneak up onto that top spot. 9, 513, 521 for AJ, 524 for Cole. The Rocket, 526. So it's AJ, Tyler, Cole, Jeremy, Britt, your top 5. Carson dropped to 8. He's back up to 6 now. Rowan, Eric, Robert Hall, and Paul Kavanaugh rounding out your field at halfway. AJ Rodriguez, yellow, red, black, yellow wheels. Coming down the step down, gets onto the straightaway, 33-2 that last time, by on 9-5-12.
2 minutes left.
Jeremy Lickey down the straightaway in the number 2 spot. Wilbur in the 3 should be through the switchbacks and down the straightaway now. So AJ, Jeremy, and Tyler, your 1, 2, 3. Cole Chura, Carson Fitz, Britt Tozer running through 6. Rowan, Eric, Robert, and Paul round out your field. 1:35 to go. Losing the white truck on the drop down. White truck, red nose. That might be Jeremy. And it was, so Jeremy will fall down to 4. So white truck, red nose, that's your 4th place car, Jeremy. Lickey. It's AJ, Tyler, Carson now recovering back up to 3. He's only 5 seconds off of the lead now. So Carson Fitz working the step on, step off. Orange and blue, white wheels. Working into the drop down, working now into the steps.
1 minute left.
Truck a little bit loose in the back end, working his way now over to the hump. Into the carousel he goes, he's in on charge. He's 2 seconds back from Wilbur. Wilbur's 3 seconds back from AJ Rodriguez. Rodriguez over the hip jump, in through the left side short shoe, into the switchbacks. AJ Rodriguez, yellow, red, black, yellow wheels, red wingtips. Nice little showboat move over that step on, step off. Down the steps he goes. Working over that hump into the carousel. So AJ Rodriguez with a 34.7 last time, by on a 9.5.11. We got a 5.14 in the works for Wilbur. Lickey and Phipps both on a 5.25, a 5.26 for Tozer. So it's 4, 5, and 6 is your battle. 5 seconds left on the master clock. Rodriguez and Wilbur both hot laps that time by a 33.234. Out of Rodriguez, Tyler Wilbur 33.7. Backed it up with a 34.7. 3.8 back from Rodriguez. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. Drivers, that is time on the master clock. Keep it going until she calls you done. Rodriguez dropping a 33.2. Hot lap on track, a 32.7 out of Phipps.
J. Rodriguez done.
Keep it going, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Jeremy Lick done. Tyler Wilbur done.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Everybody will be done when they cross the line. AJ, Tyler, and Jeremy are done. Waiting for a finish on the rest of the field. Keep it going, drivers, keep it going.
Paul done. Brown Landers done. Carson Phipps done.
Britt Tozer, Colt Shura, Paul Kavanaugh. Still to finish, Britt Tozer, Paul Kavanaugh.
Britt Tosser done. All drivers.
That is a race, all stop, all done. AJ Rodriguez at the early TQ, 9 in a 5.10. Tyler Wilbur goes 9.5.14, 5.17 for Phipps. Getting Lickey on the last lap with a 32.716. Jeremy to come home 4, Cole Chura 5, followed by Rowan, Britt, Eric, Robert, and Paul.
The race is completed.
Nitro Truggy heat number 2. Go ahead and bring them on in. Nitro Truggy heat number 2. So again, heat number 1 of Nitro Truggy. Go ahead and exit drivers left out of pit lane. Drivers left out of pit lane. Again, Nitro Truggy heat 1. Exit drivers left out of pit lane. Marshall's two position. While we wait on our marshals, let's get them checked in. Race number 16, roll them across the loop, bring them to the end of the straightaway. Roll them across the loop, bring them to the end of the straightaway. Race 16, roll them across the loop, bring them to the end of the straightaway. Again, marshals from 15, I need a couple more. Need a marshal here left center. Need a marshal to the left in the back row, and I need 2 more right center. I have 4 marshal positions left to be filled before we can go racing. 4 marshal positions left to be filled before we can go. 4 marshal positions left. I had 11 cars in that last race. This is nobody's fault. It's just what it is. I have 4 positions to get filled. Thank you, Andrew. 3 positions to get filled. 3 positions to get filled. 2 right center, 1 in the back. 2 right center, 1 in the back. Again, thank you. 2 more to fill. 2 more to fill. 2 right center. 2 right center. 1 more to fill. 1 more to fill. 1 more right center. Right center. Let's go. 1 more right center. Thank you very much. Drivers from race number 16, roll them across the loop and park them on the straightaway. Roll them across the loop, park them on the straightaway.
Derek Zapovici, Shane Fitzgerald, 45 seconds to the start of the race. Jared Guerrero, Keegan Alfredo, Kyle Ravel, Sean Kramnick, Anthony Galuzzo, Carter Harrisimiak. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers, track is hot, track is yours. Track is hot, track is yours. Again, we're going to complete this lap and then do 1 more and go green. So if you need fuel, come on in this lap. This is what happens when you guys are on time and do what you're supposed to do.
Less than 5.
All right, tracking green, yellow, blue to go. Green, yellow, blue is the car that we're tracking to go live. Green, yellow, blue over the back hump now. Into the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live, loop is live. Kiana Crichton, your first car on the clock. One more to cross the line, Steven Mathiasen. So Taylor Wonders opening up on us with a 38.3 fourth start on Steven there. 8.506 the pace. Early lead change, a couple cars opening up on 9. So Taylor gonna bring it back around on a 9-lap run. Maybe that Charcoal Techno E NT48. Shane Prakeshot in the number 2 spot, Jordan Galiski, and Carter Haraziamuk in that number 4 spot. Caution in the drop down, clear. So Taylor and Carter together, working over the hip jump, coming into the left side infield over the short chute, working their way in through the switchback. Oh, Carter a little bit loose through the switchback. Taylor visibly pulling away. So Taylor a 9.519, they'd be good enough for 4 overall right now. Shane Prakeshot is red right now. So Shane a little bit long lap there, goes 37.2 on a 9.525. Carter 9.528, top 3 on 9-lap paces. Good enough for 4, 6, and 7 right now. So Taylor's stepping up as the heat goes on, now on a 5.15, 9.515. Good enough for 3 overall, just past halfway, 2:20 left to go. Leader with clear track in front, no pressure behind.
2 minutes left.
.145 left to go. Leader through the step on, step off. Carter in that number 3 spot, step on, step off. Shane should be coming down the line. Shane goes 34.8 that time. Oh no, upside down in the switchbacks and clear. So Taylor, Shane, and Carter, your top 3. Battle is 2 and 3. Shane and Carter separated by 0.6 of a second. 1:15 left on the clock. Leader in traffic again, charcoal on white. Working his way into the drop down now, working down the steps.
1 minute left.
So Taylor Wonder's doing a nice job of managing traffic over the hump. Gonna be a little bit slow this time, but not too bad. Into the switchbacks, goes your leader coming on down the step down. 5.0 seconds remain. Should get by for 2 more. So Taylor over the gap on the left side. Working into the dip, over the hip jump. Green, yellow, white, stay put, stay put. Let those 2 cars go. Go, 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 go. Thank you. .30 seconds to go. Carter and Shane have traded positions. So Carter now into the step on, step off, right behind that pink car. Working his way, gonna check up right there. Wide move there by Carter. Working into the drop down, working into the 5-pack. Over on the left, or the right side, over the hip jump. So Carter coming on by. He's in that number 2 spot right now, showing half a second up on Shane brake shot with 5 seconds to go on the master clock. Carter comes across at 35.6. Shane should be into the step on, step off now. And time has expired on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done. Taylor Wonders is done. Shane Brakeshot is still live. Shane Brakeshot live. So Taylor Wonders closes strong. Gets down to a 9.510. That is TQ pace. Taylor, go ahead and see Carlos when you go to exit the stand. Go stop by Carlos at the end of the driver's stand. Carter and Shane still live for 2-3.
Shane is done.
You will be done when you cross the line, drivers. You will be done when you cross the line.
1, 2, 1, 2.
3 more to finish. Carter, Kyle, and Jared. Kyle and Jarrett. So Taylor, Carter, and Shane, your top 3.
All right, Taylor.
Kiana, and
How's it going, man?
your top 6.
How's it going? How was the first run?
Finish
First
by
run
Anthony
went
and
great. Had a
Steven.
little bit of traffic on the first lap. Got through it. The Techno Nitro truck is amazing out there, and no, I'm looking forward to the rest of the race.
Any shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, Techno, Ultimate,
Wonders,
TZO,
your
Daddy
top
Trump,
qualifier here in
51st State coming
Nitro
next.
Up next, going to be race 17, 4-wheel drive short course heat number 1. Get Nitro Truggy out to Marshall, please. Nitro Truggy out to Marshall.
All right, everyone. That was Nitro Truggy with Taylor having a little chat with us and just commenting on how good is it the car is feeling. what is up next? It's going to be four-wheel drive short course. So you've seen two-wheel drive short course, the race that I was doing. That was heat number 5. Now we are on heat number 17 out of 29, and we are starting with four-wheel drive short course trucks. All right. I'm going to do a little break, and I'll join you guys in just a second. All right.
We're going to have a couple of open ones. Let's go ahead and get all of the buckets filled, please. Again, volunteer marshals to cover the last couple buckets. There's 14 every last
30 seconds to the start of the race.
You get 4x4 short course, roll them across the loop and park them on the straightaway. Roll them across the loop, park them on the straightaway.
Joey Wilkinson, Pat Gould, Chris Nicholas. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Tom Jenkins. Less than 5. Mike Allen. William Long. Aino Hardhand.
Rob Monday across the line. Murray Baxter. No check on that car. Timothy Cover. Rayan Abo.
You get a 1 minute?
Timothy Cover.
All right, I see Rob getting his car on. He's going to get up on the stand. There we go. All right, absolute last call. Murray or, gosh, I hope I'm getting this right. Rayan Abu. Yeah, there's no check on Murray. If we can get his transponder fixed, he can join the next race. All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Murray, fix your transponder, join the next heat.
Rob Monday.
Perfect, that couldn't have got any better. Caution, straightaway, 2 on the straightaway, 2 on the straightaway. Infield side. All right, loop is going live. We're in the switchbacks now. Joey Wilkinson, first car on the clock. Green and orange, left side of the track. Battle right now early is going to be Pat Gould and Tom Jenkins. Rob Monday jumping up to do battle with Joey Wilkinson. So it's Joey and Rob 1-2. Joey on a red lap here. And Rob Monday taking that top spot. So a minute 35 into this one, 3:25 to go. Rob, Joey, Pat, and Tom all in contention for the lead. That's about 6 seconds back for your top 4. Mike Allen now going to drop into that number 4 spot. He's now 8.5 back from the lead. He's doing battle with Tom Jenkins, William Long, and Honor Pardon in that number 7 spot doing battle. Again, 6 and 7. It's Rob and Joey out front. All right, 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this one, just over 2 minutes left to go. Joey and Rob swapping spots now, 0.7 of a second. It's Joey out front, Rob in the number 2 spot.
Left.
Got a dead one inbound or inboard of the hump. So 3.5 into this one, a minute, half left to go. Three-way battle now for the lead. Rob, Joey, and Mike Allen. So Mike getting off to a little bit of a slow start now, but towards the end of this race, he's closing in. Mike now going to move up into 2. Joey falls back to 3 with a long lap there. It's going to be Mike Allen, Rob Monday now doing battle out front. 0.7 of a second is the separation. A minute 10 left to go. Well, Mike working to the hip jump.
1 minute left.
Mike Allen and Rob Monday. Rob on a red lap here. Rob guns by 46.8, 45 seconds left to go. So Rob Monday and Joey Wilkinson, both red laps towards the end of this race. Going to be just 1.4 seconds separated, battling now for 2 and 3. 1.5 seconds left on the clock. Rob coming around the carousel, working now into the switchbacks. So 7 laps in a 5:02 is the pace now for Mike Allen out front. 7:04 for Wilkinson. Going to be done showing number 2.
Mike Allen done. William Long done. Ano Parthand done.
Rob and Tom to finish. Rob and Tom to finish.
Up Monday done.
And Tom Jenkins to finish. Tom Jenkins to finish. That is a race. All stop, all
Drivers are
done.
finished.
Mike,
Tom
Joey,
Jenkins done.
Rob, Tom, William, and Honor. Looks like we're going to be combining 4x4 short course maybe for next run. We got 4 cars not making this one.
The race is completed.
All right, race number 18, 4-wheel drive short course heat number 2. I need a lot of help with this one. I need 6 volunteer marshals for this one. 6 volunteers. Only had 8 cars in that last heat. tried changing it to different transponder? Yeah, I would suggest doing that. See if there's somebody that was in the previous game that can snag the transponder on this run. Copy.
All right, thank you. Oh yeah, that's way better. Thank you, Brian.
All right, I got a nice clear view of the world. I don't even have to stand up anymore. All right, we'll get everybody out there. Got a couple on the right side to get filled up.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
There we go. All right, let's go ahead and get them checked in, driver.
Gary Muxlow, Bruce Van Den Dorpel, Bob Magyar, Eric Hansen. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Eric Balanik, Mitchell Balanik, Darren Derbyshire.
All right, let's see what we got here. And
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Don't match, so we're gonna try
Rob
and do the ones
Sormanen.
that do. I assume JP is JP.
JP. Less than 5.
All right. Troy Ralph to check.
Troy Ralph.
John Blakely.
John Blakely.
Kyle Hurren. There is no check on that truck. We got to go. Needed one more marshal to the back right. One more marshal to the back right. Someone check and see if that transponder is blinking right quick. One more marshal, please, to the back right. One more marshal to the back right before we can race. Again, one more marshal to the back right before we can race. Oh, never mind. He's there. He's just disguised by the fence. There we go. There we go. Thank you. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Going green next time by. A broken truck. Nope, just tied up. It's a fun fact, you don't have to cross the line nose to tail with every other truck in the heat. All right, track in yellow through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Bruce Van Den Dorpel, your first truck across the line, yellow, black stripe. So Rob Sturgeon, despite getting tangled up, I believe that was on his out lap. Gonna set a hot lap on lap number 1, 39 flat. So top 2 drivers showing 8 lap pace. Top 2 drivers, only drivers on TQ pace right now. It's Rob Sturgeon and John Blakely. Oh, caution getting onto the straightaway, caution getting onto the straightaway. JP Brown going for a ride. So Robert Sturgeon and John Blakely, separation is 1.5 seconds. Eric Polanic in that number 3 spot. Troy Ralph in 4. by Jerry in 5, Bob, JP, Darren, Bruce, Mitchell, and Eric rounding out the field. Rob and John now 0.6 of a second. The separation. Robert through the step on, step off. Little nose high, working now through a little bit of traffic. Clears traffic nicely. 3 down, 2 to go. Rob Sartonen in through the switchbacks in the first position. He's 0.7 up on John last time by. Crosses here, drops to 37.9, showing 8 and a 5.06. John an 8.509. So Troy and Eric cross together. The yellow and blue car, second car now in that line, left side. That is your second place car. So second, third, and fourth running all together. Now going to be in order. So it's John, Troy, and Eric. John, Troy, and Eric. That's your battle. 2, 3, and 4 on the clock. You guys are separated by a few seconds apiece. Expert E-Buggy Heat number 1 coming up next. It's going to be race number 19. Expert E-Buggy 19, 20, and 21 should be a heck of a show. Again, 19, 20, and 21. Expert E-Buggy coming up next. 30 seconds to go. Losing a battery out of a car. I don't know why there's soft cell batteries allowed on this track. That probably should not be the case. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds to go. So Sojourner on an 8.504, Blakely 8.517, 540 for Troy Ralph. As time expires, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Eric Balanik done. Rob Sorman done. Gary Muxlow done.
On John going upside down through the left side switchbacks, trying to recover in the step on, step off. Easy does it. Don't compound the mistakes.
Bob Magyar done.
Keep it going, drivers. All drivers are going to be done when they cross the line. John, Troy, Darren, Mitchell, and Eric are still live.
Ern Derbyshire done. Troy Ralph done. John Blakely done.
Mitchell and Eric. All right, coming on through the switchbacks. That is a race. I'll stop all done. I'll stop all done. Rob Serjonen, 8.508, setting your TQ. John Blakely good enough for 2, 8.526, 8.537 for Troy in that number 3 spot. Eric, JP, Bob, Bruce, Darren, Jerry, Mitchell, and Eric rounding out your field. Drivers from that race, park your cars, get right back out there to marshal. Race number 19 coming up next. Expert E-Buggy, heat number 1. Again, I'm going to need a couple of volunteer marshals, please. A couple of volunteer marshals. Race 19 getting ready to hit the track. Expert E-Buggy.
Yeah, when it lets go, it's gone. Yeah. So I just was like, I'm going to put it in, drive it 80%, and that's all I had to do. Everyone, I fucked up a couple times, but not enough to, apparently less than everyone else. So.
That's my goal, is to get 2 clean, easy ones, don't even try.
Right.
And then the third one, if I want to send her, we'll send her in the third one. Yeah, that's my goal. You know, the nerves get going and you do dumb shit sometimes, but. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, I sometimes struggle with being talked to. Oh, so you're listening to your.
All right, expert E buggy, go ahead and roll him across the loop and bring him to the end of the straightaway and stay put. Again, roll him across the loop.
Evan Roth, Travis Heather, Dayton Davis, Robert Scherf, Aaron Matlow. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Ryan Zilliker, Kobe Harris, Jason Martin, Pete Tosser, Aaron Diagno, AJ Rodriguez, Marcus Ramirez. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Brian Cerniels,
I had them send me just the board.
Brian Phillips.
Then I powered it off my machine. The board was like
15 seconds to the start of the race.
That's cool.
I think so. This weekend, yeah.
We should sell it.
Less than 5.
Right now it's to retrain my fingers so I'm not
Well,
so fresh.
O'Reilly is bad.
So
bad.
So do people that suffer from all kinds of
All right, let me get everybody just cycle back to the loop right quick. Cycle back to the loop. And then everybody get pointed the right
Brian
direction.
Aaron Diagno, Marcus Ramirez, Kobe Harris, Jason Martin, Pete Tosser.
All right,
Ryan
once
Zilliker,
everybody is pointed
Evan
in the
Roth,
right direction,
Len Litt,
track is hot,
Dayton
track is
Davis,
yours. I still need one
Schellinger,
more marshal
Robert Scherf,
on the right
Aaron
side.
Matlow, Brian Cerniels.
I still got two
Travis
marshals
Heather,
in the back. If I
AJ
could get
Rodriguez.
green jacket. Yeah, one of you guys split right there, and then I need one more to the right center, Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just move to that orange bucket. Yeah, right there. Perfect. All right, tracking. Who are we tracking over here? We got an orange and maroon car, looking like an Evan Roth. Loop is live. Evan Roth, first car on the clock. And with that EB48 2.2, nice wide chassis car. After years of narrow cars, it's interesting to see Techno go to a conventional chassis layout. Everyone making it on the clock, except Carter. So no surprises here. We got some fast guys in expert e-buggy. AJ Rodriguez opens up with a 9.504, 9.514 for Kobe, Marcus a 9.520, 521 for Evan, Pete a 523, 530, now 527 for Brian Phillips, Aaron a 530, 531 for Jason, Dayton a 532, top 9. Oh, caution straightaway, go inside straightaway, and clear. I believe that was Evan Roth. So 3:15 left in this one. Marcus, Evan, and Pete is your battle for 2, 3, and 4. AJ Rodriguez is your leader right now, early in this one, right about halfway actually. AJ Rodriguez over the hip jump, working to the right, left side switchbacks. AJ, one of our U.S. Eastside Washington, like NCT and Wildy events drivers, working his way down the straightaway here, 33.656. Can't forget about Winter Rage, Brian Phillips putting on that show for the last few years. So AJ working his way down the steps, working over to that left side hump. 33.6 that last time by. That is hot lap on track. Pete Tozer, Marcus Ramirez doing battle 2 and 3. They are 10 seconds back from AJ on the clock. So Dayton, Kobe, Jason, Evan, Aaron, Len, and Robert Scherf, you guys are all doing battle 4 through 10. Brian Sterniels in 11, Phillips in 12, Aaron, Dan, and Travis round out your field through 15.
1 minute left.
4 down, 1 to go. 33.5 that time by out of AJ. AJ should be coming through the switchbacks. Caution straightaway. Go outside straightaway. Go outside straightaway. Still there. Outside straightaway. Go outside straightaway. Oh, whoa, please watch your rejoins.
Evan Roth done. Aaron Diagno done.
Keep it going until she calls you done, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
AJ Rodriguez done. Pete Tosser done. Dan Schellenberg done. Dayton Davis done. Marcus Ramirez done. Travis Heather done. Len Litt done. Robert Scherf done. Brian Sterniels done.
Chaos here at the end of pit lane.
Kobe Harris done.
Wadded up on
Aaron
the straightaway.
done.
Drivers, go ahead and finish out the straightaway like for real when you come over the line. Jason Martin working through the switchbacks. That's a race. I'll stop all done. AJ Rodriguez. AJ dropping a 9.505. What a run. Marcus at 9.518 and 2. Kobe finished up 3. Jason 4, followed by Aaron, Evan, Pete, Brian Phillips, Brian Sterniels, Robert, Dayton, Len, Dan, Aaron, and Travis.
Race is completed.
8-scale electric expert. Heat number 2 coming up next. And all my drivers from heat number 1 right back out there to Marshall, please. All right, drivers, let me get every last one of you to roll across the loop. Park them on the straightaway. Again, I got a bunch of open buckets. I had a full heat. There's no excuse.
Raymond
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Joey Wilkinson. Dale Winstead. Mike San Antonio, Dylan Ferreira, David Lawrence, Kyle Shish, Kevin Sukharov, Paul Parks. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Jamal Phillip, Mike Mercer, Cole Chura, John Blakely, Glenn Wilson. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Tyrell Wilkinson, Mike Berry.
Congratulations, drivers. You're the first heat so far today with correct transponders on every car. It took us to race 20 to get there. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Spread them out. We're going to go green this coming lap. Again, we're going green this time by.
Less than 5.
Tracking Ray Shell over the step-on, step-off. Strike that. Tracking Dylan Ferreira in through the carousel. Switchbacks and loop is live. Terrell Wilkinson, your first car on the clock. Caution left side switchbacks. Clear. So Raymond Shell opened with a 34.5 in that number 1 position. Got 3:45 left to go. 9 laps and a 5:11 is his pace. He's up by a couple seconds over the rest of the field. John and Dale, Cole, Kyle, Terrell. That is the rest of your lead group through 6. Caution left side switchbacks. Two down and 3 to go. Dylan, I'm going to need to see you after this race. So Dale Wenstad out front now. 9 and a 5:20. Ray Shell dropping to 2 on a 5:21. Colt Chura, John Blakely 3-4. So Dale in through the step on, step off. Oh, good. Right up next to that pipe. Dale into the drop down, working his way down the steps. Coming around to the back hump, over to the right side, in through the carousel. Dale up on the pipe just a little bit through the switchbacks, coming on down the steps, coming on down across the line, 9.529 with a 9. That's a 39.6 that time by Ray Shell, dropped to 36.2 while we weren't looking. Back up to that 1 spot, looking for that base white, purple, and yellow Mayako buggy.
2 minutes left.
Shell should be down the straightaway in this mess of a group. Again, a little give and take goes a long ways here. Leader is the first car through that group, gets through without too much hassle. And through the switchbacks he goes, dropped to 36.9 last time by Dale, this time 38.7. Gap is showing 5 seconds, 1:30 to go. So Expert E-Buggy Heat number 2 is on track. This is race number 20. 21 coming up next. Third and final heat of Expert E-Buggy. Right now, nobody going better than the TQ pace set by AJ Rodriguez. That was a 9.505 with a 0. We are now 4 minutes into this race. 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
With 30 seconds left, your battle's now going to be 2, 3, and 4. That is John Blakely, Cole Chura, Dale Wenstad. Pick your order. Those 3 drivers separated by less than 0.7 of a second. And less than 5 drivers, Cole Chura, Dale Wenstad now, your 2 and 3. John falling back with a 47-second lap, gonna drop to 5 here. Keep it going, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done. 3 drivers showing 9 laps in this run, a good fast heat.
Like San Antonio done. Charlie Mugford done. Raymond Shell done. John Blakely done. Kevin Sukharov done. Glenn Wilson done. Kyle Shish done. Jamal Phillip done. Mike Mercer done.
Finish strong, drivers, finish strong.
Paul Parks done. Cole Chura done. Dale Winstad done. Dylan Ferreira done. Mark Levy done. Joey Wilkinson done.
Looking for a finish on a couple more. Mike Berry, David Lorenz still hot. Mike Berry, David Lorenz.
David Lorenz done.
Copy that. All right, that is a race. All stop, all done. Dylan Ferreira to the booth. Dylan Ferreira.
The race is completed.
All right, race number 21 coming up next. Third and final heat of Expert E-Buggy. Also, whoever's been over here spitting on the benches, that's really gross. Don't do that. All right, race 21, get them checked in. Race 21, get them checked in. Park them on the straightaway. 21, check them in, park them on the straightaway.
Dustin Quanstrom. Rob Sorhanen. Chris Lucas. Leon Roth. Lance Backey. Andrew Blakely. Greg Gavilan. Rowan Manvas. Roy Ralph. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Daryl Turner. Aaron Schroeder. Eric Polanic. Jordan Galiski. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Last call, Woody Garwood, Wade Moses.
Carson Phipps.
Woody Garwood, Wade Moses, last call. Drivers.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Woody Garwood.
There we go. All
Less than
right.
5.
Drivers, track is hot, track is yours. Do I have a marshal on that orange bucket right there in the back right? I need a marshal to that back right bucket. I got plenty of people standing over there. All right, I was sleeping at the start, sorry guys. Tracking green with white wheels over the step on, step off. Working on the steps now, working over to the back hump, in through the carousel. Switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. Jordan Galiski, first car across the loop. So Sir Jonan going to be the car to worry about as he's working in through the left side switchbacks. You guys know that paint scheme. White, orange, and maroon, white wheels, white wing. Sportsman E-Buggy, race number 1 coming up next. Heat number 1, race number 22. And Sportsman E-Buggy, heat number 1 coming up next. Robert coming across a 34.5, Rowan a 36.3. 36s to 39s for everybody so far, except for Rob. So Sojourner, Phipps, Backey, your top 3, Rowan Madhouse, Andrew Blakely, Troy Ralph. That takes you through 6. Liam Roth in the number 7 spot. Everybody all the way through 15, close separation between each car. 1.5 seconds or less all the way down. Everybody all the way back to that number 14 spot, still in contention for the lead. So nobody running away in this one. 2 down and 3 to go. So Sir Jonah through the step on, step off. Now that he's worked through a little bit of traffic, caution straightaway, go outside. Outside on the straightaway. Thank you for calling that out. It lined up perfectly with the pole. Three down and 2 to go. New leader, Carson Phipps. Sir Jonah, a long lap there. Goes red with a 39.1. It's 9:05 for Carson Phipps in that number 1 spot. They'd be good enough for 2 overall right now. 9:05 with a 7. So So Jonan working through some traffic now in with clear track, step on, step off. Looking for Phipps. Phipps should be coming down the steps now, down the straightaway. So Carson Phipps gonna be white, orange, blue, white wheels, black wing. He's working to the hip jump now on the left side. Trying to work through some traffic into the left side switchback. Last car in line there. Oh, and tries to get around some traffic, winds up getting a pipe instead. So Carson, not a lot of time lost in that little exchange, but struggling to get through that group of traffic. Carson now dropping to a 9.5.11. So AJ on pace here to set a solid TQ here in round number 1. 4 down, 1 to go, 4 down, 1 to go. Battle's gonna be 3 all the way down through that 8 spot. So that's gonna be Andrew, Liam, Lance, Troy, Rowan, Eric, all doing battle through 8. Again, that's all 9.528 to a 9.535, separation of less than 4 across that whole group. 4-0 seconds remain. Carson Phipps out front, 9.513. So gonna race 21 should be, or excuse me, 22 should be queued up at the base of the ladder right now. We are 20 seconds to go. You're gonna race number 22, Heat 1 of Sportsman. You guys should be queued up and ready to go. Caution over the hip jump, caution downside of the hip jump, and clear. And time has expired on the master clock. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Alan Mann done. Daryl Turner done. Dustin Quanstrom done. Jordan Waliski done. Eric Polanic done. Rob Sorman done. Greg Gavelin done. Woody Garwood done. Aaron Schroeder done. Lance Backey done. Andrew Blakely done. Mike Savoy
Drivers,
done.
you will be done when you cross the line.
Liam Roth done. Chris Lucas done. Carson Phipps done. Troy Ralph done.
And one more, Wade Moses to finish. Oh, that car does not need to be going down the straightaway backwards.
All drivers are finished.
Come on,
Wade
use
Moses
common
done.
sense, guys. There's people walking all over the straightaway. That's not the time to be zooming. So Carson Phipps going to take the win in that one, 9.514. Sir Jonan comes home 2, 9.519. That was good enough for 4 overall. Liam and Lance with Andrew Blakely rounding out your top 5. Troy, Woody, Rowan, Eric, Greg, Dustin, Mike, Jordan, Chris, Aaron, Wade, Daryl rounding out your field.
Yeah, I deleted that. Just because I need to know who's who. Like, for real, for real.
Yeah, Baxter now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Savoy, is that correct? Yeah. All right, I need my marshals to position, please. Marshals to position. Race number 22, Heat 1 of Sportsman E-Buggy. I need you guys to roll your cars across the loop and park them on the straightaway. Roll them across the loop, park them on the straightaway.
Mike McRae. Timothy Coburn. Ian Menzies. Murray Baxter. Ryan Stregetter. Albert Fong. Pablo Guerra. Layden Harrison. Alex McDonald. Hayden Abu. Chris Mueller. Ben Neal.
All right,
Andrew
Scott
Mercer.
Davis. Scott Davis across
45
the line.
seconds to the start of the race.
One of my bottom screws for my shock, my right front shock, popped out. So I was running around with just shocks, and I
Scott Davis.
30
All
30
right.
seconds to the start of the race.
kicked
That gives us everybody, and Marshall's situation is looking pretty good. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. Spread them out, we're going live. This next time by.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
That's right. So I decided to keep going like this with the throttle for turning it. Yeah.
Less than 5.
All right, tracking this light blue car, white wheels, black wing, light blue into the drop down. Down the steps we go to the hump in the back straightaway, or the back section.
Sportsman e-buggy starting right now. For the people watching us, Sportsman is for, oh, there's a tire going down the straight. Sportsman is for the less experienced drivers. It's kind of like an intermediate level for people that has probably transitioned from the 10 scale to the 8 scale. They're not as competitive as the expert guys, but they also want to have some fun and throw down with some people with the same level of skill. So we're gonna have 5 heats of 1/8 Sportsman buggy. That's gonna be pretty fun. All right, guys, drop some comments if you're watching us. There's 30 people watching us overall. That's super cool. Audio is popping for. Okay, I'm gonna do a little restart on the mixer, and it will solve it. All right, give me just a second.
Pretty fast for Sportsman. Maybe you want to consider next time trying to go for expert. Scott Davis out front, Andrew Hermson in that number 2 spot, Murray Baxter, Ben Neal. That is your lead group, 3.7 separating those top 4 drivers.
All right, I hope the audio has stopped popping. Yaz, how's it going, buddy? Watching live from halfway across the globe. Yaz is in India. Hi, buddy, how's it going? We miss you here, man. We absolutely miss you. All right, let's have a look at Sportsman e-buggy.
So Andrew in through the step on, step off, pink to blue with yellow wheels, yellow wing.
Minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go, 3 down and 2 to go. Scott Davis trying to set the early TQ at an 8.5.11. For perspective, that would comfortably make the A in Spectre. Leader through the step on, step off. Worked into the drop down now. Caution in the steps, caution in the stair steps. And clear. So Ben Neal and Leighton Harrison were having a pretty good battle. Leighton red this time by a team in that number 3 spot, or number 4 spot now. So Tim Abu and Leighton Harrison running 4 and 5. Ryan Streger 6. Alex Mike McCrae, Ian Menzies, Chris Miller, and Albert Fong. So Ian, Chris, Albert, you guys are doing battle 9, 10, 11, followed by Pablo and Timothy. 45 seconds to go in this one. Race 23 should be queued up and ready to go. Sportsman heat number 2. Scott and Andrew separated by 56 thousandths of a second. They're running together on the track. Both of them working into the drop down. Caution in the drop down. Leader coming through the drop down. Leader going to the hump on the back. Oh, and Scott getting on the wrong side of the pipe and then out of the park. Andrew going to be right there. So Andrew now taking over that top spot, 8-5-14.
Harrison done. Ryan Streget done. Pablo Guerrero done.
Keep it going, drivers, until she calls you done. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Andrew Herson done. Ben Neal done. Scott Davis done.
Still got 5 cars left to finish. Oh, that sounds terrible.
Albert Fong done.
Come on,
Ian
come
Menzies
on.
done.
Two more to finish. And that is the race. All stop, all done. Andrew Hermson setting the early time to beat. 8-5-15. 5:23 for Scott Davis. Ben Neal, 8-5-37. 7 laps or less for the rest of the field. That's going to be Leighton and Ryan, Alex, Chris, Albert, Ian, Mike, Pablo, Timothy. That is a race. All stop, all done. Race 23, heat number 2, Sportsman Buggy. You guys are up next. Marshall's to position. Marshall's to position. I had 17 of you. No excuses. All right, race number 23. Roll them across the line and park them on the straightaway. Roll them across the line, park them on the straightaway.
Leah Chapman. Evan Comer. Curtis Wong. Joe Huvelman. Bus driver. Captain Hook. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Olivia Guerrero. Mark Hoare. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Kevin Metcalf. Mike Hood. Abdu Fault. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Aino Parhan. RJ Manhas. Less than 5.
All right, William Long.
William Long.
Nick Bailey.
Nick
All right,
Bailey.
we have checks on all drivers. Get them pointed the right direction. Space yourselves out. We're going green next time by. Track is hot. Track is yours. Oh, we got one going for a ride. All right, tracking through the carousel right now. And the switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. Elliott Chapman, first car on the clock. Everybody's starting to come around for lap number 1. Elliott Chapman opens with a strong 39.8. So Elliott, 8.519 is opening pace, 8.521 for Nick Bailey, Evan Kober, 8.523. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, that car looks to be broken left front. Yeah, just pull it, just pull it. So Evan Kober, 8.518 now. Elliott Chapman, 8.522. Nick Bailey also on an 8-lap run, 8.531. Evan, the only driver really threatening TQ pace at this point. So Evan out front now on an 8.515. That would be good enough for TQ pace right now. Elliott Chapman and Nick Bailey running 2-3, halfway home drivers. Curtis Wong, RJ Manas having a good battle 4 and 5. Joe Hubelman in the number 6 spot. William, Kevin, and Robbie Klessen going to be running 7, 8, 9. Mike Hood, Honor, Mark, Olivia, and Rob rounding out your field. Evan, Nick, and Elliott doing battle. That's 2.8 seconds of separating your top 3. An 8.517 to an 8.523. Curtis and RJ also on 8-lap runs. Oh, that car took a hard left. We got one facing the wrong direction. The steps, it goes the other side. It goes next lane over. No, next lane over. Caution double, caution left side, double, caution left side, sweeper double, and clear. So the minute 15 left to go. Nobody on TQ pace, nobody threatening TQ pace anymore. It's Elliott, Evan, and Nick still your battle for top 3. Separation just 2 seconds. Curtis another 7 seconds back in that number 4 spot doing battle with Joe Hubelman in 5. Inside of 1 minute to go, drivers. A race 24 coming up next. Race 24, that's going to be heat number 3 of 8 Scale Sportsman E-Buggy. Caution along the fence left side. Caution along the fence left side. Clear. 35 seconds left to go. So top three separated now by 1.5. It's anybody's race. Elliot, Evan, or Nick. Two upside down on the downside of the hip. Andrew doing a good job getting him back in line. In the switchbacks, left side, caution, switchbacks, left side. And less than 5 drivers, less than 5.
Noah Parhan done. Mike Hood done. William Long done. Joe Huvelman done. Olivia Guerrero done. RJ Manhas done. Elliot Chapman done. Kevin Metcalf done.
Couple more to finish. You will be done when you cross the line.
Evan Cover done. Nick Bailey done. Curtis Wong done.
All right, Elliot, Nick, Evan, your top three. 8:5:18 was the pace for Elliot. 5:20 for Nick. Evan at 5:21. Curtis also 8 laps and a 5:31. RJ just off there, 7.5 flat. Followed by Joe, William, Kevin, Olivia, Anor, Mike, and Rob. Rob still to finish. 24 coming up next. I'll be back in just a moment. 24 coming up next.
Race is completed.
You had the track all to yourself, just like you wanted.
I was just a little leery. I don't even know if I have a gap in front of the back.
All right. Let's go ahead and get race 24, get them checked in, roll them across the line, park them on the straightaway.
Star. Austin Galiski. Kyle Gravel. Mitch Bailey. Fife Williamson. Kyle Curran. Brad Follis. Tim Mockford. Chris Kudu. Robert McInnes. Hayden Wong. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Kendra Curry.
All right, James Sanders across the line.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. James Sanders.
Dane Hull.
Dave
All right, we
Wall.
have checks on everybody. Marshall
15
situation
seconds
looks
to the
good.
start of the
Drivers,
race.
track is hot, track is yours. Space yourselves out. We're going green next time. Bye. Couple of announcements. Food services are open in the pit area. Food services are open next door in the pit area. And 50-50 raffle is live. See West Turnbull at the practice registration booth. Again, see West Turnbull for 50-50 raffle. Checking this white car, tracking this white car, working his way down the steps, the 5-pack. Gonna go with pink and purple, yellow wing, black wheels. Into the switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. Dane, your first car on the clock through the bank corner, up and over that hip jump. So again, you see purple front, pink rear, yellow wing, black wheels. You need to be crossing the line in front of that car. Everyone making their way around here now, completing lap number 1. Dane, hot lap hero of a 37-1. That car does not belong in sportsman class. So Dane backing up that 37 with a 37.4 on a 9-lap pace here. So for perspective, that would put you about 6th place in 8 scale expert. So we can go ahead and move you after this round. Austin Galiski in that number 2 spot, 8.518, 8.522 for Kyle Gravel. Mitch at 8.523. So Dane out front, 2:10 into this one. Austin and Kyle, 2:3. So Tim Mockford working his way up a couple of positions over the last couple laps, works his way all the way up to 2 now. So Tim on an 8.523, 5.24 for Austin Galiski. Mitch on a 5.28. Kyle rounding out your top 5 on a 5.42. 7 laps for Robert, Chris, Fife, and Brad. James as well.
Minutes left.
Austin, Mitch, and Tim, your battle. It's 2, 3, and 4. Dane and Austin both with A-main speed in open class in those cars. Tim and Mitch running 3 and 4.
1 minute left.
So 45 seconds left to go in this one. Dane and Austin 1, 2. Tim, Kyle, Mitch, your top 5. Caution left side, caution left side, caution left side. Clear. Less than 5 remaining on the master clock. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done. Caution in the step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. And clear.
In hole done. Brad Paul is done. Kyle Hearn done. Chris Kudu done. Austin Galiski done.
Still got a bunch left to finish. Tim, Kyle, Mitch, James, Fife, Ken, Hayden, and Kendra all
done.
still live.
James Sanders done. Kendra Curry done. Mitch Bailey done. Fife Williamson done. Kyle Gravel done.
Tim and Ken, Tim and Ken.
Ken Martin done.
Tim, last call. Broken copy. All right, Dane gonna finish that one with an 8.5.14.
The race is completed.
5.17 for Austin. Mitch at 8.5.40, 5.45 for Kyle. 7.450 for Tim, followed by Chris, Robert, James, Fife, Ken, Brad, Kyle, Hayden, and Kendra. Again, drivers from that race, park your cars, get right back out here to Marshall, please. Race 25, heat number 4 of Sports and Mini Buggy. You guys coming up next. What's that? Are you
You're fucking with Nitro program. No, you're up here in the last seat.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, let's go ahead and roll out, get them checked. Race
30
25,
seconds
get them
to the
checked.
start of the race. Bruce Van Den Dorval. Huz. Mike Myers. Darren Derbyshire. Brendan Tepkema. Taco. Dalton Guerrero. Dean Robinson. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Bob Magyar. Less than 5. Robert Hall. J.P. Brown. Jaden Nybo. Gert Swart.
All right, Colby Folster, Colby Folster. No Colby? Jason Kennard.
Jason Kennard.
Perfect. Marshall situation looks good. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. Space them out. Now we're going green next time by. Race 26 coming up next. Race 26, final heat of Sportsman E-Buggy coming up next. switchbacks. Loop is live. Loop is live. So 30 seconds into this one, everyone getting around, getting their checks in. Attention in the pits, diehard crew. Anya is in the next race. If somebody could help her realize that. Again, Anya's next race. 45 seconds in. Looking for everybody to start crossing for lap number 1. Robert Hall of 46.4, 43.1 out of Bruce. JP of 41.5. JP Brown, your hot lap hero on lap number 1 of 41.5. 8 laps and a 5:32. All right, 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. 3:10 left to go. Bob, Bruce, Brendan, and Mike is your battle 2, 3, 4, and 5. So JP is on an 8:5:23. 8:5:40 for Bob. 7 laps for most of the rest of the field. So 2.5 into this one, 2.5 to go. JP and Bob now. 8:5:32. Bob Magyar going to work his way into that number 1 position. Again, Anya Dyke, you are up next. Anya Dyke, you are up next. So JP and Bob flip-flopping positions again. JP now, 8:5:28, 5:32 for Bob. Brendan Jeptma is in that number 4 spot. Bruce up to 3, so 3 down, 2 to go. Caution after the step on, step off. Clear. So JP should be working through the switchbacks down the steps. JP into the bank turn, working around some traffic, headed to the hip jump in that number 1 spot. 0.7 of a second up on Bob Magyar.
A minute left.
$45 seconds to go. So JP gets about 3 seconds of a gap over Bob now. Bob 8.5 over Bruce. You know, all the way down to that 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's going to be Mike Myers, Gert Swart, Brendan, and Todd Cochran. Those guys all doing battle. 5, 6, 7, and 8, all battling for position with 1.5 seconds to go. And Sportsman Heat 5, race number 26 coming up next. Sportsman Heat 5, race 26 coming up next. Caution, coming to the loop, caution to the loop, clear.
Robert Hall done.
Yeah, keep it going until she calls you done, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Darren Derbyshire done. Gertz Ward done. Dean Robinson done. Brendan Tepkeman done. J.P. Brown done. Mike Myers done. Jason Kennard done.
Couple more still live. Got 5 more still live. Bob, Bruce,
Alton Guerrero done.
Jaden, and Foos.
Jaden Nigo done. Has done.
Bob and Bruce apparently not going to finish.
Race is completed.
That's a race. All stop, all done. JP Brown going to take that one 8:5:32. Bob Magyar 7:4:54. 7:4:58 for Bruce. Dean, Gert, Todd, Robert, Mike, Jason, Brendan, Dean, Darren, Dalton, and Jaden. That is a race. All stop, all done. Race 26 getting up onto the stand as soon as race 25 gets down. And 25 back out to Marshall, please. And 25 back out to Marshall. All right, race 25, right back out to Marshall, please. Race 26 will get you guys all up on the stand. And race 26, go ahead and get them checked in, park them on the straightaway. Get them checked in, park them on the straightaway.
45 seconds to the start of the race. James Halo. Patrick Falk. Clay Cowan. Bryson Stelch. Anya Deitch. Jeremy Derbyshire. Rod Bremer. Stephen Matheson. Gary Smith. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Stephen Bond. Bok Choi. Chris Bauman. Jasper Puyeoan. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Let me get a check on Quentin Whitefield. Quentin Whitefield.
Less than 5.
Jerry Muxlow. Last call, Quentin Whitefield.
Gary Muxlow.
All right, drivers. Marshall's situation looks good. Track is hot. Track is yours. Space yourselves out. We're going green next time by. Again, space yourselves out. There does not need to be 12 cars altogether. Space yourselves out. Space yourselves out. Again, space yourselves out. This is not rocket surgery. Track in orange down the stairs, up on his lid. Track in blue and white on yellow wheels, over the hump, around the carousel, through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Bok Choy, first car across the line. And everybody work together. You guys are on your own clock. Remember that. We've got a whole cluster working through the carousel now. Oh, watch your rejoins, drivers. Don't need to be collecting other cars just because you're in a hurry. So Patrick Falk out front, 8 and a 5:18, 5:25 for Rod Bremer. Clay Cohen, a 5:29, 5:30 for Stephen Mathiasen. Jeremy Derbyshire, a 5:31, 5:36 for Bok Choy. 6 and 7 laps for the rest of your field. Got one, lost a body in the sweeper. So 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Patrick, Rod, Jeremy, and Bok Choy doing battle at the top of this field. Separation at 6, make it 3.3 now. Stephen Thiasen in that number 4 spot. Chris, Stephen Bond, Clay, and James, your second group, followed by Jeremy, Jerry Muxlow, Anya, Bryson, and Jasper.
Minutes left.
Three down and 2 to go, drivers. 3 down and 2 to go. Patrick and Rod separated by 0.50 thousandths of a second, 0.050. 8.534.1 and 8.534.2. So 8.532, 8.532, 8.538 for your top 3. That's Patrick, Rod, and Bok Choy. Stephen, Chris, and Stephen. Well, Stephen Mathias and Stephen Bond, Clay Cowan doing battle. That's 4, 5, and 6 right now. Jerry and Jerry doing battle for 7 and 8. "30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds to go." Less than 10 drivers, now less than 5. Patrick and Rod swapping positions here. Rod Bremer, 5:31, 8, 5:31, 2, 5:31, 6 for Patrick. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Stephen Matheson done. Jeremy Derbyshire done. Jason Stelch done. Gary Muxlow done. Gary Smith done. Stephen Bond done. Patrick Bond
Keep
done.
it going, drivers, keep it
Rob
going.
Bremer
Marshall,
done.
stay in position, keep
Clay
it going.
Callan
Track
done.
is still hot, track
James
is still
Taylor
live.
done. Bok Choi done. All
And that
drivers
is a
have
race.
finished.
All stop, all
Anya Dash
done.
done.
All stop, all done. Patrick Falk gonna come out on top on that one. 8:5:30 with a 6. 5:31.0 for Rod Bremer. What a good battle. Bok Choi 8:5:40 hanging in there. Stephen and Jeremy, Stephen Bond, Jerry Muxlow, Bryson Stelz, Clay, Jerry, Anya, James, and Jasper. All right, Nitro
Races
Buggy
complete.
Heat 1. Go ahead and bring them in. Nitro Buggy Heat 1. Bring them in. Race 27.
Dr. Helmet.
All right, let's get the rest of our drivers up there for race 27. Race 26, back out to Marshall, please. Race 26, back out to Marshall. All right, we got race 27 on the stands. Marshall's two position. Got a couple more to fill, one more in the infield there. Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and get these guys checked in. Race 27, roll them across the loop.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Kyle Pavel. George Stolatis. Jordan Galiski. Brendan Tepnell. Brown Mendes. Mike Mercer.
And hold station,
Charlie
guys,
Mumford.
hold station.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Marcus Ramirez. Tyler Wilbur. Less than 5. Dustin Quanstrom.
All right, Aiden Bremer, Evan Roth, Nick Bailey, Glenn Wilson. Need you guys to check. Aiden, Evan, Nick, Glenn. Aiden, Evan, Nick, Glenn. Drivers, go ahead and get them going. We're gonna do 1+1. So if you need fuel, we do 1+1. All right, track is hot, track is yours. Track is hot, track is yours. Again, last call, Aiden, Evan, Nick, and Glenn. Again, we're gonna get this lap +1, this lap +1. Aiden Bremer, Evan Roth, Nick Bailey, Glenn Wilson. Last call, last call. Who is Lee Gusmus?
And Wilson.
All right. We are tracking Tyler Wilbur to the step on, step off right now. Step on, step off. Working the roller in the back now, working to the carousel. In the switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. So 30 seconds quickly done with this one. Going to start getting our first laps in. Tyler Wilbur drops a 35.2 to open us up. 3 heats of Nitro buggy here. Dustin Quanstrom goes 38.6. So Tyler and Marcus looking pretty good. George as well as Rowan. So top 4 opening up on 9-lap pace. It's going to be Tyler Wilbur, Marcus Ramirez. Oh, Tyler going red here. Wilbur, Ramirez, Stellatus, and Manhas working on a 9-lap run. Wilbur long on that one. Drops to an 8.509. Plenty of time. 1:30 into this one. 3:30 left to go. Marcus Ramirez is your leader. Marcus coming from Die Hard out Snohomish, Washington area. Working into the drop down. So orange and white for your leader. George Stellatus in that number 2 spot. Tyler Wilbur worked his way back up to 3, back onto a 9-lap run. So it's 9.523 for Ramirez. Wilbur now 9.536. 8 flat for Mike Mercer in number 3. 5:01 for Rowan. George on a 5:04. Your top 5 all together on the clock. 2:30 into this one. 2:30 left to go. Wilbur working in some traffic now. Again, yellow and blue over white. Yellow wheels. Oh, getting upside down there in the left side switchbacks. So Marcus Ramirez, 9.523. Wilbur just dropped a 34.4. Going to be red on this one on a 5.29. 5.37 for Manhas, a 5.02, 8.502 for Mercer. Everyone else running their own race. You get all the way back down to Dustin and Kyle. That's going to be 7 and 8. Charlie Muckford, Joe Hubelman, Jordan Goliski, and Brennan Jepkema in that number 12 spot. Again, I've got a transponder checking as Lee Gusmus. I don't know who it belongs to, but if you're in this race and you did not see your name checking, you should probably come see me. 1:30 left in this one. Marcus a 47.6 drops to 5. Wilbur now to the point. 9.533, a 35 for Rowan, 8 flat for Mercer. So top 3 separated by just 6 seconds now. 1:15 left to go. Tyler Wilbur with clear track in front now, working on the left side. Switchbacks, that car is bad fast. He just dropped a 33.7.
1 minute left. Bremer.
So Wilbur, 9.525, improving a little bit here. 25 seconds to go. Oh, we got a dead car. Dead car, left side switchback. Dead car, left side switchbacks. Less than 10. So Wilbur continuing to improve. Rowan now up to 2. Marcus and George having a great run. 8.501.0 to an 8.501.3. Mike Mercer rounding out your top 5 as time expires. Drivers keep them going, keep them going. And caution in the step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. Go right side, step on, step off.
Mike Mercer done. Tyler Wilbur done. George Stellatus done.
Again, wheels and wings, wheels and wings. Rowan and Marcus doing battle to the line here.
Dustin
You're
Constance
close
done.
together on the track and on the clock. But Tyler Wilbur setting your early pace, 9:5:22. Again, plenty of drivers still live in this one. Rowan,
Well done.
Marcus, Jordan, Charlie, Brendan.
Brownman was done.
All right, so for drivers in 27, keep it going. There's still 4 of you left on track.
Jordan Beliski done.
And again,
Brendan Tech done.
if you were in that
Charlie
race
Mumford done.
and I did not call your name because you missed check-ins, I scored you as Aiden Bremer to save it. So again, if you were in that race and you were not Aiden Bremer, you're not Tyler Wilbur, Rowan Manhas, Marcus Ramirez, Mike Mercer, George Stellatus, Glenn Wilson, Kyle Gravel, Dustin Quastrom, Jordan Galiski, Charlie Mugford, or Brandon Jepma, come see me so I can get that recorded accurately. Again, I recorded it as Aiden Bremer just to save the time. All right, race 28, getting ready. Where's my marshals from 27? I got a lot of empty buckets out there. A lot of empty buckets from 27. Race 27, get right back out there, right back out there. Race 27, I got like 6 buckets open. Again, race 27, get back out there to Marshall. 27 to Marshall, 27 to Marshall.
Seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we got 3 vehicles blocking the parking lot. We've got a white GMC Sierra, we got a black GMC Denali, and it looks like we've got a dark blue Toyota Corolla. Again, a black GMC Denali, looks like a 2500 or a 1-ton. It's got Idaho plates, and it's blocking the whole parking lot. We got a Toyota Corolla, blue Toyota Corolla, Washington plates, blocking the whole parking lot. GMC Sierra 1500. It's got BC plates, starting with RG. It's blocking the whole parking lot. Nobody can exit or enter right now because of you guys. Please move your vehicle. All right, race 28. Race 28, I'm still waiting on race 27 to Marshall. Race 27. All right, last bucket being filled. Race 28, get them rolling. Let's go ahead and get you checked in. Check them in, check them in.
Ertzak Lovinsky. Carson Fitz. Shane Fitzstack. Mike Zabel. ADE Beerton.
Track is not hot. Track is not hot. I said to check them in.
Michael Chen. Curtis Wong. Jeremy Derbyshire.
Nick Bailey, you're not in this race.
All right, Gareth, don't back off.
Eric Hasselbatch. Aaron Schroeder. Britt Tosser.
Michael Witham, check. Michael Witham, check.
Nick Bailey.
All right, drivers. Track is hot. Track is yours. I'm going to give you this lap +1. So if you need fuel, be smart. You're gonna work on your spacing, drivers. We're gonna go green next time by. Again, going green next time by. All right, I am tracking. Who am I tracking over here? I've got black with red and yellow. It looks like an AJ Rodriguez car. Working into the step on, step off. So AJ Rodriguez is the car to stay in front of right now, as he works his way into the steps, going to the backside hump. Oh, and AJ making a rare mistake there. Gives you guys a break. In through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. It's like a little miniature F1 race, everybody here at the end of the straightaway. Nice high pitch, high RPM. Love the sound of Nitro. One minute quickly down in this one. AJ out front, 9.5.11. Top 4 opening, top 5 opening on TQ pace. AJ, Kobe, Abby, Carson, and Britt. Shane right there on a 5.24. Current TQ is held by Tyler Wilbur with a 9.5.22. Rodriguez into the step on, step off. Oh no, Rodriguez getting a wheel on a wing of a lap car. So Rodriguez gonna fall down a couple seconds here. A quick Marshall got him back going. Carson Phipps now up to 2. So AJ looking for the cross there, gonna drop all the way down to that number 6 spot. Carson Phipps, your new leader. So Phipps in through the left side, working to the step on, step off. White, orange, blue, red wingtips. Britt Tozer and Shane Praegshot together, roughly together on the track. They are running 3 and 4. Abby Burku in the number 5 spot. Kobe Harris rounds your lead group out in 6. So Phipps all by himself, 4 seconds on the field. Tozer, Rodriguez, Praegshot, Burku, and Harris is your lead group. Caution into the carousel, caution into the carousel. Again, there's plenty of speed differential here. As it's a random sort for round number 1, we will resort round number 2 and round number 3.
Minutes left.
Carson Phipps still out front. AJ Rodriguez has climbed back up to the 2 spot. Leader into the step on, step off. Second place Working the left side switchbacks. Into the step on, step off. A Shane Prank shot, red lap here, should be coming down the steps. So Shane now into the left bank corner, falls down to that number 5 spot. So it's Carson on a 9.5.12, 9.5.20 for AJ. Abby Burku, 9.5.28. Britt Tozer, a good run here, 9.5.36. It's 8 laps for the rest of the field, 7 laps for the last couple. Nick, Jared, Aaron, Jeremy, Curtis, and Michael round out your field. That's from 10 on back. Coming down to 4 minutes down and 1 minute now left to go. A 9.5.12, looking for TQ run here for Carson Phipps. Again, one more heat to go, one more heat after this one. So Phipps and Rodriguez better than TQ pace at the moment. Phipps through the center, working his way over the hump, working his way now into the drop down. Carson down the steps, coming up on, I believe that's Shane Prank shot as they work their way through the carousel. Nice job working together, guys. Thank you very much. Down the steps comes your leader, Carson Phipps, dropping a new hot one, 33.420. Carson Phipps, 9.5.10 with a 0 now. 10 seconds to the good for TQ. 5 seconds remaining on the master clock. AJ Rodriguez red. AJ coming across the line. There goes 37.9. Not a disaster of a lap, just a little bit of a bobble. 9.5.23. That'd be good enough for a 3 overall. So Wilbur trying to hold 2 with 1 more heat to go. As time expires, caution end of the straightaway. Caution end of the straightaway. Clear. Keep it going, drivers. Keep it going.
Harris done. Shane Fitzstat done. Derek Zaplovinsky done. AJ Rodriguez done.
Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done. Keep it going until she calls you done.
John Sharp done. Aaron Schroeder done. Nick Bailey done.
Carson Phipps coming across the line, 9.509 with a 6. That is TQ pace so far. Carson goes see Carlos at the end of the driver's stand. AJ Rodriguez, 9.522. Good enough for 2 overall with 1 more heat to go. Abby Burku pulls in a 9-lap run as well, 9.534. 8 for Derek, Kobe, Shane, Sean, Mike, and Jared. 7 for the rest of the field.
The race is completed.
Race 29 coming at you here in just a moment. Final heat of round number 1. It took a while to get here with all the transponder issues. Hopefully we can get through round 2 and 3 a little bit quicker. Marshalling's been great all day long. A couple of little hiccups, but nothing unexpected. Again, marshals from race 28, right back out there to Marshall, please. Give me drivers from race 28, right back out there to Marshall. All right, last couple drivers up on the stand. Last couple drivers get up on the stand. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, drivers looking situated. Let's go ahead and roll them off pit lane. Let's get them checked in. Roll them off pit lane. Let's get them checked in. 1 more marshal to the back. 1 more marshal to the back from race 27. I had 17 of you. Should not have any excuse. 1 more marshal to the center. 1 more marshal to the center right from that last race. 1 more marshal center right.
Dylan Burrow. Ian Rock. Cole Cho. Simon Lee. Carter Harrisimiuk. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Brian Cerniels. Jason Martin. Jeremy Lind.
All
15 seconds to the
right.
start of the race.
Last call, Mike San Antonio, Toby Jenkins, Stephen Mathiasen. Stephen Mathiasen, can you cross? Are you up there, Stephen Mathiasen? And again, I have one random transponder with no name on it. Looking for Mike San Antonio, Toby Jenkins, Stephen Mathiasen. I know Toby's not here. Mike or Stephen. Mike San Antonio, last call. Last call. Check. I need you to check.
Mike San Antonio.
There we go. All right, last one that was random, Stephen Mathiasen. Stephen Mathiasen. Runaway. We got a runaway. Is that runaway sorted? All right, get him fueled up, guys. Get him fueled up and let's turn him loose. We're going to go green this next time by. Turn him loose. Track is hot. Track is yours. All right, currently tracking over the back hump in through the carousel. Through the switchbacks. Oh no, losing one. Loop is live, loop is live. Jeremy Litkey, first car on the clock. So again, I still have one random transponder on the track. I don't know who it belongs to. So again, if you are scoring right now, I believe it's Stephen Mathiasen, if Stephen is on the track. If I could get a representative from the Stephen Mathiasen pit, is he on track? Stephen Mathiasen, is he on track? Yes? Copy.
Stephen Matheson.
Minute 40 into this one, 3:20 left to go. Jeremy Litkey and Taylor Wonders out there going 2 and 3 fast. We're chasing a 9:509 set by Carson Phipps in heat number 2. Caution back left, go inside back left. Clear. Taylor and Jeremy separated by 0.2 of a second. Culture in the number 3 spot. Liam Roth in 4. Great battle, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's Liam, Steven, Carter, and Jason. Caution, left side switchbacks. Caution, left side switchbacks. Clear. Oh no, we got an alligator working the left side of the track.
Minutes left.
So minute 45 left in this one. Taylor Wonders out front, 9.520. That would be good enough for 2 overall. Colt Shura, 5.22 with a 5. Jeremy Litke, 9.529. 5.30 for Carter. Steven DePlacido, 9.537. So again, top 5 all running 9-lap pace. That's good enough for the top 10. So again, Taylor, Cole, Jeremy, Carter, and Steven. We got an 8.510 out of Liam in that 6th spot. 1:15 to go, drivers. So after this race, we're going to start round number 2 at 1:30 on the dot. 1:30 on the dot, we'll be starting race number 1. Again, that's going to be Novice, race number 1 at 1:30. Track will be closed in between rounds. 45 seconds left to go in this one. Taylor and Jeremy now 1/10 of a second apart. Taylor on a 5.19.1, a 5.19.2 for Jeremy Litke. Several of these Nitro buggies absolutely killing it. Loving the way that the suspension reacts over that step on, step off. We're getting a little bit of sparks out of a couple of cars. Plenty of grab and go. Interesting watching the rear suspension work. 15 seconds left on the clock, and we have a new leader, Jeremy Litke by 1.2. Taylor into that number 2 spot. It's a 5.16 now for Litke. Wonders on a 5.18. They're looking to go 2 and 3. Colt Shura joining the party, looking to go 4. So 2, 3, and 4 at the top of this field. Carson looking secure for that TQ here in round 1.
Stephen DePlacido done. Chris Capello done. Stephen Matheson done. Jeremy Lick done. Cole Shura done.
Keep it going until she calls you done, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Simon Lee done. Jared Parento done.
You'll be done when you cross the line.
Jason Martin done.
Taylor and Wade to finish. Taylor and Wade.
Wade Moses done. Taylor Wonders done.
That is a race all stop, all done. Jeremy Litke taking that one, going 2 overall, 9.515. Taylor Wonders in 9.516, 5.22 for Colt Shura. Carter goes 9.526. Steven DePlacido in that number 5 spot, followed by Chris Capello, Liam Roth, Jason Martin, Wade Moses, Dylan Ferreira, Stephen Mathiasen, Simon Lee, Mike San Antonio, and Jarrett Parento. All right, we're taking about an 11-minute break here at 1:30 on the dot. We're going live with race number 1. That'll be Novice. Again, resort will be posted in just a couple minutes. Again, resort coming here in just a couple minutes.
And that's it for round number 1 of qualifying. Thank you so much for watching. We still have 43 people watching this live stream. One of the biggest live streams for a Canadian race. So we're trying to elevate the level of streaming that we're doing on these big events, and I think it's going pretty well. We just finished Expert Nitro Buggy, so these guys are the fastest of the fastest, and we're gonna go now for just a little break. There's going to be a resort, so just everyone in the stands at home, there's going to be a resort based on all the results of this first heat. We're going to be resorting everything into the round 2. So basically this first round almost acted like a seeding round. It was randomly assigned, and now all the fastest drivers will go with the fastest drivers, the slower drivers with the slower drivers. So this will help for everyone to have better lap times, not so much traffic, not so much struggle to go on the infield. So yeah, you wait and see, because those times are going to start to drop. Track is beautiful. It's starting to pick up some grip. Yesterday we struggled a little bit. It's normal. It's a brand new track, and it just needs to break in like a good Nitro engine. I hope you guys are enjoying. We have some amazing comments here. Rattlesnaker says, cool coverage for a Canadian race. Thank you so much. Gordiex, watching from Saskatchewan. Coverage is great. Thank you so much. We have Adam Ross. Okay, finally home from work, and I'm finally going to watch and enjoy this live race. Hoping to be there next time. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Of course, like I'm as I explained, I'm doing a couple of races, and I'm also doing pitman for my teammate Jared. So we had a little break here. I usually when I'm doing a little break, I'll get you guys with a wide view. Again, this is just a one-man band kind of thing. So bear with me while we try to do our best to get you the best coverage possible. Today we have qualifying. Tomorrow is going to be mains, finals. Qualifier, you usually see what I'm trying to do is to try to follow the leader and try to figure out where he is in this massive track. So it takes a little while to figure it out. But I think we're doing great. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be easier because it's finals. So everyone starts at the grid, and everyone goes at the sound of the tone. So we are following wheel to wheel. It's easier to see who is first, who is second. Today is a bit more complicated. Each driver it's on its own time, so it's a bit more tricky to understand where they are. Because you really being in front or behind doesn't have any meaning here. So it's always based on the results. As I've shown you guys, we have here the possibility of having the results. I'm always having the live graphics on the left, but also you can go to live RC and see all the order of the heats and the results. Everything is there. If you are curious about a specific driver, you can go there and you can get all of the information you want. All right, bear with us. We're going to do a little break here while they're cleaning up the track and doing the resorts. It will be posted very soon on Live RC, and I hope you stay with us for the second part. It's going to be a long day, so remember there's 3 rounds of qualifying. We just finished round 1, and it's 1:30 p.m. So there's going to be 2 more rounds today. 2 more rounds of fun, and the pace is going to pick up. So, yeah, you guys enjoy. We have another comment. Doug Martin, Carlos, are they blowing fine dust off? Yes, that's what Mike is doing right now. I can show you over there. Mike Myers doing his maintenance. This guy is such a hard worker. He does like the same thing at Hot Laps in Surrey. Blowing this fine dust definitely helps with keeping up the grip. Yeah. It's not too hot today. It's quite cold. Yeah, and also my apologies. Sometimes you see like everything is wobbling while we are in a scaffolding. So it literally everything shakes when everyone is walking down the. I can show you as well. So little scaffolding here. So when everyone walks on these planks, everything shakes. So that is pretty scary. The thing is quite safe, but it can get scary. So. Yeah. Adam Ross. Thanks for everyone for making this all possible. The hidden hero of the hobby. Yeah, everyone worked really hard to pull this off, honestly. As far as I'm concerned, thank you so much to Chris Mueller for believing that we could do this. We tried to do the live stream last year. It was a bit too late, but this year everyone was very invested in trying to do this live stream. So thank you so much to Chris Mueller and of course Hunter's Toys and Collectibles for giving me everything that I needed to bring this to you guys with multiple cameras and all these conditions. It's a big setup, and it takes quite a while to get all this ready. I can show you. We have this follow camera. We have on the other side, we have a little GoPro which for tomorrow I'm going to try to get a PTZ camera over there. There's also another GoPro here on the pit lane where you can see everyone working on the cars while they're warming up or waiting to start. Yeah. And there's a bunch of other things happening here. If I can show you. Not so much about the fries. That doesn't look so good, but one has to eat something. Yeah, so we have here our live stream booth going on. And I hope you guys are enjoying. At least I'm having a lot of fun. I wish I could be here every single run, but definitely being just a one man doing this, we're trying to do as best as we can. Sometimes going there, checking the batteries. Sometimes going here and helping my teammates to pit with the Nitro. So yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying. Let's do a little break, and I hope to see you guys in about 10 minutes. I think we're gonna be starting shortly. Also, the RD needs to do a little break. It takes some toll. It takes a toll to do all these hours of commenting. It's a big responsibility for the race director to be doing such a big event. So, yeah, a deserved break. All right, guys. I see you in a second.
Currently up, race number 1. Novice buggy. Heat 1 of 1.
All right, I need some marshals and I need some drivers. It's time for race number 1. Uh,
45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, race number 1. Let's go ahead and get you checked in. Race number 1 should be on the driver's stand.
Thirty seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
All right, I'm going to call you guys all in one at a time. All right, one at a time to get you
15
guys
seconds
checked.
to the start of the race.
Costa Lazos to check. Costa
Less than
Lazos
5.
to check. Got a couple more spots over here left side. Costa Lazos to check. Costa Lazos.
Costa Lazos.
Ethan Monpetit.
Finmont Petty.
Gary Bloomhagen.
Corbin Sanders.
That's not Gary Bloomhagen. Gary Bloomhagen.
Bree Bloomhagen.
Gord Healy. Gord Healy. Enzo San Antonio.
Gord Healy.
Enzo. Dylan Lorenz.
Enzo San Antonio.
All right, everybody else roll across the line. Everybody else roll across the line. Let's go, let's go.
Glenn Lawrence.
And we've got a freshie that should show up for Caleb Harrison. Everybody else should be the same.
Eden Glazebrook.
Go ahead and stage yourselves before the step down.
Jazz Puyeoen.
Looking for a check on Blake, Steve, Hunter, Caleb, Brody, and
Big
George.
Berry.
Steve,
Hunter Walton.
Caleb, Brody, and George.
Steve Whiteside.
Caleb Harrison and George Primrose. That orange truck is not checking at all. Again, we're going to have our novices queue up over there on the right side of the track. And when we get the transponder situation figured out in Caleb's car, we're just going to put him there queued up. Hey, there we go, Dave. We're good. All right,
Harrison.
all my novices up there. We're going to get going with Costa on the tone. Everybody else, when I call your name. Costa, Ethan, Gary to start out. Gord, Enzo, Dylan, Corbin, Blake, Hayden, Steve, Hunter, Caleb, and Jazz. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Costa on the tone. Everyone else, when I call your name. Ethan, Gary, Gord, Enzo, Dylan, Corbin, Blake, Hayden, Steve, Hunter, Caleb, and Jazz. I think that should be everybody. If I missed you, go ahead and go. So Gord Healy opening up early, 5 and a 5:01. Gotta go back and edit the scoring calculation after this heat. I forgot to set it up for qual points. We'll get there in a few minutes. Gord Healy out front, 5 and a 5:01, 5 and a 5:03 for Ethan. Hayden on a 5:08, 5:09 for Costa. Good battle top 4, separated by 1.6. .215 left to go in this one. Gord, Ethan, and Costa out front. 6:5:41. Oh man, everything changed a little bit here. So Ethan now to the point. 6:5:29. 5:37 for Costa. Gord at 5:41. Minute and 35 seconds left to go. Battle is for 2 and 3, separated by 1.8 seconds. It's Costa Lazos and Gord Healy.
One minute left.
Five 0 seconds left in this one. Costa and Gord 1 and 2 separated by 4.5 now. 40 seconds to go. So Costa should be working around through the right side switchbacks, coming to the drop down. Costa 51.3, that's his best lap on the track. A 48.2 is the best lap overall. That is from Jazz Pouillon in that number 3 spot. So it's Costa, Gord, Jazz, 1, 2, 3, Gary, Ethan, Dylan, Hunter, Enzo, Hayden, Caleb, Blake, and Steve. Less than 5 to go, drivers. Race 2 is coming up next. It's going to be open 2-wheel drive buggy. And time has expired. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Big Very done. Costa Lazos done.
Let's not be doing that. You're getting
Andrew
stuff all
Walton
over
done.
the track.
Dylan Lawrence done. Enzo San Antonio done. Steve Whiteside done.
All right, waiting for
Gord
several
Hewitt
more. We got 5 more to finish here. 6 more to finish.
Ethan Montpetit done.
Couple more to finish. When you cross the line, you will be done. Gary's still live. Gary's still live.
Eden Glazebrook done.
Jazz, Gary, Caleb, Corbin waiting on a finish.
Race is completed.
That's the race. All stop, all done. Costa 6.525, 5:37 for Gord. Ethan Montpetit 6.545, 5:456 for Gary. Hunter 5.518, 5:24 for Dylan. 5 laps for Enzo and Hayden as well. 4 for the rest of the field. All right, Novice.
All right, a couple questions here. We just had the first round, the second round of Novice. We have a couple of questions. Rattle Snaker, is this a one-off race in this building? Yes, this is the only RC race that I'm aware that happens in this building. And this is a race that gathers drivers from all over the country. So yeah, it's a big one. Takes a lot of time to build up this track during the week, but it's a one-off. After the event is done, the whole place gets flattened. What else? Adam Ross. And when they are nervous in the battle on track, knees shaking. That is true. Was that poutine? No. It was just some fries. They have an amazing food truck here that serves some awesome burgers, some awesome fries, poutine as well.
All right, Marshall.
So yeah. All right, what are we up to? We're gonna have two-wheel drive buggy. Two-wheel drive buggy. A lot of fast guys in this track. Let's see here, Troy Ralph. One of the main brains of the whole operation. Member of Outlaw. We have Kevin Sukharov coming in.
Two-wheel drive buggy. Let's go ahead and
TLR driver.
Get him onto the straightaway.
And Schellenberg. Woody Garwood. Bryson Stubbs. Mark Levy. Brian Phillips. Mike Savoy. Mark Hughes. Jason Henry. Kevin Sukharov. Henry Yip. Siren Clark. Tom Jenkins. Mike Myers. Troy Ralph. Anthony Turco.
All right, last call. Kyle Hurren, Reagan Glendinning.
Kyle Hurren.
All right, Reagan Glendinning, last call, last call. I need a marshal in the back by the hump still. Marshal in the back by the hump. I need a marshal in the back by the hump. I need a marshal at the end of the step on, step off.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Again, marshal to the back by the hump so we can go racing. Marshal to the back by the hump. Thank you very much.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Woody body going on. There we go. All right. Drivers, track
15
is
seconds
hot,
to the start
track
of the
is
race.
yours. Going to be going live loop with Dan Schellenberg. Dan currently on the left side of the track, working through the switchbacks. Tracking the all-silver car, white wheels. That's Dan Schellenberg, your TQ from round number 1.
So there's a little bit of an issue with live RC. So the server is not really sending the right information. I've seen this error happening before. I'm also checking on the live RC website and trying to figure out if something's happening with the live timing. Round 2, okay, it picked up. All right, let's go.
So Dan Schellenberg, your first car to open up. He should be coming around. There he is right there, 42-1. So Mark Levy, your hot lap hero on lap number 1, should be working to the carousel right about now, maybe through the switchback. Mark had a great lap 1. Drops a bit here in lap number 2. Move Woody Garwood to the point, 41.4 that last time by, 8.531 the pace. Two down and 3 to go. So Schellenberg now back to the point. Woody in that number 2 spot. Mark Levy in the number 3. Top 3 separated by 1.6. Garwood into the step on, step off. Schellenberg getting hung up in the switchback on the left side. So Garwood now going to move to the point. It was 0.7 of a second. I'm pretty sure that was more than 0.7 of a second there. So Woody Garwood looks like he's running his Japanese Losi car, also known as a Mugen. Oh, and Dan holds it by 0.6 of a second here. So Woody into that number 2 spot. Make it 3 now. So it's Dan, Mark, Woody, and Kevin Sukaroff. Are we at an NCT race, guys? Because this feels like an old school NCT race. Kevin, Dan, Mark, and Woody top 4, separated by 0.9 of a second. This is a battle. Minute 45 left to go. Suk now to the point. So Mark Levy wants his turn. Kevin Sukaroff should be through the switchbacks now. Coming down the drop down. 41.6 that time by for Kevin. 1 second the gap, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 is half. 3 to 4 is half. It's 1.5 back to
Minute
Brian
left.
Phillips now in 5. So top 5 separated by 3.6 now. Let's take a gander. We're going to look for that bright orange buggy with that rear bias body. It's going to be Brian Phillips. Brian coming down the steps. 39.3 personal best. Down the straightaway coming through the sweeper. Good traction getting over that left side sweeper double. Over the hip jump he goes. Brian now into the left side switchback. A little bit of a double steer right there. Keeps the back end underneath it. In through the step on, step off. Clears the whole thing. Nice big power, big traction right there out of that two-wheel drive buggy. Car hooked up in the rear end here. 15 seconds left to go. Schellenberg is at the top of the leaderboard by a little tiny bit, 68 thousandths of a second. So Brian coming down the steps, gonna cross the line here, gonna move on up. 39.6 that time by 8.533. That is, oh no. And your leader goes off course on the left. And Kevin Sukarov now gonna take his turn at the top. 8.532. Brian was on a 5.33, 36 for Schellenberg. Ralph was on a 5.39, 5.40 for Mark. So again, top 5, all on an 8-lap pace, about 7 seconds separation.
Mark Hughes done.
So drivers, as you
Jason
come
Kennedy done.
across, Woody Garwood the exception.
Anthony
Woody's
Turco
gonna
done.
still get one more.
Kyle Hearn done. Woody Garwood done.
Just kidding, Woody.
Troy Ralph done. Brian Phillips done. Dan Schellenberg done. Mark Levy done. Kevin Sukarov done.
All right, Bryson,
Siren
Mike,
Clark
and
done.
Tom still to finish. Bryson,
Mike
Mike, and
done.
Tom.
Bryson Stelks done.
And Kevin Sukarov going to take that one,
Tom
8.530.
Jenkins
Troy Ralph from the top rope coming in to finish 2, 8.536. 5.38 for Mark. Brian goes 8.540. 5.43 for Dan. Woody goes 7.01. Followed by Mark, Bryson,
Drivers are finished.
Tom, Mike Henry,
Myers done.
Anthony, Jason, Kyle, Mike Savoy, and Siren Clark. I'm going to need some help with that one. Carrion, thank you.
The race is completed.
Race number 3, heat number 1 of four-wheel drive open buggy, coming up here in just a moment. Race number 2, immediately back out to Marshall. I know I've got a couple of guys that are
Siren
back to
Clark.
back.
Kirian Clark. Kyrian Clark. Korean Clark. Paul Parks. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Kirian Clark. Daryl Turner. Gary Munslow. Rayhan Abu. Kirian Clark. Pat Gould. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Brad Follis. Jared
All
Hasselbach.
right.
Mark
Sorry,
Levy.
Carrie, not trying to put you on the spot, but if the computer can remember how to say it, I can remember how to say it.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, four-wheel drive modified, heat number 1. Let's go ahead and get you guys to roll across the loop.
Kirian Clark. Les Gary Munslow. Rayhan Abu. Pat Gould. Paul Parks. Daryl Turner.
I have a bunch of cars missing, and I have a random check from Leighton Harrison. Leighton Harrison, you're not in this race. Jasper Puya Owen. Jasper Puya Owen. Last call, Jasper Puya Owen. Puyon. Jasper Puyon. Last call. That's a hard one, the AOA. I don't know how that sounds. All right, Jasper, last call. Leighton on this one. Drivers, go ahead and get them going. We're going to go green next time by. Green coming to the line. Space yourselves out. Again, live loop situation. Everyone will be on their clock, on their own clock. Through the switchbacks, loop is live, loop is live. Switchbacks, clear. So 9 cars taking the green on this one. Paul Park's opening up on an 8.505. Oh, caution at the end of the straightaway. Clear. If anyone's missing, if anyone's missing a Techno truck spring, I believe it's a truck spring. Yellow. I've got it up here in the booth. Paul Park's shooting for 9 laps here in four-wheel drive open. Jerry Monkslow in that number 2 spot, 8 and a 5.14, 5.16 for Daryl Turner. Mark Levy, 5.20. This is what would be your B sort for four-wheel drive modified. Paul Parks, 8.502, should be coming down the steps now, and he is, 8.501. So Paul with the green front, white rear, white wheels. All orange, huh? It's coming across really quickly, really close together, I should say. Oh no, and the green one losing a body. So Paul in the all orange, working to the back hump. Around that carousel corner, these 10 scale cars, pretty hard to see, and a little bit of a delay between the actual loop hit and the highlight. That's Paul Park. Oh no, and Paul going for a tumble. Nice factory roll. So 3 down and 2 to go, 8.503. The current pace for Paul. Paul trying to set that TQ here early in round number 2. Rob had a 9-lap run, I believe, in round number 1. Gonna try and get another one here in round number 2. So Paul showing 8.503, a 38.3 that last time by has. Hot lap of a 37.3. Jerry Muxlow, 38.5 that time by 8.512. Jared Hasselbach, 40.3 that time by. That was his best lap, a 7.5 flat. So race number 4 coming up next, four-wheel drive open buggy heat number 2. Again, round 2, round 3 should go a lot faster as I won't have to check so many transponders. And despite everyone's best intentions, seems like about 60 to 70% of the transponders We're still incorrect. So 45 seconds left to go. 8:5:05 the pace for your leader, Paul Parks. So again, 50-50 raffle is live over in the other side of the building. 50-50 raffle over where you guys were signing up for heats for yesterday's practice sessions. The lucky winner should be taking home a decent chunk of change from that event. Paul Parks, 8:5:06. So we got race number 4 coming up next, second half of four-wheel drive open buggy. And that is time on the master clock. Keep it going, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
All parks done.
Looks like we got a dead one. Looks like we got a dead one left side coming down off the hip jump. It's not pinned up on anything, just car doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. Sook, thank you for growing your hair back. Last time I saw you, it was super short. You look like yourself now. I know it's been like 5 years since I've seen you.
Pat Gould done.
Couple more to finish. Jerry, Jared, Mark, and
Mark Levy
Ryan.
done. Daryl Turner done. Rayan Abu done. Jared Hasselbatch done.
One more. Jerry Muxlow to finish. That's the broken one. All right. That is a race. I'll stop. All done. Paul Parks, 8:5:06. Decent run here in round number 2.
The race is completed.
So it's going to be Paul, Jared, Jerry, Mark, Kieran, Rayan, Pat, and Daryl. Up now, going to be race number 4. I'm going to need a lot of help with marshals. I only had 8 cars in that one. A lot of help with marshals, please. So while we got a moment while we're swapping out, number 1, I want to say thank you guys for the quick marshal turnout so far today. Only been a couple exceptions. Right now is one of those times where I need you guys to dig deep, earn that RC karma, get on out there to marshal. Number 2, I want to take a moment and thank our sponsors. The main sponsor of this event, Cooper Rentals, could not have had this event done without them. It was a pretty solid sponsorship with the rental equipment to get the track build done. I want to thank the hobby stores that have been helping out with the program here. Hunters, Toys, and Collectibles, Rebel Concepts, Interior Crafts and Hobbies, NRC Hobbies, PC Hobbies, Extreme RC Northwest, and GoGo Hobbies. Several of those places are providing trackside support here, so if you need any parts, feel free to give them a visit. I want to thank our sponsored brands, Louise RC, that's our Spectre, Team Associated, Sky RC, Power HD, Hobby Details, On Point, Techno RC, and Jen's Ace. Thank you to all of the racers who have made the trip out here to beautiful Chilliwack, British Columbia. Nice, wonderful day.
30 seconds to the
I
start
only
of the
speak
race.
American. Sorry to tell you, it's like 67 degrees outside right now in direct sunlight. That's what, about 14 Celsius if my math is right? Yeah, it's beautiful outside. All right, race number 4, getting ready to go. I've got cars on the pit lane. I still
15
have
seconds to
open
the start of the
buckets right
race.
side, open buckets
Rob
right
Sorman.
side.
Chris Kudu.
I need 3 more
Troy Ralph.
buckets filled. 3 more
Glenn
buckets
Hill.
filled. Let's go, let's go, let's
Ben
go,
Neal,
please.
less than 5.
3
Rob
more.
Monday. Mike McRae. Mark Hughes. Jaden Nybo. Travis Heather. Brian Phillips. Jason Kennard. Henry Yip.
Good luck out there, Cam.
All right, four-wheel drive. I still need more Marshall. I still need another Marshall on the outside of the carousel. Marshall there at the Cooper Reynolds banners. Oh, there we go. We got one going. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Leighton Harrison, James Sanders. I do not have a check on you. Leighton Harrison and James Sanders. We're tracking into the carousel now. Move is live.
Rob Sturjonen, first car on the clock. So again, timing and scoring is live at outlawrcbc.liverc.com/live. That'll give you a live update as far as where we're at. The heats and results are also posted at outlawrc.liverc.com. So again, trying to move a little bit quicker here in round number 2. Not nearly as many transponders to go through. Matter of fact, I didn't have to drag and drop a single one here in this class. So Rob Sturjonen, your hot lap hero on lap number 1 as we stand. 9.528 is his pace, dropped to 36.4. 36.8 out of Brian Phillips there on lap number 1. Len Litkey at 37.3. 9 laps opening pace for your top 3. That's Rob, Brian, and Len. No big surprises that we're looking at a TQ to be coming from our ace sort. The big surprise, though, is that it's not Rob Sturjonen after his run in round number 1. He's only sitting on an 8.504 right now. I say only. He's still going faster than, well, certainly faster than I would be going in a 4-wheel mod. Brian Phillips, though, out front, 9.527, 5.33 out of Len Litkey. Troy Ralph having a great run as well with an 8.502. So Brian Phillips in the all orange, yellow wheels up and over that hip jump. In through the left side, a little double steer in the left side switchback. So Brian and Rob are together on the track. Rob fighting a little bit of an ill handling car here in round number 2. The car was looking really, really good with the smooth track. A couple of divots have formed here in round number 2, as to be expected, with 5 hours of runtime on the track today, and then like 13 hours or 12 hours yesterday. So Rob still has a 36.2 for his hot lap here, as we're approaching 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Brian Phillips, though, 35.9. Len Litkey having a quiet run in there in that number 2 spot. Hot lap of a 36.7, sitting on a 9.535. So just right there, right on the edge on that 9-lap run. 9-lap run in a 5.34 for Brian Phillips. Rob joining the party now. Top 3 separated by 0.7 of a second. Brian, Len, and Rob. So Troy and Travis round out your top 5. That's Troy Ralph, Travis Heather, Ben, Mark, Henry, Rob Monday, and Jason Kennard through your top 10. Chris Kutu, Jaden Nebo, Mike McRae, and Leighton Harrison round out your field. Caution in the step-on, step-off, and clear.
One minute left.
1 minute left to go. Leader going upside down over the step-on, step-off. So Rob Sturgeon poised to take back over the top spot. He does and drops new hot lap, 35.872. Two-wheel drive short course is up next. Two-wheel drive short course coming up next.
All right, guys, that's my turn. So I'll leave you guys with a wide view, and I'm going to be running a two-wheel drive short course.
From 1 to 4, top 3 or top 4 separated by 13 now. Caution straightaway clear. And time has expired on the master clock. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Brian Phillips done.
So Brian going to land on an 8.5033. And Troy is red on this one after dropping a 35.9 the previous. So
done.
Troy Ralph going to drop
done.
to 4 here, 8.513. Brian Phillips gets a position after the fact here. Going to finish up 3.
Jason Kennard done.
Race them
done.
to the line, drivers.
Rob
Race them to the
Sorhan
line.
done.
Keep it going, keep
Ben
it
Neal
going,
done.
keep it going.
Mike McRae done. Mark
Yeah,
Hughes
now
done.
race them. All drivers will be done when they
Travis
cross the
Heaver
line.
done.
Rob Monday, Leighton Harrison, Jaden Ibo still live.
Jaden Ibo done.
Rob and Leighton are still live. Rob and Leighton are still live. So Rob Sturgeon going to take your top qualifying position here in round number 2. 9.532. I believe he had a TQ in round number 1, so he's going to sit out round number 3. Len Licky, 8.5 flat. 5.03 for Brian Phillips in that number 3
done.
spot. Now Paul Parks slides into 4 from the B sort. Troy Ralph going to end up with 5.4 in this heat. Followed by Travis, Ben,
Drivers are
Mark,
finished.
Rob, Henry,
Leighton
Chris,
Harrison done.
Jason, Jaden, Leighton, and Mike.
The race is completed. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, two-wheel drive short course coming up now. I've got a couple of open spots. Go ahead and start migrating our way over there. Short
Dan
course, go
Shelford.
ahead and get them all checked
Ken
in,
Martin.
please. Check them in and park them on the straightaway. As
15
soon as we get our
seconds to the start
marshals,
of
I'll
the
turn you
race.
guys loose.
Woody Garwood. Joe Huvelman.
Got one stuck
Anthony
on the
Turco.
pit lane. Got one
Dane
stuck
Hull.
on pit lane.
Tom Jenkins. Bus driver.
Got a truck stuck on
Kevin
pit lane,
Metcalf.
guys.
Chris Lucas. Captain Hook. Taco. Bok Choi. Gary Muxlow. Carlos Conseco. Dr. Stupid. Troy Ralph.
All right. Marshall situation looking pretty darn good, drivers. Track is hot. Track is yours. Get your spacing. 17 trucks in one heat. I absolutely love this. So again, get your spacing. We're tracking Dan Schellenberg, that Silver Team Associated ride, working into the drop down. Caution in the step up, step off. Caution, step up, step off. Dan Schellenberg, first truck on the clock. First of our Nitro heats for round number 2 going to be coming up next. It's going to be race number 6, 8 scale Nitro 40 plus. Those guys are nice and well behaved. I appreciate that I have not had to get after any of the Nitro guys all day long for being in the wrong part of the facility. Thank you guys so much for respecting everybody else. 45 seconds into this one. Dan coming across, 42.7 that time by. Showing 8.542. So Schellenberg and Garwood separated by 1.8. Dane Hull in that number 3 spot. Good battle through the entire field. Everyone separated by 2 seconds or less all the way down. Biggest gap is actually 1 to 2 at 2.6. Now make it 3.4 from 2 to 3. So Schellenberg, Garwood, and Troy Ralph. Troy Ralph leading the rest of the field. Dan and Woody kind of running their own race right now. So Dan working around the carousel into the switchbacks. Woody Garwood not far behind on the track. So 42 flat that time out of Schellenberg as we approach halfway. Dan, the only truck showing 8-lap run here, showing 8.537. Garwood showing a 7.04, 7.11 for Troy Ralph. Dane Hoyle showing 7.514. Caution, straightaway go inside on the straightaway, inside on the straightaway. Is that a dead truck? If not, get it out of the way. Let's go, let's go. And straightaway is clear. Caution in the step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. Nice job, Marshall. All right, 2 minutes left to go. Schellenberg dropping hot lap here, 41 flat.
2 minutes left.
So it is round number 2, race number 5. Two-wheel drive short course. Well, Schellenberg, wise move there in traffic. Caution, step on, step off. Step on, step off. Go right side, step on, step off. And clear. So Schellenberg wisely throttling down, trying his absolute best to have a clean, solid run. In dirt off-road, oftentimes it is just far more important to survive a heat than it is to try and go fast. Oh, as he just gets wiped out by traffic, thank you very much for the pause. And, you know, Dan gets a little bit lucky there, gets the factory roll. No harm, no foul. Sitting on a 9-second lead here. Minute and 10 seconds left to go. Again, that silver truck, white wheels, is your leader. Working into the drop down now. Troy Ralph is in that number 2 spot. Should be coming down the straightaway. There he is. Pink front. Oh, yellow and white. Getting the announcer's curse. So he's of those 2 pink and yellow trucks, he is the one with the white on the back. That is your second place truck trying to work his way through traffic. And Dane is in that number 3 position. Troy now back to 4. It's Jerry and Carlos. So our videographer, Carlos Conciso, I'm trying to get that, Conciso, in that number 6 position, doing battle with Jerry Muxlow. 15 seconds left on the master clock here, drivers. So drivers for race number 6 should be queued up, ready to go. And our cars and pit people should be sitting just outside. As soon as we get done here, we'll get our next one going. Looking forward to some 40-plus Nitro coming up next. So Schellenberg, Garwood, Dane Hull, and Troy Ralph are on their final lap here.
Garwood done. Dane Hull done.
And Dane going to make a big move on the last lap and
Ralph
take
done.
over that number 2 spot.
Chris Lucas done.
So Dane
Dan Schellenberg done.
goes to Dan
Ken Martin
Schellenberg,
done.
locks up TQ.
Gary Muxlow done. Anthony Turco done.
So it's Dan Schellenberg, Dane Hull, Woody Garwood, Troy Ralph. Carlos going to land 5. He's still live.
Carlos Conseco done. Tom Jenkins done. Kevin Metcalf done. Bok Choi done. Captain Hook done. Joe Huvelman done.
And we got a thumb screw for a battery that has
Sternvold
ejected itself. Looking
Taco
for Robbie
done.
Klesson. Robbie Klesson.
All drivers are finished.
That is a race.
Bus
All stop,
driver
all done. Dan Schellenberg, Dane Hull, Woody Garwood, your top 3. Troy, Carlos, Jerry, Tom, Bok Choi, Joe Huvelman, and Shane Singer round out your top 10. Todd, Wes, Ken, Anthony, Chris, Lucas, Kevin, and Robbie round
Race
out the
is completed.
field. Yeah, we've got an associated thumb screw that has landed up here at the RD booth. So race number 5,
Davis.
back out to Marshall, please. Again, I got 17 of you. Shouldn't have any issues filling 14 buckets. So again, Marshall's quickly to position, please. Marshall's quickly to position. Marshall's to the center. Marshall's to the center. Need one more in the
45
back.
seconds to the start of the race.
One more in the back. A couple more right center. One more right center. One more Marshall. Right center. One more Marshall. Thank you very much. All right, race number 6. This is 8 scale Nitro, 40 plus heat number 1. I would love it if you guys were to get checked in right quick. Go ahead and get them checked in. Race number 6. This is 40 plus, heat number
10
1.
seconds to the start of the race. Wade Moses. Curtis Wong. Eric Gilpin. Rod Bremer. Kyle Gravett.
All right, yeah, guys, just
Left
hold
Mike
station
Alfred.
at the end of the straightaway.
Mike
Hold
San
station at the end
Antonio.
of the straightaway.
Ian Menzies. Bob Magyar. Mike Savoy. Sean Graham-Mick. Dave Hoare. Wayne Chapman.
Rob Monday, Corey Ware. Rob Monday, Corey Ware. All right, bring him in for fuel if you need it. We're going to go one lap and go green. Bring him in for fuel if you need it. All right, track is hot. Track is yours. Again, 1+1. Everybody is going here. Got checks on all drivers except for Corey Ware. Again, we're tracking white over yellow, yellow wheels, black wing. Working into the stair steps now. Around the carousel, in through the switchbacks. Oh, upside down in the switchbacks on the right side. Loop is live, loop is live. Lucky to have it happen before the race started. Ian Menzies, first car across the line. Orange, yellow, green, stop. Orange, yellow, green, stop. Orange, yellow, green, stop. Orange, yellow, green, go. Wade Moses, your hot lap hero on lap number 138.4. Dave Hoare is in that number 2 spot, 8.509. Rob Monday, 8.523, the early pace. So Rob going to town here in round number 2 at 38.7, that time by on lap number 2. Minute 30 into this one, 3:30 left to go. Orange and white, that was a good job. Nice job with that car control. Coming up to 2 minutes into this one, 3 minutes, 10 seconds left to go. Wade Moses has a 2.5 second lead over Rob Monday. So Wade went a little bit red there, 40 flat. Rob Monday right behind him, 39.4. So Wade and Rob, oh no, and Wade over jumps the hip jump. So Rob Monday is right there on track and on the clock. So that's your 1 and 2. Ian Menzies is the white car with the yellow on the side, yellow wheels. That's your 3rd place. So Rob Monday working into the drop down. Wade Moses working over the hump on the back side, working around the carousel. Into the switchbacks. Again, that is your leader working onto the drop down. Down the straightaway he goes. Purple and green on yellow wheels for Wade Moses. Rob Monday, 1.2 back in the number 2 spot. Dave Hoare in the number 3 spot. He's 7.8 back, but he's got a whole gaggle with him. It's Kyle, Dave, Curtis, Bob, and Mike Savoy. All of you guys are battling for position 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wayne Chapman in 8. Brad and Eric working 9, 10, followed by Sean, Rod, Ian, Mike, and Mike McCrae. One minute 30 left to go in this one. 2 seconds now the gap, 1 to 2. Wade having a good run. Rob right there with him. Oh, Rob getting around Wade here. So Wade, oh no, and Wade getting tangled up as well. So Rob looking to take over the top spot here in this run. Trying to set the early TQ. He's on an 8.510. So Rob coming from the 5 spot, Wade from the 12. Both of them having significantly better runs here in round number 2. Coming down to the line, Rob Monday goes 38.7 that time by. He was showing 2 seconds back. Now going to be 5.5 up. So Rob Monday, 5.5 up on the field. Trying to get through on the left side. Go. Thank you, Rob. So Rob working in some traffic. He's in that lead spot. Had a 5 second advantage that last time by. Car struggling just a little bit with the rough transition in that 5-pack. Works pretty good on the flat, though. So Rob out front, 38.7. He's red, though. 5.4 was the advantage. Wade also red. So 44 seconds for Rob. Wade goes 41.7. So it's still a 3-second advantage for Rob with 5 seconds left on the clock. Wade Moses, Dave Horace, your battle. That's going to be 8-5-22 to an 8-5-23, 5-26 for Bob Magyar in that number 4 spot with Mike Savoy and Kyle Gravel in tow. Eric Gilpin chilling in that number 7 spot with Sean, Brad, Curtis, Rod, Ian, Wayne, Mike, and Mike rounding out your field. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
John Graham done. Rod Bremer done. Eric Gilpin done. Wade Moses done. Rob Monday done. Curtis Wong done. Ian Menzies done. Mike Savoy done. Kyle Gravel done. Mike San Antonio done.
Couple more to finish.
Bob
Wayne
Magyar
Chapman now left to finish.
Dave
Wayne
Moore done.
Chapman left to finish.
Wayne Chapman done.
Eric Gilpin or representative. Was there a flame there? Wait, Eric, flame out. Copy. Thank you. And Mike McRae, that's the race. All stop,
Mike
all
McRae
done. Dave Hoare going to sneak by on the last lap. 8-5-18-4. Rob Monday, 5-18-7. Wade Moses, 5-19-3. Mike, Bob, Kyle, Sean, Curtis, Rod, Ian, Wayne, Mike, and Eric round out your field.
Race is completed.
Race number 7, getting ready to hit the track. Race number 6, right back out to Marshall. Get right back out there to Marshall. Race number 6. Got some heavy hitters in this one. Your TQ from round number 1, Shane Prakeschott, Pete Tozer, George Stellatis, Stephen DiPlacido. All of those guys had a great battle throughout round number 1. We're going to try and see some of the same here in round number 2. Again, race 6, back out to Marshall quickly. Race 6, back out to Marshall quickly. Last couple marshals to position, please. All right, race 7. Looks like we got marshals in position. We got drivers on the stand. Go ahead and turn them loose. We'll get them checked. Get them
45
checked.
seconds to the start of the race.
Again, get them checked and park them on the straightaway. I will tell you when it's okay to go after that. Again, turn them loose onto the straightaway.
Brett Wilson. Derek Zaplodensky. Shane Krookskat. Stephen DiPlacido. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Pete Tosser.
Again,
ABB
continue on around at a
Jason
modest
Martin.
pace. We should be good.
Chris Capello.
If you need fuel, stop
Robert
this
Scherr.
time by. We're going to go
Chris
green next
George
time by.
Stolatis. Carlos Conseco.
Again, we are
Dale
not
Winston.
going green this time. We are
Glenn
going
Knight.
green next
15
time
seconds
by.
to the start of the race. Sean Sharp. Less than 5.
All right, we are tracking Shane Prakeschott. He's working his way over to the hip jump right now. Oh, nice. Slides it down on 2 wheels, brings it back to 4. Look like a move out of Tony Hawk Pro Skater or something. So tracking Shane Prakeschott. He's into the drop down right now, working his way into the stair step. Oh, and on his lid. All right, new car over the hip, or over the hump, in through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Caution in the step on, step off. So Brett Wilson was the first car across the line. Shane right there with him. So Prakeschott, the white, the green, and the blue, yellow wheels working into the drop down. That's your first car that is on the clock, or the lead car on the clock. So Prakeschott with the TQ in 1, trying to get a TQ here in round number 2. Try to lock it up, have the evening free. Just 9 laps now for your top 7, top 8 drivers. Len Litkey in 9 on an 8 flat. Robert Scherf 10, 8 flat. So Shane out front, 9, 5, 15. Top 11 in this one, all going better than previous TQ set by Dave Hoare in heat number 1. So leader to the hump in the back, Pete Tozer in that number 2 position. Pete should be about around the carousel now into the switchbacks. Can't quite see the colors through the haze. There he is down the straightaway. So Pete Tozer in 2. He's 1.2 back from Shane. Visibly about the same on the track as it is on the clock. Your third place car coming down the straightaway, George Stellatus. Dale Wenstad now going to take over that number 3 spot. So Dale in green and white, white wheels, white wing is in that number 3 position. Shane, Pete, Dale, George, Chris, Steven, Jason, Len, Derek, and Robert Scherf is your top 10. Avi Burku in that number 11 with Brett, Carlos, and Chris rounding out your field at halfway. Looks like we got a dead car. Just set it down. So battle is out front. Shane and Pete. Their separation is about 1.7. They should be getting through the switchbacks, coming down to the straightaway now.
2 minutes left.
So Shane through the left side, switchbacks, and it's going to be Abby in the number 11 position in the yellow car. Oh, and Pete getting hung up. Pete Tozer getting hung up in the left side, going to possibly drop a little bit. Not quite back to Steven DiPlacido in that number 3 spot. So Steven, George, Derek, Dale, and Chris Capello is your battle. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 125 left to go. Shane Prague out front by a couple. It was 2 seconds last time by. Going to be about 4 here. One minute remaining. A new second place car. Steven DiPlacido in that number 2 spot. George, Dale, Pete, Chris, and Derek, the rest of that lead group. That takes you all the way back to 7. Shane remarkably consistent. Hot lap of a 34.6. He just turned a 35.7 on a 9.518. 9-lap run all the way back to Derek in position number 7. 30 seconds left to go. Less than 10, Shane Prague putting his stamp on this one. 8.3 seconds the advantage with 30 seconds left to go. By 30, I actually meant 0.3. Shane, 9.519, 8.8 seconds the advantage. Pete back to 2. George and Steven with Dale, Chris, and Derek all on a 9-lap run.
Shane Krugstad done.
Abby looking
Brett
for
Wilson
some
done.
magic here on an 8.501.
Derek Zaplodinsky done. ABE Bierko done. Robert Scherf done. Len Litt done. Pete Tosser done.
Still got a half dozen to finish.
George Still Lattice done. Steven DiPlacido done.
3 more to
Capello done.
finish. Dale, Carlos, and Chris.
Carlos Conseco done. Dale Winstad done. All drivers are finished.
That is a race. All
Kudu
stop,
done.
all done. Dominant top qualifying position here for Shane Bragshot. Pete Tozer, a good recovery, finishes up in the 2 spot, 9.526, 5.28 for George in 3. 31.2 for Stevens, 31.2 for Dale, Chris a 34. 8 laps for Abby, followed by Jason, Derek, Len, Robert, Brett, Carlos, and Chris.
Race is completed.
Race number 8 coming up here in just a moment. My marshals from 7 right back out to the track, please. Race number 8, Heat 1 of Spectre e-buggy coming up next. What's your name? Yeah, no, you're in this one, Rachel. Number 11 for this one. All right, drivers from that last race get right back out here to Marshall. Race 8 should be working their way up on the stand. If you guys want to get them checked in and put them on the straightaway, check them in, put them on the straightaway.
Fife Williamson. Brendan Tepkema. Aino Pardhan. Clay Cowan. Kevin Metcalf. Timothy Kober. Alex McDonald. Chris Mueller. Mark Hoare. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Gary Smith. Rob Dufault.
All right, Wayne Chapman, gonna make it? Wayne Chapman.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Wayne Chapman.
And we got Eldar on the stand this time as well.
Eldar Allen.
All right, Marshall situation is looking pretty good. Thank you guys for working your way back out there.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Marshall looking lost right behind you, directly behind you, or up there. Need one of you to go one of you to go to the other. Thank you very much. All right, try not to get murdered. Just walk around the back. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. We're gonna be going live this time by. Mike Hood, you are not in this race. All right, track in orange over white, white wheels, black wing. Working our way around the carousel. In through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Clay Cowan is your first car on the clock. Orange and white, kind of creamsicle colored car. Keep it clean, drivers. Everyone's starting to come around for their first lap. Ryan Siliker, 40.1. Wayne Chapman, now new hot lap hero, 38.9. Caution on the straightaway, caution on the straightaway. Go outside on the straightaway, outside on the straightaway. And clear. Oh, right into the fence. Caution left side. This is heat number 1 of 8 scale Spectre. Ryan Siliker is your leader. 8 in a 5:11 is his pace. 8 in a 5:18 for Wayne Chapman. Halfway home here, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Ryan and Wayne, 1.7 seconds of separation. They've got a ways to go before you get to the rest of the field. Clay Cowan, 10 seconds back from that group. Brandon and Chris running 4 and 5, or Brendan and Chris, sorry. Caution, left side double. He's wearing bright red. You can't miss him.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Good battle here, Eldar and Alex. Eldar and Alex running 6 and 7. So Eldar missing round number 1, coming from the very back here on a 7.523. And Ryan Siliker having a great run, 8.504. That's like I believe that would be a top 5 run based on round number 1. Caution in the step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. Clear. Caution, step on, step off. And 4 down and 1 to go, drivers. 4 down and 1 to go.
1 minute left.
So 8.502, Ryan Siliker trying to get onto that 9-lap run. I believe 4 cars got onto a 9-lap run in round number 1. Ryan Siliker trying to do it here in round 2. Should be coming down the steps and down the straightaway. So green and yellow, you see him coming. He's coming in a hurry. Excuse me, green and orange. Well, Ryan's got that car absolutely dialed, looking really good. Good side bite, good forward drive. Flies, well, flies better than like a 787, I guess. Was that the 737 Maxes that crashed? Anyhow, all the way to the top of the leaderboard. Ryan Siliker, 8.502 is the pace.
Ryan Siliker done.
Gonna finish it up, 8.5010. Heck of a run there from the back of the D group. Nice job.
Brendan Tepkema done.
Wayne Chapman, a very respectable run too, 8.513. That's definitely a main pace.
Wayne Chapman done.
Rob Dufault,
Alex
come see
McDonald
me.
done.
Alex McDonald, come see me.
Timothy Kober done. Fife Williamson done. Clay Cowan done. Eldar Allen done.
I got a few
Dano
more
Hardman
left to
done.
finish, few more to finish.
Gary Smith done.
Kevin, Mark, and Rob.
Kevin Metcalf done. Mark Hoare done.
And that's all the cars on track. That is it. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race is complete.
So Ryan Siliker going to set the early TQ here in round number 2, 8.501. Very nice run. Wayne going to be an 8.512. 5.37 for Clay, Brendan, Jerry, Eldar, Kevin, Enor, Alex, Fife, Mark, Rob, and Tim.
All right, everyone. I'm back on the booth. It was a nice run. What are we doing now? E-buggy, Spectre. So this is going to be heat number 1 of Spec. Mike, is this 8 or 9? 9. This is 9. Second heat. Cool. Heat number 9. Oh, there it goes. It's updated now. Race number 9. Heat 2 of 4 of 1/8 e-buggy Spectre. I remind you guys, for the guys at home that are not so used to this, Spectre is one tire that is chosen by the organization, and all the drivers run the same tire. So the tire is included in the registration, and everyone runs the same tire. Kind of levels the playing field, because tire game is kind of half of the game. The other half is hands. So it's just to avoid this tire game that some drivers can have some advantage by having a specific tire. Well, this class here is exactly for this. No complaints. Everyone runs the same spec tire, and it's all about hands, right? It's all about the car and how it handles. All right, 44 people watching us. Let's see. Mr. D. Sintra. Let's go, Carlos. All right. Rattlesnaker, if you're still here, it's an annual race over 3 days. Yesterday was practice, qualifiers today, and finals tomorrow. Exactly. Yeah. Football Fundamental, great stream. I wish I could make it. It's good. That's why we're doing this, so people at home can also watch. That's the whole point. I watch a lot of races that happens in the United States and in Europe, just because they're live streamed. You know, like it's so nice to see the race. How many sets of tires can they use? 1 set is included, and there's a second set that every driver can buy. Okay, and these tires are the absolute discounted price. So there's a second tire that the drivers can buy if they want to. Go Gert Ryan from Kelowna, rock on. All right, let's go. Let's watch this. Heat round 2. Heat 2 of e-buggy Spectre. Yes, exactly. I believe it's 1 set of tires with registration, and they can buy 1. Exactly. Adam Ross, you're doing Canada proud. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Caution left side. Caution left side. 2 of them left side. And clear. 40 seconds into this one. Paul Parks was the first one on the clock. Going to be the first one across here. 41.9. And Patrick Fogg, Mike Savoy now moving to the point, 39.3 that last time by. So opening up hot. Mike Savoy opens to a 8.5.14. So this is race number 9, heat number 2 of Spectre e-buggy. Battle now is 2 through 8. That's Patrick, Paul, Shane, Hatim, Ryan, David, and Gert. Oh. One dropping hard on the nose in the step-on, step-off. Oh, caution, one going the wrong direction down the straightaway. Caution on the step-downs. Caution and clear. So 2 down and 3 to go. Mike Savoy, Patrick Fogg, Paul Parks, your top 3. Mike on an 8.5.19. That would be good enough for 3 for the round. Patrick on a 5.23, 5.33 for a team. It's going to be Ryan with a 5.36, 5.37 for David. Shane on a 5.40. Halfway home drivers. Hot lap on track belongs to Mike Savoy, 39.301.
Two minutes left.
So Mike Savoy dropping another one there, 37.961 that time by. So Mike dropping that new hot lap on track. Big mover in this one is going to be Hatim Abu, moving from 9 all the way to that number 2 spot, 8 and a 5.26. Caution left side sweeper, caution left side sweeper double and clear.
1 minute left.
1 minute remaining. Patrick Fogg, Hatim Abu is your battle. That's 2 and 3. 8.528 with a 2, 8.529 with a 6. That's 0.8 of a separation. And Patrick Fogg dropping a 39 flat, his personal best. Now drops his pace to an 8.525. Now 2.5 up on Hatim. So Tim down the straightaway, working behind Mike Hood. So he's charcoal color with the green and the pink, white wheels, green wing. He's now locked in a battle on the clock with Paul Parks. One 5 seconds remain, drivers. Caution left side, sweeper double, caution sweeper double, caution sweeper double.
Captain Hook done. David Lawrence done. Bok Choi done. Western Bull done. Ryan Stregetter done.
8.516 for Mike Savoy is what he's working on. He's got to get around
Paul Parks
and over that hump, get down to the line. Try to hold on to it.
Darren Derbyshire done. Patrick Fogg done. Mike Savoy
Couple
done.
more to finish. I got 4 more
Hayden
still
Wong
live.
done.
Looking for Hatim Abu, Chuck DeBellin.
Done. Hayden Abu done.
All right. We have Mike Savoy here for the cam. That was a great run, man.
That was very awesome, and I got to tell you, these tires, never ran them before. Second time, I don't know. Maybe Louis tires got something. Maybe they got something.
What are you running? Kyosho for sure.
Of course, Kyosho MP10E, the only way to be. The best car on the market. Don't be fooled by the pedigree of all the world championships that company has put out with any driver.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was Michael Savoy, the winner of this qualifier. Michael Savoy is also the owner of a house track called Hot Laps in Surrey. It's absolutely brilliant. So the whole backyard, he's built a dirt track. we can run 10 scale, we can run 8 scale. It's not as tiny as it looks. Like once you go around, it's a really nice practice track. So yeah, Mike always rocking Kyosho. Yeah, he's a huge fan. If you guys can search on Facebook, Hot Laps, I think you're gonna like it.
Alrighty, here we go. Race number 10. Looking for our court marshals for the last one to get out. So if you're in race number 9, you should be on the track and corner marshaling. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just one last thing. On the pit area, which is the barn next door, we have a band playing by the Hunter's Toys and Collectibles store. There's a band called Canyon Riders. They're voted one of the best bands in Vancouver. So you guys should come here and check them out. They're a really nice band. Another courtesy of Hunter's Toys and Collectibles. Really kind. A lot of donations done to help building up this track. A lot of materials, a lot of hours of work that was put into helping out to do this. Like, this is not a one-man job. There's a lot of people working on this track to make this possible. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's go for heat number 3 of e-buggy Spectre.
Robert McInnes, Simon Lee, Mitch
And I
Bailey,
got the corners, so
Tim
if
Mockford.
you guys are
Ben Neal.
happy,
30 seconds to the start of the
go
race.
ahead and take your warm-up. And on the next lap through, we're going to start the loop.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, you guys are live. Let's see what happens. Keep it clean. Just get to the line, guys. Just get to the line. Don't race it yet. Don't race it yet. Get to the line, then race. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. One more guide. And Dean Robinson, we got a class started. Everybody's on the clock. Let's see how it lays out. Spectre class. One of those you either love it or you're like, oh my God. I find they're not too bad. We'll give this a bit of time to lay out. So far, it looks like Greg Gavilan, Charlie Mugford, and Evan Kolber are our leaders. Top 3. Possible pace of an 8.518. Race number 11, e-buggy Spectre, is up after this. So if you're in race number 11, you are up next. 10 is on the track. Remember, guys, this is qualifying. You don't need to push so hard that you're taking everybody out. Just try and drive clean, drive a race where you get good lap times. Seed yourself for the A. All right, after 2 laps, we got Charlie Mugford walking into the lead with Bob Magger, Tim Mockford, Kyle Gravel, and Michael Chen, your top 5. We're right at the halfway point. We've passed the 2:30. Possible finish looking at an 8.514. And our TQ looks like an 8.501. So about 13 seconds needs to come out of there. But it can happen. Average lap times for this are in the 39s and 40s. Our fast guys on a 39.36 and his fastest a 38.2. Next fastest after that being a 38.9.
2 minutes left.
Michael Chen moving up into the second place position, pushing Kyle into third, Bob back to fourth, Evan in fifth, Tim Mockford, Elliott, Aaron, Dean, Greg, Mike, Simon, Chris, Robert McInnes, Mitch Bailey, and Ben Neal. Looks like he has crashed out. Starting to lay out pretty good. Guys are driving clean. Keeping the corner marshals on their buckets. Charlie Mugford, your leader. Michael Chen to second. Bob Magger in third. Evan drops back to the fourth position, and Tim Mockford holding on to fifth.
1 minute left.
Charlie's scratched 4 seconds out of his pace, so he's up to an 8.510. Fight right now is for the third place position between Bob, Evan, and Michael. They're all separated by barely anything for two of them, and then 2 seconds for Bob leading them. Kyle and Tim battling out for their position. That is the bong, of course, but I will tell you when you're done, or you'll hear it from the computer. Keep going. I'm seeing Charlie, Evan, and Bob. Let's see how it comes through. Looks like Charlie. Charlie, Mugford, Evan, Bob are your top three in this one. Waiting
Diamond
for
Lee
3
done.
people.
Robert McInnes done. Charlie Mugford done. Mitch Bailey
Keep
done.
going, keep going.
Elliott Chapman done. Kyle Gravel done. Greg Gavilan done. Dean Robinson done. Bob Magyar done. Chris Bauman done. Michael Chen done.
Waiting for Evan, Tim, and Mike and Aaron.
Tim Mockford done. Aaron Malto done. Mike Allen done.
Okay, everybody else is. Evan lost it. Okay. Finish the race. You sure you'd like to finish the race? Yes.
The race is completed.
All right, Charlie Mugford, Elliott Chapman, and Bob Magyar, your top three. Charlie's qualifying time was an 8.518. Elliott at a 8.521 and 8.523 for Bob. Looking for race 11 pretty soon. Alrighty, race number 11. 8-scale E-Buggy Spectre. We got Aaron, we got Rob Sajona, we got Dan Schellenberg, Brett Wilson, Lance Backey, Kyle Shish, Dryden Cerneals, our track designer, Eric Polanic, Brandon Dyke, our race director, Mark Levy, Andrew Hermson, Dayton Davis, Dane Hole, Woody Garwood, Tyrell Wilkinson, and Joey Wilkinson. This is a fast bunch of guys. Let's see what they can put down. Alrighty, corner marshals are looking like they're out there. If you guys are ready, go ahead and do your check-in.
Tyrell Wilkinson, Dan Schellenberg, Lance Backey, Dayton Davis, Brandon Deitch, Brian Cerniels, Rob Sorhanen, Dane Hole, Mark Levy, Woody Garwood, Eric Polanic, Joey Wilkinson, Kyle Shish, Aaron Diagnone, Brett Wilson.
All right,
Andrew
everybody's
Hermson.
checked in. And if there's a lot of corner marshals, let's just get on with this. Get her done.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, I'm going live. We got Brett on the clock. We got Terrell on the clock. Who's next? Aaron's next. Then Rob Sojournin. Dane Hole. Lance Backey. Eric Polanic. Dayton Davis. Kyle Shish. Where's Dan Schellenberg? Brian Cerniels. Oh. There he is. He's at the back of the pack. He's like, I'm just going to play that Star Wars movie where Luke Skywalker flies through a massive pile of TIE fighters, and it'll look really cool. Nothing like just fighting your way from the back all the way through the pack. Race number 11 is on the track. Number 12, 8-scale E-Truggy. The guys with long arms, big tires, and too much horsepower. You're all up next. Just waiting for a 2-lap settle in the computer so I can start calling how this is laying out. And it looks like I got it. So we got Aaron in the lead. Kyle Shish, Dayton Davis, your top three. 3-second gap between Aaron and Kyle. Terrell Wilkinson moving up into the third spot. Let's see what happens here. It's got to see Kyle come through for his lap and see what things say. He's due. There we go. Yep, Aaron is your leader. Eric Polanic and Kyle Shish in third. Leader's pace is a 9:5:32, which is a fine time because it's going to be the TQ pace. Rob Sojournin slipping up into the second spot now on a 9:5:32. He's 1 second behind our leader, Aaron.
2 minutes left.
Eric Polanic's in the third spot, and he's a second behind Rob. Kyle Shish drops back to fourth, 9:5:35. Third place at a 9:33, 9:32, and a 9:31 for your leader. So let's see what happens the next one around. Does Rob get to take over that first place position? He's tripping 35-second laps. He's into the 5-lap range now on this one. Waiting for Eric and Kyle to come through. Yeah, it looks like Rob Sojournin is just taking it over. So we got Rob Sojournin, your leader, Eric Polanic, and Kyle Shish in third, who's been holding on to that spot for a while. Leader's pace now a 9:5:27. 3 seconds faster than what we were looking at before for our TQ. Dayton Davis fourth. Aaron drops back to the 5th
1
spot.
minute left.
Brian Cernil's holding on to 6th desperately, and Dane Hull all over him. That's their fight. They're separated by 0.2 of a second. Then we got our race director Brandon just behind Brian Cernil's. Oh, he's dropped back. Lance back. He's just popped ahead of him. Woody Garwood, Terrell Wilkinson, Dan Schellenberg, Brett Wilson, Mark Levy, and Joey Wilkinson. Eric Polanic now popping into the lead. Rob must have bobbled a bit. Leaders pace in 9:5:33, so we're back above the 30-second mark. Coming down to the clock expiring here in 5 seconds. It's going to go ding, and then I'll let you know when you're done. Actually, the computer might. It's a fine device with a great voice, and it knows exactly what's happening, whereas in any given moment, I might not.
Brett Wilson done.
If
Tyrell Wilkinson done.
If it says you're done, pull out of the way and let the rest of the guys finish.
In hole done. Lance Backey done.
Looks like Eric, Rob, and Dayton are on their final lap here to see how it goes because there's only a
Al
second
Shish
percent.
done. Woody Garwood done. Brian Cernil's done. Brandon Deitch done. Dan Schellenberg done.
Waiting for 6 guys. Well, realistically, I think it's 3.
Mark Levy done. Andrew Hermson done. Rob Sorhanen done.
Rob's got the lead here, I think. Are we going to see Eric and Dayton finish?
Eric Polanic done.
Oh, no, he's got it.
Dayton Davis done.
All right, there it is. Your winner, Eric Polanic. Rob Serjona and Dayton Davis.
All drivers are finished.
Eric was
Joey
a
Wilkinson done.
9:34.32, 9:34.438 for Rob Serjona. So, like, let's say we split that one with a hair, literally.
Race is completed.
So Eric Polanic takes over the TQ position at 9:5:34.32. Rob's going to be right behind him and barely behind him. We're talking exactly down to 1/100th of a second. That's tight. It's tight like a tiger. Went up.
All right, 8 scale E truggy coming up next. Thank you, Wes, for standing in for a couple of races. 8 scale E truggy coming up next. Couple more spots to get filled. We got enough drivers for it. Guys are doing just fine. All right, E truggies, go ahead and get them checked in, please. Park them on the straightaway. Get them checked in.
Scooter.
Park them on the straightaway.
Evan Kober. Rod Bremer. Andrew Blakely. Mitchell Polanic. Mike Myers. Rowan Manhas. Anthony Galuzzo. Jaden Nybo. Stephen Bond. Chris Mueller. Chris Bauman.
All right. Mark Hoare. Garam Batista. Last call. All right.
45
Marshals
seconds
look
to the
good.
start of the race.
Trucks are pointed in the right direction. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Going green this next time by.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Rolling around the carousel through the switchbacks. Loop is
15
live.
seconds to
Loop
the
is
start of the
live.
race.
Rowan is our first truck on the clock. Chris Kutu in that number 2, or I should say was the second truck on the clock. So again, green with yellow wheels. First one to worry about, yellow with yellow wheels, orange on the top. Andrew Blakely so far has the hot lap of a 36.3. So 36.3 looking to stick so far. Looking for Andrew, should be coming down the steps. There he is. 37.1 on lap number 2, opening up on a 9 and a 5. 31. 8.01 for Rowan. Stephen Bond in that number 3 spot. Evan, Anthony, Mike Myers, and Rod Bremer is your lead pack. Chris Kutu, 5.5 seconds back from that lead pack in position number 8 as they run. Caution getting through the sweeper. Caution getting through the sweeper. So again, this is our first of 3 heats of electric truggy. 12 trucks actively in this one. That means that the other ones are actually full. 2:15 into this one, 2:45 left to go. Andrew Blakely having a good run, 9:5:21. Had to have had a rough run in round number 1 with the amount of pace that he's showing here. So Andrew should be through the switchbacks, coming down the step downs and across the line. So I believe Andrew is the pink with the white wheels, maybe the white with the yellow wheels. We'll check next time by. White truck, yellow wheels, I'm hearing behind me. Those 2 trucks are both going pretty darn quick. So Andrew, white truck, yellow wheels, you see him coming. He's on TQ pace. I mean, it's heat 1, but that would have been a very good pace for round number 1. So Andrew over the hump, working his way around the carousel, in through the switchbacks. So Andrew, 36.1 that last time by, still has hot lap of a 34.9. Rowan Mann has from position number 10, working his way all the way up to 2 here, 8 and a 5 flat. So you see that green truck, yellow wheels with the white wing. Go ahead and give him a little bit of space. He's trying to go for that 9-lap run here in round number 2. Stephen Bond is in position number 3, should be working his way right about to the step down or so. Stephen should be coming onto the straightaway anytime. There he is right there. So yellow on yellow, black wing. Oh no, that announcer's curse.
1 minute left.
So Andrew Blakely still on a 9-lap run. Rowan on a 9-lap run here as well. So again, green truck, yellow wheels, white wing through the carousel. He is on a 9-lap run. Let him eat. Down that straightaway he goes. 35.3, his personal best on a 9.532. They've got a 27-second advantage over the rest of the field. Chris Kutu in that number 3 position, and he is down on the backside of the step-on, step-off, and clear. Evan Kober in that number 4 spot. Steve Bond in that number 6 spot now as Rod Bremer slides up to 5. Rod, Steven, Mike Myers, Anthony Galuzzo, and Jaden Nybo is your battle that takes you all the way back to 9th position. Chris Mueller, Chris Bowman, and Mitchell Polanic rounds your field out. Less than 5, and we just lost a wheel. I believe that's Stephen Bond losing a wheel. We lose a wheel or we snap an axle? Axle. And we got one down to the fence. All right, time has expired, drivers. Keep it going, keep it going.
Jaden Nybo done. Mike Myers done. Chris Kudu done. Rowan Manhas done.
Keep
Andrew
it going,
Blakely
guys. Oh, and there we go. Finishing it with style.
Mitchell
Andrew
Polanic
Blakely popping off of 34.497 hot lap on track. Goes 9.523.
done.
Still a couple more to finish. Rod Anthony and Chris Bowman. Rod
Chris Bowman
Anthony
done.
and Chris Bowman. So Chris Bowman done. Rod Bremer and Anthony Galuzzo to finish.
Bremer done.
One more still live. One more still live. Come on, you
Drivers
can do
are
it.
finished.
And that's going to be a race. All stop, all done. Andrew finishes up a 9.523. That's going to be a heck of a run. That should be top 7 fast, I think. Rowan a 9.532, 8.530 for Chris. Evan an 8.530 as well. But Rod Bremer rounds out your top 5, followed by Mike Myers, Jaden Nybo,
Race
Chris
is
Mueller, Chris
completed.
Bowman, and Anthony Galuzzo. Race 13 coming up next. Heat number 2, E-Truggy. All right. Race 12 back out to Marshall. Might need 2 volunteers to help me out with this one. Again, Phil from the inside to the outside, please. Inside to the outside. Dane Hull. I don't know if you saw, I left you in Sportsman for e-buggy just because it would have added an extra heat to the program. And
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, first couple of races, you're kind of in that border. I just wanted, you're good. All right, E-Truggy, heat number 2. Go ahead and get them checked in. Park them on the straightaway. E-Truggy,
30
heat
seconds
2.
to the start of the race. Bruce Van Den Dorpel. Kyle Gravel. Hayden Abu. Aiden Bremer. Dane Hull. Aaron Matlow. Aaron Schroeder. David Lawrence. Ron Korolak. Robert Hall. Daryl Turner.
And we're
Simon
looking
Lee.
for a check on a Rob
Taco.
Monday. Rob Monday.
Mike Allen. 15 seconds to the start
Need a couple
of the race.
more, Marshall.
Less
Need
than
one more
5.
Marshall outside over by the Cooper equipment.
All right, everybody, I'm back here. Let's see what is the audience saying. So Adrian says, "Good luck to the Chapman boys from your fellow Brit." Dan says the mains are going to be sick tomorrow. 16-20 cars per heat, all at once. I would say it's going to be around 15. 15 is probably the max that we're going to be running on each main. But yes, 15 cars going all out on the main straight. It's going to be pretty sick. There's going to be a lot of fireworks, let's say it. Unstoppable 604. I wish the camera panned every once in a while. I will be doing that. Just as I mentioned, I'm just the one here doing it. So each time you see here on the booth, I'll be following the cars, and while I have to go there and prepare my cars to race, I'll be leaving this in a wide angle. Okay, apologies about that. Whoa, Andrew B killed it big time. I hope he gets sort on that run so he can show his true skills. And also, I see some more S-Works drivers in this heat too. Good luck, guys. All right, let's watch race 13, which is race number 2 of 1/8 truggy. See it.
Ron Korolak, Kyle Gravel, Bruce Vanden Dorpel, Aiden Bremer. So 145 into this one. Bruce Vanden Dorpel out front, 8:5:04 is the pace. So Bruce should be about through the switchback, should be about down the stairs, and there he is, 38.9 that time by, 8:5:07. Bruce is only 2/10 up on Kyle, and Kyle only 6/10 up on Ron. Your top 4 separated by just 5. That's going to be Hatim Abu in that number 4 spot, Simon Lee in 5, Mike Allen and Aiden Bremer rounding out your top 7. That is your lead pack. David Lorenz and Aaron Schroeder are in that number 8 and 9 spot, followed by Aaron Matlow, Rob Hall, Dane Hull, Todd Cochran, and Rob Monday.
Minutes left.
One minute and 40 seconds left in this one. Battle now going to be 2 and 3. Ron Korolak, Kyle Gravel together down the straightaway in through the left side of the track. Ron on an 8.5.10 with a 6. Kyle an 8.5.10 with a 7. They're about 3.5 back from Bruce. So Bruce in decent track on the left side. A little bit clear of everybody. Ron and Kyle together. "30 seconds to go, drivers. 30 seconds to go. Battle still 2 and 3. Ron Korolak, Kyle Gravel. Oh, red lap here for Ron. So Ron, a 43-second lap that time by, going to drop 4 seconds back to that number 4 spot. Kyle now in sole possession of position number 2. 10 seconds left on the clock, drivers.
Bruce van den Dorpel done. Ron Korolak done. Kyle Gravel done.
Keep it going
Mike
until
Allen
she
done.
calls you done.
Robert Hall done. Taco done. Dane Hole done. Hayden Abu done. David Lawrence done. Aaron Schroeder done. Simon Lee done. Aaron Matlow done.
Yeah, one more to finish. Rob Monday to finish. He's working his way over to the hump right now. Again, drivers, please remember and please tell your friends, outlawrcbc.liverc.com.
Drivers
And that is a
finished.
race, all stop,
Monday
all
done.
done. Bruce going to take the win, 8.505, good enough for 3 for the round. Ron Korolak going to come home second in this heat, followed by Mike Allen, Kyle Gravel, Hatim Abu, Dane Hole, Aaron Matlow, Simon Lee, David Lorenz, Aaron Schroeder, Robert Hall, Todd Cochran, Rob Monday.
Race is completed.
I just sent a message to the people. Yeah. Absolutely. You're with the camera crew? Are you with the videographer? Then no. They check with the videographer, Carlos. Yeah, check with him.
All right, race 13 out to Marshall, please. 14, go ahead and get them checked in. Park them on the straightaway.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Evan Roth. Lance Backey. Dale Winstad. Elliot Chapman. Dustin Quanstrom. Kevin Sukharoff. Kyle Shish. Wayne Chapman. Dave Hall.
Got a couple of Marshall spots
Dayton
need to be
Davis.
filled.
Greg
1,
Gavilan.
2, 3
Jamal
orange
Phillip.
buckets.
Raymond Shell.
See 2
Glenn
Marshalls
Wilson.
heading out there. Got one
Scott
more,
Davis.
one more.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, got another red shirt coming. Looks like a whole lot of S-Works on their
15
way.
seconds
Thank you,
to the start
guys.
of the race.
All righty, drivers looking good. Marshalls get into position. Track is hot, track is yours. Going live this time by. All right, tracking the green truck, yellow wing, over the hump, around the carousel, through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Straightaway, straightaway, straightaway. That goes step on, step off side. Caution straightaway, go outside straightaway, go outside straightaway. No, wrong lane. Everyone coming by for lap number 2. Dale Winstad opening up on a 9.518. That would be good enough for TQ here in round number 2. Lance Backey in that number 2 spot, showing 9 in a 5.22. And be good enough for 2 overall. So again, top 2 going better than TQ pace. That TQ currently being held by Andrew Blakely, a 9.523.4. Evan Roth out front right now, 9.518 with a 2. Making it Lance Backey, 9.517.9. So Lance, your silver techno truck, white wheels, white wing, working his way down the short chute in through the left side switchbacks. Lance through the carousel. Evan now taking over that top spot, showing a 9.512. Showing a 5.16 now for Lance. Lance and Dale going back and forth. A 9.16 to a 9.518. And I believe that's Evan. Evan going out of the track on the left side. So Evan Roth, a little bit of exploration. So much exploring, we can call him Dora. Dale Winstead, Lance Backey, 2 and 3. Ray Shell in the number 4 spot. So we're going to see what happens to Evan. He's going to go red this lap. Dale going to take over that top spot. It was 3.8 seconds the gap last time by. So Evan going to come by. He had a 32.8, backs it with a 43.6. That's going to put him all the way down to that number 3 spot now. Dale Winstead out front, 9 and a 5.15, a 5.19 for Lance. Evan a 5.23, 5.28 for Ray Shell. Wayne Chapman a 9-lap run as well with Kevin Sukroff and Dustin Quanstrom. Bringing now Greg Gavlin wants to join the party here on a 9-lap run as well. So top 8 cars, top 9 cars, all on a 9-lap run here in Q2. Battle is now for 2 and 3. Lance Backey and Evan Roth. Dale Winstead looking pretty darn good for TQ. So he's sitting with a 3.3 second advantage, 10 seconds left to go. So again, green with white. White wheels going to be Dale Winstead. That Techno ET48 looking good here in qualifying round number 2. Dale now going to fall to 2 as Evan brought it back up to the 1 spot. So 9.518, top 2 now. Only top 2 on TQ pace. That's Evan and Dale. Did not see what happened to Lance. He dropped to 39, back to that number 3 spot. Ray Shell sitting in 4. Again, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Jamal Phillip done. Evan Roth done. Lance Backey done. Elliot Chapman done. Dale Winstead done. Dustin Quanstrom done. Glenn Wilson done. Raymond Shell done. Scott Davis done. Kevin Sukroff done. Dave Hoare done. Wayne Chapman done.
And one more.
All drivers.
That's a race. All stop, all done. Evan
done.
Roth securing that TQ, 9.517. Dale goes 9.519, 5.23 for Ray Shell. 9 laps as well for Lance, Kevin, Dayton, and Wayne. Greg going to finish up 8.5 flat. And 8 for the rest of the field. That's Dustin, Elliott, Glenn, Jamal, Dave, and Scott.
Race is completed.
Brilliant race by Evan Roth, closing the 1-8 truggies. We're going now, as you can hear, to our Nitro buggies. 1-8 Nitro. Oh, I see some truggies. I think this is not updated again. I think Live RC is having some struggles here, trying to keep up and updating the server. But I see Nitro truggies warming up on the pit. Yep. That should be it.
All right, we are back in business. I'm still looking for a couple more of my marshals back out to the far back. I see Suk heading out there. Thank you very much. Now, once we get across that line, go ahead and turn them loose, guys. Track is hot. Track is yours. I'm going to give you 1 lap plus 1. So again, we're going to check in on this lap. We're going to go green the following lap.
Ejana Crichton, Derek Zaplodensky, Kyle Gravel, Stephen Matheson, Robert Hall, Sean Graham-Mick, Eric Gilpin, Anthony Galuzzo, Paul Kavanaugh.
Last call, Jarrett Parenteau. Last call, Jarrett Parenteau.
Guys, remember we are on race 15 of 29, and this is the second round of qualifying. We still have today one more round of qualifying. Okay, so it's 3 rounds of qualifying, and we are like halfway through the second one. Enjoy.
Hello.
Eric Parento. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
You know, white, blue, green, yellow, working into the drop down now. That's the car we're going to be going green with. In through the stair steps.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Loop is live. Loop is live. Kiana Crichton, their first car on the clock. It's going to be car number 2. The green, blue, yellow. Oh, no. Left side switchbacks. Left side switchbacks. Stalled car. Flame out. Yeah, everyone's starting to come by for lap number 1. Derek Zaplodensky in that number 1 spot early. 37.6 on lap number 1. Derek and Kiana out front. Kyle, Anthony, Steven, your top 5. Robert Hall, Eric Gilpin, Jarrett Parento, and Paul Kavanaugh round out your field. 9 cars here in this one. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Caution getting onto the straightaway. Caution on the steps, getting onto the straightaway. Clear. Good job, marshals. 2 down, 3 to go. Battle is out front. Kiana Crichton and Derek Zaplatinsky in that 1 and 2. 0.2 of a second is the separation. One, 2, and 3 now going to be the battle. Top 3 separated by 0.3 of a second. That's going to be kind of Crichton. I believe she got turned around in through the switchbacks. Derek also having some issues this lap. Anthony Galuzzo going to move up into the 2 here. So Derek, Anthony, Kyle, Kiana, Eric, Paul, Steven, Jarrett, and Rob. 2 minutes, 5 seconds to go.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Red laps for both of our top 2, Derek and Anthony. So Anthony with a 1-minute 8-second lap right there, unfortunately. So Derek out front, 8.501, 5.13 for Kiana. Kyle in that number 3 spot, 8.515. Inside of 1 minute to go. Race 16 coming up next. It's going to be our second half of 8-scale Nitro Truggy. One 5 seconds, drivers. 1 5 seconds. As time expires on the master clock, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Kijana Crichton done. Kyle Gravel done. Jarrett Parento done.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Got several more to finish.
Eric Gilpin done. Anthony Galuzzo done. Paul Kavanaugh done.
One more leader to finish, Derek to finish. And that's a race, I guess. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
So Derek goes 8.458. Kijana Crichton I'm sure I'm absolutely butchering that name. In that number 2 spot, Kyle Gravel. In that number 3, Eric Gilpin, Paul Cavanaugh, Jarrett Parento, Stephen Mathiasen, and Anthony Galuzzo. All right, 15 out to Marshall. Going to need a couple of volunteers to help me out here.
All right, guys, we are crossing the 8-hour mark on the live stream. You know what happens. Facebook doesn't like more than 8 hours, and it's going to drop it. So what I'm going to do, and if everyone is watching, there's 44 people watching, okay? What I'm going to do, I don't know if some of you are watching on, let's just check. How many of you are watching on Facebook and on YouTube? Let's see. There's not many people watching on Facebook. So what I'm going to do, everyone is watching on YouTube, so I'm not going to stop the stream, okay? Usually when we have a lot of Facebook streamings, we try to restart the whole thing and do a part 2. But because everyone is watching through YouTube, what I'm going to do is just I'm going to stop naturally the Facebook stream, and we got to continue on YouTube. Let's see how many hours it's going to go. It might be a record. So we're going to go for heat number 2, the fast heat of Nitro Truggy. This is going to be insane. Just looking at the lineup. Taylor Wanders, AJ Rodriguez, Tyler Wohlberg, Carson Phipps, Jeremy, Carter, Shane, Cole, Britt. It's going to be fireworks, guys. Absolute fireworks. So if anyone is watching on Facebook, again, switch it on to YouTube. You can check on the post that is on the Big Barn. There's also the post. It's also on Hunter's Toys and Collectibles. And if you follow me, Carlos Conceição, you can also see it, the post live, linking for the YouTube feed. Okay, so yeah, guys, stay tuned. If you're on Facebook, switch it over. If you are on YouTube, carry on and drop us a message.
Jane Krugstad, Britt Tosser, Cole Chura, AJ Rodriguez, Jordan Galiski, Taylor Wonders.
Again, tracking white front, red rear. We're going to go green next time by. Next time by. If you need gas, now's the time. Again, tracking white front, red rear, white wheels. Step on, step off. And everyone seems to be clear of pit lane. All right. Into the step down he goes, into the stair steps. Less than 10 seconds, drivers through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Jeremy Litke, your first car on the track. Again, white and red Lexan wing, white wheels. Everyone getting on the track without, or on the clock without any issue. So AJ finding himself upside down early in lap number 1. No better time to make a mistake than early in lap 1. Plenty of time to recover. Tyler Wilbur, hot lap hero early. 33.8 on lap 1. 35 flat out of Litke. Kultura 35.8. Carter Harasiamuk is in that number 3 position. 9 and a 5.10 is his pace. We're looking very, very closely at Taylor Wonders here with a 9.501 going. Should be coming down the step down the straightaway. That charcoal colored Techno NT48. Wonders now showing 9 and a 5 flat. Oh, gets away with one there. The spinning car in front of him. So Taylor Wonders, charcoal color white wheels, into the drop down, working his way down the stairs. Taylor shows 9 and a 5 flat, hot lap of a 33.394. Tyler Wilbur still in that number 2 position. Should be working his way over the hump. Carson Phipps showing 3. Should be down the straightaway now. And Tyler and Carson flipping spots right there. So Carson down the straightaway now. It's going to be white, orange, and blue white wheels. Carson on a tear. 33.1 that last time by. Has hot lap at 32.3. Wonders now. Personal best 33.190. Back onto that 9 in a 5 flat. Wonders on the left side, working his way in through the left side chicane. Into the step on, step off.
2 minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Taylor making that truck look absolutely fantastic around the carousel. Into the right side switchbacks, he goes. Down the step 1, step 2, there it is. 10.531. Might we see our first 10 lap run of the day? Taylor Wonders is going to try. 32.259 was that last lap out of Taylor. Carson at a 32 flat. That is hot lap on track. He's showing a 9.501 as well. So top 2, only 2 seconds separated. A 10.531 out of Wonders. Phipps now showing 9.5 flat. So Carson coming down the hill. Oh no, gets punts himself into the pipe. Gonna drop back a couple of seconds from Taylor. So Taylor Wonders 10.530. Carson at a 9.5 flat going. Gonna be about a 9.502 now.
1 minute left.
Wonders into the step on, step off. Landing clear. 10.530.8 has about 2 seconds or so of buffer on that 10 lap run. Taylor around to the right side into the switchbacks, working his way step 1, step 2, down that way he goes. 33 flat, now showing 10.530.8. Phipps now back to a 9 and a 504, 5.5 back from Wonders. Litke, Carter, Tyler, AJ, Shane Breakshot, and Kultura, your lead group. Rowan, Jordan, and Britt Tozer round out your field. 25 seconds left on the clock. 32 flat, still the hot lap. That does belong to Carson Phipps, looking for Taylor Wonders. Taylor, 15 seconds left on the clock. Should be coming around the carousel now, into the switchbacks. Down the straightaway for your leader. Again, charcoal color truck. There we go, getting around. Should have clear track from here on out. Working his way into the left side chicane. Clear 1, clear 2, into the step on, step off, still showing 10.531. Wonders over into the right center, working his way down into the dip, coming down the stairs, works his way over to the back section, over that hump,
Nice sky shot off of the hump, in around the carousel, through the switchbacks he goes, coming on down the straightaway. Taylor Wonder's going to get by for one more 10-lap run. Here we go. Taylor Wonder's on a victory lap here. Working his way over the hip jump. The first mistake we've seen all run. Those big tires say, I don't care about the pipe. Wonder's now left, right, down that center section. Step on, step off, clean. Looking solid here. Working his way into the drop. Taylor Wonder's down the stair steps one last time. Up and over that back hump. Got 3 to finish. Taylor Rowan to finish. In through the switchbacks goes Taylor Wonders. Last car on the clock. Coming across the line, Taylor Wonders. Top qualifier here in round number 2. 10 laps in a 5:31. Carson Phipps going to come home in that number 2 spot. 9:5:06. 5:07 for Jeremy Litke. AJ Rodriguez, 9:5:09, 5:10 for Carter. Wilbur, a 5:12, 5:15 for Chura. Shane Prakeshot, 9:5:17, 5:24 for Rowan. Jordan Galiski and Britt Tozer round out the field. That is a race all stop, all done. Race number 17 coming up next. 4-wheel drive short course heat number. Race 16 of 9 is in the books. Getting ready to start race number 17 now. So let's get 16 back on out to the track, please. Yeah, we wound up at like 19, which is kind of a little bit too crowded. Copy, thank you. Yeah. I need some marshal help. I've got like 4 marshals out there.
45
I have
seconds
14
to the start
buckets.
of the race.
Marshal, marshal, marshal. Attention in the pits, attention in the building. Attention in the pits, attention in the building. I need marshals. Attention in the pits, attention in the building. I am in desperate need of corner marshals to get this race going. 4-wheel short course, go ahead and check him in and leave him on the straightaway. We're going to wait until we have marshals before we turn you guys loose.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Pat Gould, Murray Baxter, Mitchell Polanic, Alnor Pardhan, Glenn Wilson, Gary Muxlive, Timothy Kober, William Long, Kyle Hurin, Rayyan Abu.
4-wheel drive short course, round number 2. Previous race was really good. What a pace. And we're going now to the 4-wheel drive short courses. So we had 2-wheel drive earlier on, where I raced as well. Not too bad. Fifth on that race, 6 overall. And now we have the 4-wheel drives, which are tons of fun. 4-wheel drives perform so much more better in the dirt, while the 2-wheel drives I almost feel like they are carpet cars, carpet trucks that are really fun to drive on the dirt, but they're not easy. 4-wheel drives are maniacs, absolute maniac dirt cars. So let's follow. Let's see what these guys are capable of.
Jerry and Almore. Cars, Chris Lucas and Rayyan Abu.
Am I pronouncing that anything close to correctly? Rayyan Abu? Okay.
"45 seconds quickly into this one. Jerry Muxlow, first car to cross with a 43.5. Chris Lucas, a 42 flat. Again, this is race number 17, the first half of our four-wheel drive short course. Caution straight away, that goes infield side. Car starting to come around for 2. Chris Lucas, your first one to come down the stairs. 48.4 that time by, showing an 8 and a 5:30. Only car on an 8-lap run right now. We got a 7.507 out of Jerry Muxlow. Rihanna Boo in that number 3 position. Kyle Hearn in 4, followed by Murray, William, Alnor, Mitchell, Pat, and Eric. .220 into this one. Oh, and Chris. Chris gonna wind up being out. Marshall, leave that truck alone. Marshall, put that truck down. Brian Sterniels to the booth. Brian Sterniels to the booth.
Left.
So Chris Lucas, unfortunately, going to have a very long lap with this one. Jerry Muxlow's in that number 2 spot. He was 10.7 back, likely going to move up a little bit. .1 minute 30 remaining. Jerry, Rayanne, and Kyle, your top 3. Red lap, though, for Kyle. He had Pat right on his tail. Pat now going to move on up into that number 3 spot. Chris Lucas back up to 4. Jerry Muxlow, though, going to take over the top spot, 7 and a 5:09.
Minute left.
I'm good, man. Thank you. Right on. Thank you. All right, 10 seconds to go in this one. I've had a couple of questions about whether we're doing any water during the day, and the answer to that is a solid no. However, there will be track maintenance done overnight. We're just blowing between rounds here during the day. Again, track maintenance will be done after racing concludes this evening. Time has expired. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Alnor Parthan done. William Long done. Kyle Hearn done. Murray Baxter done.
All right, still got a couple to finish. Pat Gould, Mitchell Polanic, and Eric.
Let's see if we can talk with Jerry over here.
Three more live. Well, one of them is very live. Come on.
Let's see, Jerry. Let's see if you can have a word with Jerry Muxlow from CamRC. Tell us how you're finding this track and what are you running?
Running a four-wheel short course, having a good time, enjoying the track and all the great company.
Is the track picking up the grip?
Grip's great, yeah, going well.
Congratulations, that was a beautiful run.
Marshals, I've got 3 drivers short of a full field in this last heat. Again, I need marshals. I had 3 drivers short of a full field in that last heat.
That was Jerry Muxlow. Beautiful run. Definitely, he's confirming the grip is picking up as expected. The track is breaking in. This is very interesting. So the track usually starts to be like super smooth, and definitely with a lot of dust. So he has to pack. He has to get some of that grip. And tomorrow, you will witness the absolute opposite. It will start to get destructed. It will start to have grooves, and all the lines that the drivers are following today, tomorrow will have a lot of problems. So let's see what the track maintenance crew can do through the night. But you will see the lines will change. You will see. I remember last year I was at this event, and it was really complicated by the last mains. Because there was holes everywhere. So we'll see how this holds up. So right now we're going for heat number 2 of four-wheel drive short course. Absolute stacked lineup. Rob Sorjonen, John Blakely, Troy Ralph, Mike Allen. It's going to be a fun one. So let's see what these guys are going to do.
Tom Jenkins, Mike Allen, 15 seconds to the start of the race. Joey
All
Wilkinson.
right, looks like we got
Darren
checks
Derbyshire,
on
less than
everybody.
Troy
Need a
Ralph.
marshal here
John
in the
Blakely.
sweeper. Gonna need a marshal in the sweeper, and we can go racing. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. Again, I need a marshal in the sweeper, and we can go racing. Again, I need a marshal in the sweeper. Marshal in the sweeper here. Turn 1 at the end of the straightaway. Need a marshal at the end of the straightaway. All stop. All stop. We'll go ahead and wait for a marshal. We got one. All right. Drivers, get that green truck onto the other side of the pipe there, and we'll get going. Yeah, right there. There you go. All right, drivers, I'm going to hit go, and you're going to be smart enough to space yourself out. We got a deal? Track, drivers, loop is live. Loop is live. Space yourselves out accordingly. Race 18 is on the track right now. This is heat number 2 of four-wheel drive short course. Heat 1 of Expert E-Buggy is coming up next. It's going to be race number 19. Joey Wilkinson, your early hot lap hero, had a 42.4. Now it's going to be John Blakely, 38.1, showing an 8.505. Everyone chasing down the Jerry Muxlow TQ from heat number 1. That was a 7 in a 5.10. I love watching the different lines through the step on, step off. Love watching John short that and go single down in the second half of that. Worked really well. No float, no nothing. John showing 8.506 as he works through the sweeper. So the leader is yellow, blue, and green. Working into the center of the track, coming into the drop down. Leader making good moves through traffic, coming up on some more as he works over the hip jump. John Blakely working around white, yellow, and purple right now. Nicely done, drivers. 2:45 into this one, 2:15 left to go. John Blakely out front by 6. Troy Ralph on that number 2 spot. Rob Monday in that number 3 spot, 5 seconds back from Troy. Mike Allen right there with him. So Rob Monday and Mike Allen is the best battle on the track. Oh, Rob up on 2 wheels, holds it down, working through that sweeper. Plenty of side bite on that truck. So Rob in that number 4 position. He's 4 seconds back from Mike Allen. So Mike Allen right there with Rob, right behind Rob on the track. So Rob Monday trying to pull away a bit from Mike Allen.
1 minute left.
So Troy, Mike, Rob, all roughly together on the track that last time by. This time by, Troy opening up. He's got a 38.1 that time by. That's his personal best. That's not far off of the best. It's a 38.15 set by John Blakely on lap number 1. And John goes and does it again. 37.422 that time by. 8.509 TQ pace for your top 6. That's John, Troy, Mike, Joey, Rob, and Eric. Ten seconds to go, drivers. Caution, left side sweeper double, caution, sweeper double, caution, sweeper double. So John Blakely getting a factory roll through that sweeper right there, trying to check up a little bit, not running to the marshal. Nice work. 5.6 second lead on Troy Ralph.
Eric Polanic done. J.P. Brown done. Bruce Van Den Dorpel done. Jenkins done. Mike Allen done. John Blakely done. Bob Magyar done. Darren Derbyshire done.
Couple more to finish. Troy, Joey, and Rob Monday still live.
Joey Wilkinson done.
Rob going big over that step on, step off here on the final lap. Going to work his way on down the stair steps. No pressure. In through the switchbacks he goes. Coming on down the steps and across.
All right, we have Troy Ralph here, one of the faces of the organization of this race. How are you finding this track?
It's pretty tricky at some extent. You know, my short course truck is a little rough. My buggies are working way better.
Eric,
so
JP,
it's
Bob, Bruce, Tom, and Darren
I'd say it's kind of
round out
slick.
your field.
So round 3 is going to be all or nothing.
Money.
Let's go. Thank you so much.
Race 19.
That was Troy Ralph, one of the many faces that joined forces to create this fantastic track.
All right, Marshall.
Tricky track.
I need a lot of help again.
Yeah, everyone is trying to find that extra grip.
Unfortunately,
I myself found some different tires that worked much better on my two-wheel drive short course. I was struggling to get that minimal grip that allowed me to be comfortable driving the car. So now I found something a bit better that works better. We're gonna have the first round now of 1/8 expert e-buggy. This is incredible. Yeah, we'll see what these guys can do.
In addition to you. There we go. Thank you, Evan. All right, drivers. Track is hot. Track is yours. Going green this time by.
Moses. Lucas.
All right, tracking over the big hump through the carousel, in through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Starting to come across with our first laps. Carter, a 34.6. Opens up on a 9.5.11. Caution, left side sweeper. Clear. One minute 30 into this one, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Carter and Aiden, Ryan, all opening up on a 9-lap run. Aiden Bremer now taking over that top spot, 9 and a 5:27. That's a lie. He's second place. I scrolled down. Carter, 9.514. Aiden Bremer, 9 of 5:27. 5:28 for Ryan Siliker. So Ryan Siliker coming out of the slower heat for both Spectre and Expert E-Bug. Truck or the car is obviously faster than what his Q1 would indicate. And Aiden Bremer going red on this one. Ryan going to take over that 2 spot. Aiden back to 3, had a 41.5 this time by. Hot lap on track, though, belongs to, that's a, we're going to have to fix that. And that took care of itself. We're okay. So Carter on a 9.511, a minute 40 left in this one. Ryan is 10.6 back. So Carter just cruising out here, coming from the C sort. Down the straightaway. So Carter with the red, orange, and white wheels. I believe he's got gray wing. So in through the left side, in through the switchbacks. Car looking nice and planted, soaking up those bumps with no problem. Nice and level. A little bit of a skip off of the second part of that step on, step off. Oh, and leader with a rollover at the base of the stairs. So he had 12.9 up on Ryan. Ryan going to sit there in the number 2 spot. Dylan Ferreira having a good run here in 3 on an 8.501. So Dylan into the center, coming into the drop down in the number 3 spot. He's leading Aiden Bremer by 0.7 of a second. Travis Heather right behind. So Dylan, Aiden, and Travis is the best battle on the track. Oh, losing one in the fence. I heard that one. It sounded terrible. So Carter now showing 9 and a 5.14. And he's gone red.
Chris Lucas done. All parks done.
Drivers
Travis
keep it
Heather
going
done.
until she calls you
Dylan
done.
Brewer done.
When she calls you done, go ahead and pull
Aiden
it
Bremer
wide
done.
in turn 1.
Aaron Schroeder done. Mike San Antonio done. Mark Levy done. Joey Wilkinson done. Aaron Matlow done.
So I'm not sure what happened to Carter.
Ryan Sill-Eicher done. Daryl Turner done.
Carter going to wind up DNF in this one. Had a great run going too. Had a 9.11 in the books. Never forget. Ryan Siliker in that number 1 spot for this one. Still waiting on a finish on Jamal, Wade, David, and Mike Very. Ryan Siliker 9.529 is going to set the early time to beat. Travis Heather going to come home too. 8.502 with a 1. Ferreira 8.502 with a 7. 5.08 for Bremer. Wilkinson 5.09. 5.09 as well for Paul Parks.
Mike Very done.
Mark, Jamal, Aaron, Wade, David, Carter, Chris, Aaron, Daryl, Mike Very, and Mike San Antonio.
The race is completed.
So drivers from that race, get right back out there to Marshall, please. Race number 20, Expert E-Buggy. Heat number 2 coming up in just a moment.
Kevin Sukharov.
All right, let's get my marshals back to position, please. Race number 20, Expert E-Buggy, heat number 2, getting ready to hit the track. Once we get the marshals
45 seconds
in
to the start
position,
of the
we'll go.
race.
But for the time being, drivers, go ahead and get them checked in, park them on the straightaway.
Dan Schellenberg. Pete Tosser. Brian Phillips. Mike Savoy. Greg Gavilan. Robert Scherf. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Eric Polanek. Len Lidk. Charlie Mugford. Jordan Galiski. Mike Mercer. Kyle Shish. Dayton Davis. Brian Cerniels. Glenn Wilson. John Blakely. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, and I see Dustin. You okay? No stress?
Less than 5.
All right, drivers looking good. Marshals looking good. Thank you very much. We'll get Dustin to check.
Dustin Quanstrom.
There we go. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Going green this time by. Again, get your spacing.
I don't know why. Like just put it like one whole breath, like one corner between.
Coming around the carousel, working through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Greg Gavilan going to be the first car. Eric Polanek, the first car. Greg Gavilan, Pete Tozer. Everyone just going to kind of get their clock started. Time to beat here is Ryan Siliker, 9 and a 5:29. Oh, caution. Back lane, left side. Back lane, left side clear. So Brian Sterniels, your early hot lap hero, 36.1, showing 9.521. Everyone getting their first couple of laps in. Pete Tozer now going to work his way up to that top spot, 9.524 with a 3. So Pete out front, Brian in that number 2 spot. We got a 5:30 in the works for Kevin Sukharov. Glenn, 5:36, 5:37 now for Brian Phillips. So top 5 drivers posting 9-lap runs here early in this one. 2 minutes into this one, 3 minutes left to go. Halfway home drivers, Pete, Kevin, Brian Sterniels, Brian Phillips, John Blakely. Oh, John's sliding down to an 8.5 flat now. So it'll be top 4 on 9-lap runs. Make it 3 now. So Pete, Kevin, and Brian Sterniels. Oh, and Kevin a little bit red. There goes 37 flat on a 9.529. 5:31 for Brian. Pete on a 5:20. So 2 cars going better than TQ pace right now. Pete Tozer and Kevin Sukharov. Brian Sterniels just a couple seconds back, and now we've got John back onto that 9-lap run, 9.536.
2 minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Pete Tozer, your leader, working his way over the hip jump, coming up to the back of some traffic. So Pete, blue, gray, and red. White wheels, white wing over that step on, step off, coming up to a couple of cars as he works into the drop down. Leader to the hump in the back. Don't be the reason. He's on a really good run. 9 and a 5:20. In through the switchbacks goes Tozer down that back straightaway. Coming across the line, now showing a 35.023, 9 and a 5:19. Suk a 9.527. Sterniels right there flirting with that TQ pace on a 9.530.911. And Suk is red here. Might move Brian up to that number 2 spot. Not sure what happened to Kevin, but it's going to be Pete, Brian, John, Mike, Dayton. Not sure. Oh, man. So Kevin falls all the way back to 7 with a 45.9 that time by. Still 3 cars left on a 9-lap run. Only 1 car left on TQ pace. 45 seconds remain for your leader, Pete Tozer, working through the sweeper double on his way over to the hip jump now. Got one upside down on the downside of the hip jump. Let the leader through. Thank you very much. Sterniels down the straightaway, working across the sweeper in that number 2 spot. 9.531, still a 9.34 for John Blakely. 8.501 for Davis Phillips as well. Top 5 on or flirting with 9 laps here. 1.5 seconds left on the master clock. Suk back up to 6. Mercer on 7. 8's going to be Wilson. Litkey 9. 10 is going to be Polinick. Followed by Mike Savoy, Robert Scherf, Jordan Galiski, Greg Gavlin, Dan Schellenberg, Kyle Shish, Charlie Mugford, and Dustin Quanstrom. Time has expired on the master clock. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Mike Mercer done. Greg Gavlin done. Kevin Sukharov done. Len Litt done. Mike Savoy done.
Keep it going, drivers, keep it going.
Charlie Mugford done. Pete Tosser done. Kyle Shish done. Robert Scherf done. Glenn Wilson done. Dustin Quanstrom done. Jordan Galiski done.
Got 4 more to finish,
Brian
5 more to
Sterniels
finish.
Dan Schellenberg done. Davey Davis done.
1, 2.
John Blakely done.
Brian Phillips is still alive. Marshall stay in position. Brian Phillips still alive. Brian puts in his best couple of laps there. Good string of 36. Is going to go ahead and go by for lap number 9 here. Switchbacks coming on down to the line. That's going to be a race on several of the 21 cars.
Brian.
There. Pete Tozer taking over that TQ. John Blakely at 9.532, 5.33 for Sterniels. And then Davis, 5.34.
I was trying to get a word with Brian Sterniels, which was the creator of this track, the guy that handled all the heavy machinery to come here, but he forgot to come here and have a chat. All right, still 49 people watching this live stream. 8 hours and 40 minutes. We are still going strong. Send us a shout out if you are out there. Share the live stream and tell us what you think. We're going now for heat number 3 of Expert E-Buggy. The fastest guys in the field are going to be battling out for this run.
Marcus Ramirez. Owen Manhas. Lance Backey. Evan Roth. Andrew Blakely. Tyrell Wilkinson. Cole Chura. Aaron Diagnone. Liam Roth. Kobe Harris.
All right, I had a whole heat of cars. Nobody back to back. There should be no reason for empty buckets.
45 seconds
Get on
to the start
out
of the
there,
race.
please, so we can
Jason
get going. Race
AJ
number
Rodriguez.
20.
Woody
I didn't
Garwood.
tell you guys to go anywhere. Race number 21, getting ready to go. Get my marshals to my buckets here. Marshals look good.
30
Drivers,
seconds to the start of the
track
race.
is hot. Track is yours. We're going to be going green this time by. Track in white car. Strike that. Yeah, white car with yellow and pink.
10
White
seconds
wheels.
to the start of the race. Carson Phipps.
And actually, it looks like we're shifting to the all-white car coming down the steps here. Track loop is live. Andrew Blakely, loop is live. So Andrew, the first car on the clock, working his way into the step-on, step-off. White car, white wheels, white wing. We like purple flames in the front. Coming up quickly to 1 minute in, starting to get our first laps. Marcus Ramirez dropping a 34.7 on lap number 1. So Jonah, your hot lap hero, 9 and a 5:08 is his pace. 34.2 was the lap on lap number 1. Marcus, back-to-back good ones here. Drops now a 33.994. That is hot lap on track. So Rob going to red that time by, drops a 35.1. Mark is now going to move up to the point. 9 and a 5:09, 5:11 for AJ Rodriguez. AJ working through the left side, coming up to the step on, step off. Base black car, yellow and red, yellow wheels, red wingtips in that number 2 position. Marcus Ramirez is your leader. Marcus with the orange and white, orange nose, team associated ride, white wheels, white wing. Should be around the carousel into the switchbacks. And Marcus coming across now 32.952. Doing some work. Oh, and leader goes off course. Got to go ahead and get it back together there. So Marcus was 4/10 up on AJ. AJ now going to take over that top spot. Marcus going to fall back to, looks like 3 or 4 here. Top 4, top 5, all very close together. That's AJ, Carson, Marcus, Robster, Jonah, and Kobe Harris. Rowan right there in that number 6 spot. Dale, Raymond, Andrew, and Liam round out your top 10. So 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in this one. Rob going red here. He was 1 second up on Marcus. And that may switch things up, and it does. So Rob's going to slide back to that number 5 spot. Rowan going to move on up. So Rowan, car number 17, all the way up to 4. A great run here. It's 1, 2, 3, 17, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 11 for your top 10. So a couple big movers here. Andrew in that number 11 spot, Dale 12, followed by Jason, Tyrell, Evan, Troy, and Aaron rounding out your running cars. Leader is AJ Ramirez, or Rodriguez, excuse me. AJ working his way in through the left side and through the switchbacks, a little bit off coming down the hill, gets it going. Watching AJ's car
and seeing Marcus Ramirez, or watching AJ's name, seeing Marcus Ramirez, getting him confused. Marcus now back up into that number 3 spot, chasing down 2. He's 3 seconds back in that number 3 spot. So it's AJ, Carson, Marcus, Rowan, and Rob Sturgeon, your top 5 with 20 seconds remaining. AJ and Carson, as time gets ready to expire, they're separated by half a second, or half a second here. So Carson comes across the line in that number 2 spot, showing 9.510. It's a 5.07 now for Rodriguez. Now that time by a 36 flat out of Carson. Put him 2.8 back. Keep it going, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Jason Martin done. Marcus Ramirez done. Andrew Blakely done. Cole Chura done. Raymond Shell done. Rowan Manhas done. Carson Phipps done. Tyrell Wilkinson done. Liam Roth done. AJ Rodriguez done. Troy Ralph done. Dale Winstad done. Lance Backey done. Rob Sorhanen done.
And Kobe Harris should be coming across the line.
All drivers are
That is
finished.
a race. I'll stop
Kobe
all
Harris
done. Top 6 go better than TQ. That's going to be AJ, Carson, Marcus, Rob, Rowan, and Cole. Better than TQ. Rachel coming home 7 in this heat, followed by Liam, Kobe, Andrew, Lance, Jason, Terrell, Evan, Dale, Troy, and Aaron. Aaron, come see me. Aaron, come see me.
We're all TQ too.
Okay. Let me just step back a little bit. All right. Thank you so much for coming here to talk with us. How was this race? You were on fire.
It was really good. As 18 cars on the track is a little chaotic, I was able to make my way through all the cars, swerving back and forth between lanes. And Carson was pushing hard, especially with Marcus, and the pressure was put on. But, you know, I was definitely excited, and I'm really grateful to be here.
Any shout out to your sponsors?
I'd love to thank my dad, first of all, for working on all my cars and really being there to support me and be my pit guy. And I would also like to thank Team Infinity, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, ProMotion RC, and J&T Bearing Co. for all their support.
Nice. Infinity RC. Bruno has just moved to Infinity. I'm friends with Bruno. I used to race with him when he was like this little. All right, good luck. It was so nice to see you. Thank you. That was AJ. AJ's teammates with Bruno Coelho, a good friend of mine from Portugal. We used to race like when he was I don't know, 6, 7 years old. So I can see the next generation doing the same thing. These kids are super fast. So a big shout out to AJ's dad. Always starts with some help from the older generation.
All right, last couple of marshals to
What do we
position,
have
please.
next? Sportsman buggy. We talk about sportsman, right? So sportsman buggy, kind of intermediate class for people that are less experienced or they don't want to be on such a competitive environment with all the expert guys. So people that want to take a chill and enjoy a more calm and relaxed race. That is all about sportsman. I've done sportsman myself, and it was super fun. You know, it doesn't mean that it's less competitive. There's a lot of competition on all these classes. So sportsman is definitely super fun. This is going to be the heat number 1 of 5. So this should be the slower guys, and we should progress through the time until we get to the faster ones. So we are on race 22 of 29. Just a heads up, my teammate Jared is going to be on race 28. So around race 26, I'll leave this in autopilot. I'll probably get another teammate to come here and help with the camera so you guys can have a moving camera. But I'm going to be out there helping him out to pit for the Nitro. Okay? Let's see what I can do. Let's watch this one.
Please don't drive backwards when cars are live. Yeah. Step on, step off, dead car. Come up to 1 minute into this one, 4 minutes remaining. Starting to get around for our first lap here. Mark with our hot lap on lap number 1 of 40.3, showing 8 and a 5:22. Left side sweeper double, 2 down, left side sweeper double. Mark and Hatim out front, 8.5:22, 8.5:27. Quitting in that number 3 spot, Jaden and Chris Bowman rounding out your top 5. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Race number 23 is coming up next. That's heat number 2 for Sportsman E-Buggy. Caution, sweeper, double. Caution, sweeper, double. And clear. Oh, nope. Just kidding. Good job, Marshals. Nice job, guys. Again, race 22 is on track. Race 23, heat number 2, Sportsman E-Buggy coming up next. .345 into this one, 1:15 left to go. Hatim Abu out front, 8 laps and a 5:36. Only car doing 8 laps here in heat number 1. Chris Ballman in 2, Shane Singer 3, Jaden and Quentin round out your top 5. Eldar in that number 6 spot. Dalton Guerrero was looking racy, looking really good through that step on, step off. That's that red buggy with the blue sides, working around through the carousel, in through the switchbacks. 20 seconds remaining. Hatemavu holding on to that 8-lap run for dear life. 8 laps and a 5:39 is the pace. Looking to set an early good time here in Sportsman e-buggy. That is time on the master clock. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Chris Bauman done. Jaden Nibo done. Kendra Curry done. Captain Hook done.
Keep it going, drivers. Caution at the loop. Keep it going, keep it going.
Abdu Fault done. Quinton Whitefield done. Bus driver done. Timothy Cover done.
Keep it going, drivers. Keep
Adam
it
Abu
going.
done. Eldar Allen done. Murray Baxter done.
Mark and Dalton still to finish. Mark and Dalton. Dalton's out. Copy that. All right, that's a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Hatemavu going to go 8:5:37. Holds on to that 8-lap run. Well done, sir. Well done. Chris going to finish 2, followed by Shane, Jaden, Quentin, Eldar, Mark, Robbie, Murray, Dalton, Kendra, Timothy, and Rob. All right, while you guys swap out your positions, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Race 23 is coming up next. Again, race number 23, feel free to get them checked in and park them on the straightaway. I'll be back in just a moment.
Ken Martin. Mike Hood. Albert Fong.
Hello. How's it going?
Good.
Your wife is watching?
My wife is watching. Yeah, she's supposed to say, hi, Denise, I love you. Having fun.
What are you racing today?
I've got an associated running my scale buggy right now.
Nice.
No, ran a short course too. So, yep.
Well, good luck.
Thanks, bud.
Olivia Guerrero. Kyle Hearn. Pablo Guerrero. Ian Menzies. Chris Mueller. Aaron Derbyshire. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Jasper Pouillon, last call. Where are my marshals at? I had a whole field. You guys have had 3 minutes to get out there. I'm missing about 13 marshals. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Got one headed out there, one more to the middle. One more to the middle. All right, drivers. Track is hot. Track is yours. One more straight to the back. All right, we're
track and into the drop down. It's like pink and green will be the first car. Guys, give yourself some space. You don't need to be all over each other like that. There we go. And loop is live. Loop is live. Mike Hood, first car on the clock. It's going to be yellow and pink. Drivers starting to make it around for their first lap. Brad and Mike are clear for lap number 1. 42.5 out of Brad. Mike, 44.1. Mess over the left side. Sweeper double. Caution, straight away that car goes infield side. Got himself figured out. So we're all chasing an 8-lap run in 5 minutes and 37 seconds. That was set by Hatem Abu here just a few minutes ago. Mike Hood on a 7:05 right now in that number 1 spot. Would be good enough for 2 overall. Pink and yellow car down at the end of the straightaway, working its way to that sweeper double is your leader. Mike Hood making the trip up from the Die Hard area, Lake Stevens, Washington. Bunch of us from Die Hard making the trip this weekend. Thank you to Outlaw RC for putting on this race and hosting us. And thank you to Cooper Rentals for helping them get this race going. Equipment rental is always an expense to overcome. It's nice to have sponsorship in a partner like Cooper Rentals. Mike Hood on a 7:5:06, 7:5:23 out of Albert Fong. Pablo Guerrero having a good run here in that number 3 spot.
2 minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. Oh, caution, step on, step off, step on, step off. Go left side, step on, step off. Left side, step on, step off. Go right side, step on, step off. One more, step on, step off. Or go extreme inside, I guess. So 3.5 in, a minute 30 left to go. Mike out front by 7 seconds now. No pressure. Oh, that's not it. Caution into the straight. Oh, yikes. Caution, sweeper double. Nice job, Marshall. First in, first out. Exactly how we do it. So Mike McCray now working his way into that number 2 spot. So Mike Hood on a 7:5:11 out front by 15 seconds.
Minute left.
.45 seconds to go. Leader working through some traffic now in the back of the track. Coming through the carousel. Again, pink and yellow is your lead car. Oh no, leader getting booted. .25 seconds to go. Oh, caution, step on, step off. Got 2 down, step on, step off. And clear. 5 seconds, less than 5 to go, drivers. Less than 5 to go. Leader working that back hump, working now through the carousel into the switchbacks. Got a whole group of lap cars in front of him. Everybody keep it going until she
Martin
calls
done.
you done.
Olivia Guerrero done. Mike Hood done.
Albert Fong is live. Albert Fong is live.
Aaron Derbyshire done. Mike McRae done. Brad Follis done. Kevin Metcalf done. Dean Fogg done. Pablo Guerrero done.
Looking for Albert and Alnor. Albert and Alnor.
All right. Let's have a chat with one of my favorite characters in the RC community, Mr. Ken Martin. How's it going, buddy?
It's going really well. Loving this event. They always put on a really good show here. I'm driving my RC8 Associated. It seems like it's getting faster and better every time. Just love it. It's on the dirt, so much fun. Everybody's having such a good time. Hanging out with friends and just being in the action, man. I love it. Thanks, Carlos.
We're doing some mini Z together as well at Hunter's Raceway. How is that going?
I love the Mini Z. I'm just falling in love with it again. Used to do it years ago, but man, this time I really have a passion for it. Put a track in my house, got you for an inspiration, chasing you around, so much fun. Yeah, it's all good. Got my son-in-law involved now, and he's 33. He's like a newbie, but just loving it. He wants to get into every venue there is and stuff, so we're just loving it, you know. It's all the fun and the camaraderie and everything that's involved in RC, and it just makes it so much fun. And what a community. It's such a great event. Thanks, Carmen.
Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you so much. Ken Martin. One of the most fun community members that we have, and absolutely passionate about this hobby. He has a huge collection of RC cars. He has a huge collection of Mini Z. Which is something that we have going on in Port Coquitlam. We have Hunter's Raceway, which is the track that is right next to Hunter's Toys and Collectibles. And we also race at the Trainwreck Brewing, which is in Port Moody. And Kenny is, like, if we say that the doors open at 8, he is there at 7:30. Is always the first one to arrive, and he brings everything, the whole collection. He brings it and displays it in there. It's really proud of all the cars and all the collections. Like, it's a true hobbyist, right? All right, we have now race 24, heat number 3 of Sportsman Buggy. Let's see how these guys do.
In through the switchbacks, Loop is live, Loop is live. Heat 3 of Sportsman E-Buggy coming at you right now. Caution, left side. Oh, big time. Got 4 cars down, left side, sleeper, double. Oh, there was 5. There was one under the fence over there. So again, this is IFMAR style qualifying. Everybody on their own clock. Give each other a little bit of room, and you're going to go a little faster.
All right, guys, I'm going to just step down for a second. I'll leave you guys to this, and I'll ask my teammate to come here and help us with the broadcast. All right, I'll see you guys in a second.
Everybody got their first lap, trying to get their second lap in. Jerry Muxlow out front with Clay and Bryson. That's your top three. So Jerry out front. Bryson goes red this time by. Jerry should be coming down the steps, and he does. 39.7 that time by. That's hot lap on the track on an 8.5.24. Got 8 laps out of our top 4 drivers here. Clay and Alex running 2-3 now. Robert, Anya, and Robert McGinnis. So Robert Hall, Anya, and Robert McGinnis. That's your battle for 4, 5, 6. And they're actually all running top 8 right now on the overall. 2 more heats to go, though.
Two minutes left.
.315 down, a minute 45 left in this one. Jerry and Clay, your top 2. Anya and Alex battling 3-4. Big mover is going to be Clay from 11-2. Anya 14-3. And it's Jerry on an 8.5.30. So top 4 cars now on an 8-lap run. Coming up to 1 minute to go. Robert McInnes, Robert Hall, Stephen Bond. That's your battle for 5, 6, and 7. Jason and Fife battling 8 and 9. Followed by Mike, Brendan, James Halo, James Sanders, and Bryson. Rounding out your field, Jerry Muxlow, 39.4. Oh, we got one hard into the fence. That one is broken. One more in the fence. 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 .25 seconds left in this one. Jerry, Clay, Anya, and Alex, your top 4. Stephen, Robert McInnes, Robert Hall. All those drivers doing a bit better than around number 1. Jerry, though, has a 39.4 that last time by, so he's turning his best lap towards the end. Anya has hot lap on the track, a 38.7. Drivers keep
Stephen
it going.
Bond
Time
done.
has expired.
Robert
Keep it going
McInnes
until
done.
she calls it done.
Jason Kennard done. Robert Hall done. Mike Myers done. Fife Williamson
Oh,
done.
caution 5-pack, caution 5-pack, caution 5-pack. Keep it going. So Anya going to go 14 all the way to 2 for this one.
Gets
Henry
the extra
Teflon
lap. Clay
Clay
Cowan
Cowan
going
done.
to take the
Jason
win.
Stelch done.
Anya
James Halo
going to
done.
come home
Anya
two.
Deitch done.
Picks up an entire lap
James
that
Sanders
run.
done.
Robert McGinnis 3, Stephen
All
Vaughn
drivers are
4,
finished.
5 Williamson
Alex
5, followed by
McDonald done.
Jason, Robert, Mike, Brendan, James, Alex, Bryson, and James Sanders. Anya, report to the RD booth. Anya, report to the RD booth.
Race is completed.
All right, sorry about that. Had to take a moment of a break and be dad for a minute. Race 25 coming up now. Heat 4, 8 scale sportsman e-buggy.
Bruce Van Den Dorpel. RJ Manhas. Leighton Harrison. Chris Kudu. Tim Mockford. Kyle Gravel. Bob Magyar. Stephen Matheson. Jeremy Derbyshire. William Long. Gert Swart. Joe Huvelman. Ryan Stregetter. Dean Robinson.
Last call, Todd Cochran.
– 45 seconds to the start of the race. –30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Last call, Todd Cochran.
–15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. "45 seconds into this one. Jeremy Derbyshire out front, 8 in a 5:26. Couple of cars going a little bit faster now. 38.8 out of Kyle, 38.9 out of Leighton. So Kyle, Leighton, and Bruce, your top 3 right now. Your top 8 going faster than TQ pace. Oh, caution getting into the step on, step off. Caution getting into the step on, step off. Clear. 2:15 into this one, 2:45 to go. Jeremy and Bob, your best battle. That's 2 and 3. So Jeremy, your big mover, 12 all the way up to 2 here in this one. On the 8, 5:21.5, 5:21.6 for Bob. Caution, back lane left side. Caution, back lane left side.
Two minutes left.
So 3 down and 2 to go, drivers. 3 down and 2 to go. Kyle, Bob, and Jeremy, your top 3, separated by just 2 seconds.
A minute left.
Four and a half down, 30 seconds left. Steven Mathiasen and Bruce Vanderdorp swapping spots there. Bruce going to slide up to 2. It's a 5:27 for your leader. 5:33, 5:35, 5:36, 5:40 down to 5. That's Ryan Strager. And your top 5 going A-main fast right now with 1 more heat of Sportsman Buggy to go. As time expires on the master clock, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Jeremy Derbyshire done. Chris Kudu done. J-Man has done. Joe Huvelman done. Kyle Gravel done. Bruce Van Den Dorpel done. Dean Robinson done. William Long done. Gert Swart done.
Tim, Steven, Ryan, and Leighton to finish.
Mock Ford done. Leighton Harrison done. Ryan Stregetter done. All drivers are finished.
And that's a race.
Steven
Kyle,
Matheson
Bruce,
done.
Tim, Leighton, Ryan, Steven, Jeremy, Joe, Chris, RJ, Dean, Gert, and William.
The race is completed.
Race 26. Final heat of Sportsman E-Buggy. Again, drivers, go ahead and roll them. Get them checked in as soon as you get up on the stand. Leave them on the straightaway. Again, marshals, quick on the turnaround, please. Marshals, quick on the turnaround.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Thirty seconds to the start of the race. Curtis Wong, Dane Hole, Andrew Hermson. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Rod Bremer, J.P. Brown, Evan Kober, Elliott Chapman, Patrick Fox,
Joe Hoovelman, you're not
Nick
in this
Bailey,
race. Joe Hoovelman, you're
Ben
not
Neal,
in this race.
Bok Choi, Mitch Bailey,
All right,
Scott
last
Davis.
couple of marshals to position, please. Last couple of marshals to position. We need one more in the back center. One more in the back center, and we can get going. We are on a bit of a time crunch. Right now, my time says that we're not going to get done before they close today. That's a little bit of an issue. We don't want to run any qualifying in the morning. Back center, like dead center in the back of the track. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Going green this time by. All right, tracking through the carousel, in through the switchbacks, loop is live. Scott Davis, first car on the clock. Starting to come around for lap number 1. Caution, sweeper, caution, sweeper. Clear. Dane out front on a 9.535. 8 laps for most of the field, down to Evan. Evan with a 7.505 in 14th position. So Dane, 9.536.2 right here. 8.511 for Ben. Andrew at 5.14. So 225 into this one, 235 left to go. Still a 9-lap pace for Dane. Ben Neal, 8.509, 5.13 for Elliott. Andrew, 5.14. Good grouping from 2 all the way through 11 or so, all the way down to Bok Choi in 13. And Ben Neal now going to take over this top spot, 8 and a 5.09. So Dane, a little bit of a mistake there, goes to a 43-second lap. So Ben Neal now going to be red on this one. So Ben falls down to the number 9 spot now with a 48 flat. So Dane with that 43.3, drops to an 8.510, still very much on TQ pace. A minute 40 left to go, drivers. So leader down the straightaway, going to be the purple to pink, yellow wing, black wheels. A lot of speed. So Dane, pretty new to racing here, just very quick right out of the gate. A 36.4 that last time by 8.506.
One minute left.
Inside of 1 minute to go, drivers. Elliott and Andrew, your battle for 2 and 3. It's an 8.514 to an 8.516. Dane on an 8.507 in that number 1 spot. So top six going better than the TQ set by Kyle Gravel. That was an 8.523. .445 into this one now. 15 seconds, 15 seconds to go. Elliott and Andrew, best lap on the track. Both of these drivers pushing each other to go fast as they are together. Elliott, a 37.5 last time by. A 37.6 out of Andrew. Andrew over the step on, step off. So Andrew and Elliott very, very close to each other as they work their way over the hump around the carousel to the switchbacks.
Hole done.
On Andrew taps out in the switchbacks. Gonna give that 2 spot to Elliott there. So 8.512.2 for Elliott, a 5.15 for Andrew. Drivers keep them going until you are called done.
Nick Bailey done. Patrick Fogg done. Mitch Bailey done. Ben Neal done. JP Brown
And
done.
Evan to finish. Evan
All
to finish.
drivers
That's
have
a race.
finished.
All stop, all done.
Evan
Dane
Kober
going to
done.
take your TQ and sit out round number 3. Elliott going to be done in that number 2 spot, followed by Andrew, Mitch, Nick, Rod, Patrick, Scott, Ben, JP, Evan, Curtis, and Austin.
Race is
The
complete.
drivers from that race, park your cars, get right back out there to Marshall. Race 27, Nitro, buggy, heat number 1. Yeah, bring the cars on into pit lane. As soon as we get drivers situated, we're going to get going. Again, race 26, Sportsman buggy, right back out to Marshall. We don't have any time to burn here.
.45 seconds to the start of the race. .30 seconds to the start of the race.
Marshalls, I have no excuse to have empty buckets at this point. It's been 2 minutes. Let's go, let's go. I have 3 spots that need to be filled, 2 spots that need to be filled. 2 spots that need to be filled. I had 16 cars in that last heat. There is zero excuse for anybody not to be on the track marshalling. Marshals, marshals, marshals. Again, one more marshal to the back right corner before we can turn these guys loose. One more marshal, back right corner. Let's see some movement. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Back right corner. Okay, we got a marshal going. Go ahead and turn them loose. Track is hot. Track is yours. Yeah, take him out the back of pit lane, and we're going to check him in. Track is hot, track is yours.
Britt Tosser. Jeremy Dirty
All right,
Shatter.
going green this
Brendan
time by,
Tefton.
guys. Going green
Ryan
this time
Samuels.
by.
Mike San Antonio. Simon Lee. Dylan Ferreira. Michael Chen.
Tracking over the back hump. Chuck, send him out the front of pit lane, front of pit lane.
Curtis Wong.
We are live. Loop is live. Loop is live. Jarrett Parenteau, the first car across the loop. Jarrett Parenteau at 34.4 first lap. Dylan Ferreira 38 flat, 38.4 out of Brian, 35.9 out of Britt. So Britt Tozer on a 9.523, and that number one spot should be coming down the steps now. And across the line, 34.7, now a 9.518. So Britt Tozer killing it here early in Q2. Heat number one of Nitro Buggy. 3 heats of our expert Nitro Buggy class. Leader getting wrapped up here, working into the step on, step off. Dead car switchbacks, pull it. Just pull it, just pull it. Again, marshals, when a car dies, just pull it and set it down. Let the pit person come to you. 240 into this one. Britt Tozer out on a 9.522. 806 for Dylan. Dylan having a good run here in that number 2 spot. Goes red this time by, though. Brian Sterniels, 8.515 and 3, followed by Jarrett and Michael. Mike San Antonio in that number 5 position on a 7 flat. 02 for Curtis.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Caution on the downside of the hip jump, clear. Britt on a 9.524. Brian 8.513 in that number 2 position. Oh, caution after the stairs. Caution after the stairs. Clear. 1:15 left. Battle is for 3 and 4. Oh, Michael Chen red here. So Michael was in a battle there with Jarrett Parenteau in that number 3 spot. It's Britt Tozer red this time. By goes 37, Sterniels 41. So 9.523, 1 car on a 9-lap run here in Heat 1 of Nitro Buggy. 1.5 seconds remain. Britt Tozer just dropping the hot lap of the race, 34.236. 9 and a 5.21 for Britt. So Tozer working into the drop now.
Joe Huvelman done. Brian Cerniel's done.
Driver's time has expired. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Eric Garento done. Brendan Tepkema done. Jeremy Derbyshire done.
Britt, Michael, Mike, and Curtis to finish. Britt, Michael, Mike, and Curtis to finish.
Britt Tosser done. Mike San Antonio done. Michael Chen done.
And that's a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Britt Tozer goes 9 and a 5.27. Cerniels goes 8.5.14. 8.5.25 for Jeremy, 5.40, 5.41 for Michael. Curtis, a 5.42, 5.44 for Mike San Antonio.
The race is completed.
Race 28 incoming. Race 28 incoming. Again, marshals immediately out to your buckets. Drivers from that last race immediately out to your buckets.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
Again, drivers immediately out to your buckets. Immediately out to your buckets. Again, we don't have any time to burn. I got a lot of empty buckets. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, race number 28, Nitro, buggy, turn them loose.
To the start of the race.
Yeah, out the entrance to pit lane to get them checked and turn them loose.
Austin Quanstrom. Less than 5. Mike Savoy. Sean Sharp. Jason Martin. Nick Bailey. Jordan Galiski. Liam Roth. Chris Capello. Jared Hasselbach. Wade Moses. Charlie Mugford.
If you need fuel, top them up. If you need fuel, top them up.
Aaron Schroeder.
We have checks on all drivers. Get everybody pointed the right direction down the straightaway. I'll turn you guys loose. Drivers, track is hot, track is yours. Oh, caution in the step on, step off. No need for that in warm up. Caution, step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. We're waving the start. Gonna go start next lap. Next lap. Caution, step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. Step on, step off. All right, tracking this red and white. Red and white left side. We're gonna be going green with red and white left side. Make it blue car, yellow wheels left side. Working into the step on, step off. Tracking blue car, step on, step off. Yellow wheels. Into the drop down. Into the 5-pack. Over the hump. Into the switchback. Loop is live, loop is live. Liam Roth, first car on the clock. Everybody coming around in their first laps. Liam Roth, your hot lap hero, it looks like on lap number 1, a 36.7, 9 and a 5.30. Jason Martin, a 5.37. Liam into the sweeper double. Coming up into the short chute on the back. Oh, coming into traffic. Bounces off the lid. Gets a lucky bounce right there. Working now into the left side switchbacks. Again, leader is Liam Roth. In through the step on, step off. Jason Martin in that number 2 spot. Not too terribly far behind. Should be working the step on, step off now as well. So Jason out of Thompson Valley working his way over here to Chilliwack. Run with him in an on-road, run with him in 8 scale years ago. Glad to see him out here in beautiful British Columbia over here on the west side. Jason coming across, going to be the red and white, working the left side double. In that number 2 spot, Sean Scharf is in 3, Chris Capello in 4. Jared, Kyle, Glenn, and Aiden round out your top 8. Right now, only 1 car left on a 9-lap run. That's going to be Liam Roth. Liam a 38.3 that last time by, still posting a 9 and 5.34, 5.35 for Jason Martin. Chris Capello right there on an 8.5 flat, so 3 cars trying to get onto that 9-lap run here. Chris Capello 8.5 flat, so close. So Chris in the blue, pink, and yellow is your number 3 car, or is your 3rd place car. 8.5 flat with a 5 right now. Minute 25 remain. Liam, Jason, Chris all battling for that win. It's 2.4 seconds of separation. All of them going a little bit slower than that TQ pace set by Britt Tozer of a 9.5.27. Looks like it's going to take 9 to make the A here. Jared, an 8.5.13, best of the rest there in that number 4 spot. Aiden in that number 5. Caution straightaway car on the outside underneath pit lane. And clear. Thank you, Marshall.
1 minute left.
Caution, step up, step down. Caution, step up, step down. .45 seconds left to go. Coming up to 10 seconds remain. Only 1 car left on that 9-lap run. Liam on a 9.5.32. Chris and Jason right there, 5.01, 5.02. And driver's time is expired on the master clock. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Jason Martin done. John Sharp done. Dustin Quanstrom done. Moses done. Jared Hasselbatch done. Aaron Schroeder done. Glenn Wilson done. Liam Roth done. Exavoy done. Aiden Bremer done.
Chris, Kyle, and Charlie to finish.
Chris
Kyle,
Capello
and Charlie to finish. Chris Capello finishing with style, 36-1 that last time
Kyle
by.
Gravel done.
Charlie Mugford to finish. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Liam Roth, 9.535. Chris Capello, 9.535, 9.
The race is completed.
Jason, an 8.501, 8.519, 521 for Jared. Followed by Kyle, Charlie, Dustin, Wade, Aaron, Sean, Mike Savoy, and Glenn Wilson. Race 29, final heat of the round coming up here in just a moment. Again, marshals from drivers from 28 immediately back out to Marshall.
Killer Wonders. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, looking for my Marshall here at the end of the straightaway. Again, it's been 2 minutes. I've got Marshall spots open. We can't do this, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Marshall to the end of the straightaway. Marshall to the sweeper. I need a Marshall to the sweeper.
All right. That was a nice run. Heat number 3 of 1 Nitro. Nitro buggy. Expert guys, the fastest guys are in this race, okay? So stay tuned because it's going to be absolute fireworks. Absolute fireworks is what we should be expecting. All right, enjoy.
Shane Krugstad. Cole Chura. Kobe Harris. Carter Harrisimiuk. Rowan Manhas. Tyler Wilbur. AJ Rodriguez. George Still Lattice. ABE Birku.
All right, tracking through the carousel, in through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Carson Phipps, your first car on the clock. In through the sweeper now, over the left side, sweeper double. Brian Cerneals. Brian Cerneals. Everyone getting around, starting to get their first lap in. Couple of low 9-lap runs to start here. Jeremy, AJ, Carson, Tyler, Taylor, your top 5. Cole, Marcus, Carter, Mike Mercer, Rowan is your top 10. Abby, Derek, Kobe, and George rounding out the field. So Carson on a 9.504. Jeremy Litke, a 9.5 flat, looking for the second 10-lap run that we've seen today. Oh, caution on the downhill of the hip, downside of the hip. Caution, downside of the hip, and clear. That looked like Cole Chura going upside down. And Jeremy going red here, goes 34.8, 9.504 the leader's pace. Carson on a 5.06, 5.07 for Wilbur, and 8 for Cole Chura. Taylor Wonders a 5.13. Caution downside of the hip jump, downside hip. Coming up to halfway, 2:25 into this one, 2:35 left to go. Carson and Jeremy, your 1-2-3 of a second is the separation. 32.9, hot lap on track. Carson Phipps. Carson working his way in the step on, step off. Nice and wing high, working his way into the drop now, coming into the 5-pack. Little sideways, getting into the 5-pack, holds his own, keeps it steady. Up and over that hump around the carousel. Three down and 2 to go, drivers. Carson, Jeremy, Tyler, and Taylor is your lead group. That's 3 seconds across the 4 of them. Marcus, Carter, Cole, and Shane rounding out your second group. AJ, Mike, and Rowan, your third group, followed by Kobe, George, Derek, and Abby rounding out your field. Hot lap on track still, 32.9 out of Carson Phipps. Carson down the steps, working his way down the straightaway now. 34.2 that last time by. So Carson getting around Rowan right there. Thank you very much for working with the leader. Jeremy Litke going to be red and white looking for Jeremy. Oh, caution, left side double. Caution, left side double. Left side double. Clear. So Carson and Jeremy with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go are separated by 1.1. It's a 5.04, top 8 going better than the TQ currently held by Britt Tozer. That was a 9.527. So again, top 8 going better than that. That's back through Shane Breggshot on a 9.524. So Carson Phipps, Jeremy Litke, 1 and 2, a 5.04 to a 5.05. It's a 5.10 for Wonders. Wilbur and Cole Chura round out your top 5. Cole, Carter, and Marcus Ramirez, the best battle on track. Those 3 cars separated by just 2 seconds. 35 seconds remain. Caution at the finish line. Caution at the finish line. Nice job, Marshall. A lot of green laps going late in this run. Fuel burning off. Tires up to temperature. A lot of cars going fast late today. Taylor Wonders dropped his best last time by a 33.5. And right now it's still Carson Phipps on a 9.504. Carson and Jeremy, again, 0.6 of a second. Now the separation. Anybody's race still late in this one. So Jeremy does a step on, step off. Again, white and red car, white wheels, red wheel nuts. Working his way into the drop now, coming on through the steps. Jeremy Litke was off by 0.7 of a second that last time by. It was a 33.7 out of both of them. Coming through the switchbacks here. And Jeremy coming to the line, a long one there, along of 39. It'll be a 9.511. Taylor Wonders going to jump up to 2. Let's see if he can hold it. It's Carson Phipps going to take the win, 9.504. Drivers keep him going until she calls you done. Everyone will be done when they cross the line.
Taylor Wonders done. Marcus Ramirez done. Kobe Harris done. George
Attention in the pits, Novice, race number 1 immediately to the track. Race number 1 immediately to the track. No break whatsoever. Race number 1 immediately to the track. That is all of my Novice. I'm going to take 45 seconds and do a resort, and then we're going immediately. Shane to finish. That's a race all stop, all done. Carson Phipps, your top qualifier, 9 and a 5:04 with a 7. 5:09 for Taylor, followed by Jeremy in 3, Tyler Wilbur in 4, Cultura rounding out your top 5.
Race is completed.
Again, no break to speak of, no break to speak of. I'm going to run the restart, and we're starting as soon as possible. Again, Nitro guys, stick around to marshal. Race number 1, come back out to the track.
Aha, finally. We have here Carson. Sorry, I was not. I was calling you. I was not expecting. How are you finding this track?
It's very different. It's definitely grooved. You got to stay in the groove, and it's very slick if you get out of the groove. Tires are different. Setups are different. We're going up in diffs, going up in shock oils. So it's just a whole different ball game. But I've been here last year, so definitely have some learning curve to learn on from this track. But other than that, I mean, it's all coming around, and cars are working good. Tires are hooked up. So hopefully we can get a third one in. But that was a good buggy run. So hopefully I can do another one.
Any shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, S-Works, TZO, LFR, Boom Graphics, VP, Extreme Hobbies, TQ Hobbies. I think that's it pretty much. And my dad. Really appreciate my dad. So yeah, everything's good. So.
All right, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you. All right, Carson Phipps. I was trying to talk with him. I was calling him, and then he went, and I was like not ready. So he came back. Thank you so much, Carson, for coming here and talk with us. That's it for round number 2. We still have 36 people watching. We are going straight into round number 3 and starting with Novice. So here we go again. It's 6 p.m. We are some solid 10 hours into this stream. 10 hours. And we're still going to have to go through a few more. So round number 3, the grip is picking up. The guys are getting faster. Everyone's getting faster. Getting used to this, changing a few things, changing tires, changing diffs, as Carson was saying. They're trying everything to get that extra grip. And the results are showing. So starting with round number 1, I'm going to see if I can, let's see who's going to be here. It's not posted yet. All right. Let's take a little break. I'll be racing heat 5 and race 5 and race 7. So that's going to be the moment where you probably won't see me around that time. But again, we'll try to get a teammate here to help with the camera. Massive shout out to the people that have been working on this.
Race number 1, make your way out here.
A lot of work came into this. We still have Mike. Let me show you. Mike Meyer still working on the track. Always working on the track. It requires some good dedication. So there's no watering on this track. They haven't done that. I don't know if they're going to do it tonight, just to settle some of this dust. But yeah, like the grip is definitely picking up. So I don't see much reason for so much watering. Everything is working nice.
All right, round number 3 has been posted. And we're getting ready to go here with Novice, race number 1. Novice, I want you guys.
All right. Novice, let's see if we can talk with Hunter. Hunter's my teammate. Probably the youngest in this heat. Let's see if he's around. He's definitely on the track, but it's on the other side. Yeah, it's on the other side.
Hunter Walton, Steve Whiteside, Dylan Lawrence, Brody Kenner, Ethan Montgomery, Corbin Sanders, Ford Haley, Enzo San Antonio, Jasmine Allen.
Jasper, you're going to be in race number 2. Add you, we'll drop you into race number 2. Blake Very, last call. Just tuck in the back. Drivers ready. Let's go ahead and get marshals to position. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Costa, you're going to go on the tone. Everyone else, I call your name. Costa, Gord, Ethan, Gary, Hunter, your first 5. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Costa on the tone. Gord. Ethan. Oh, all right, just go, guys. One at a time. Just go, since nobody wants to be in order. Sort yourselves out. All right, we are racing. This is Novice, race number 1. Again, two-wheel drive is two-wheel drive buggy. Race number 2 coming up next.
Yeah, do it, and he'll still score.
One minute quickly into this one. So again, this is race number 1 of qualifying round number 3 on the track. Two-wheel drive Novice. Well, it's Novice, not all two-wheel drive. Ethan Montpetit in that number 1 spot. Jazz Pouillon in that number 2. No, I'm okay. Thank you, Troy. .215 into this one already. Ethan Montpetit out front. 6.529, 556 for Costa. Jazz Pouillon on a 6.557. Caution in the sweeper. Clear. So 3 down and 2 to go. Ethan on his way to get the top qualifier here for round number 3. One minute and 15 seconds. Ethan is red this time. Coming across with a 59.4, still showing 6.529. Oh no, one getting booted. Yeah.
1 minute left.
I can't do that. No, I have to have everybody drop their check first because. Coming up to the end of regulation here, Ethan Malpati on a 6.527.
Hayden Glazebrook done. Gary Blumhagen done.
And again, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done. So again, two-wheel drive buggy. I'm going to have you guys, as soon as you get up onto the driver's stand, roll your cars across the loop and then park right back up on that step. We're going to go. I'm going to just click the button. You guys are going to space yourselves out and go. Just work yourselves back to the, what do you call that thing? The switchbacks over there on the right side. Just park back there and come off one at a time. Again, looking for several drivers to finish. Everybody should be still on the driver's stand. Don't go anywhere. Do not go off the driver's stand. I'm still waiting on cars to finish.
Dylan Lawrence done.
Looking for Jazz, looking for Blake, looking for Corbin. Jazz, Blake, and Corbin. And that's a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
Ethan Malpati going to take the win here. 6.529, 6.549 for Acosta. Jazz going to come home 3, followed by Gary, Caleb, Hunter, Brody, Gord, Dylan, Blake, Corbin, Hayden, and Steve. Race 2, open two-wheel drive buggy is next. Again, as soon as you guys get up on the driver's stand, get rolled past the line and then park yourselves in the switchbacks. Marshals, I need all of my 12-year-olds and older from the novice class, and I need as much help as I can get out here.
5th.
All right. Back a little bit so I can capture it with the camera. Here. All right. Hi, Hunter. This is my little teammate from Hunter's Toys and Collectibles. How's it going, buddy? How are you enjoying this race?
It's pretty good. I'm liking it a lot. It's really fun. Just the tires that Jared put on suck.
Really? It was the sprinters, right?
No, like they hardly even, like it kept on turning all around.
Interesting. I got the sprinters and I got a lot more grip.
I had sprinters.
Oh, you had the sprinters and now you have different ones.
On mine, they sucked.
Uh-oh.
To a corner, they would turn.
Well, I guess for the last one, we're going to go back to the other ones.
There's no more.
There's the previous ones that you were using.
What's that?
That was whole shots.
When's that?
We'll figure it out. Well, this is your first big track dirt race. How is this different from carpet that you've done IOCC and Mini Z? More difficult?
I don't know.
Kind of the same thing?
What?
Kind of the same thing?
Yeah, I could do something.
All right. All right, enjoy your time. Thank you so much for stopping by. Bye-bye. That was Hunter Walton, my little 7-year-old teammate from Hunters. And yeah, he didn't like the tires. So sometimes we try a few things, they don't work. We go back to what was working. Rattlesnaker says it's always the tires. All right, we are on to open two-wheel drive buggy. Heat number 1.
Everybody coming around for lap number 1. I apologize for cutting the warm-up, but unfortunately, we have lost enough time to marshals that we're running up on curfew. Suk out front, 8:5:33, 7:01 for Brian. Woody a 7:12, 7:13 for Ralph. So Troy in that number 4 spot, followed by Mark in 5, Bryson, Mike Savoy, Mark Hughes, Dan Schellenberg, Henry Yip, your top 10. So again, 4-wheel buggy, same program. For 4-wheel buggy, you guys are going to put your cars on pit lane, go up on the driver's stand, roll them off pit lane, out the entrance of pit lane, and then park them up there in the switchbacks, and we're going to go straight from there. 2:25 into this one, 2:35 left to go. Kevin Sukroft, 8:5:28. Caution at the end of the step on, step off. Caution end of the step on, step off. Clear. So Suk out front, Mark Levy in 2, Troy, Woody, Brian, Mark, Mike Savoy, Brian Stelks, all in contention here. So again, 4-wheel drive buggy heat number 1. That's again race number 3. Go ahead and stage your cars in the pit lane, facing towards the entrance of pit lane. 3 down and 2 to go, just under 2 to go. Troy Ralph, Mark Levy, your best battle, a 39.7 out of Troy. Mark out of 41.2. Those two separated by 0.2 of a second now. Mark Hughes, Woody Garwood doing battle. Woody bringing that Japanese losi across the board here, or across the border here. One minute left in this race. 1 minute left in this race. 1, 2, 3 drivers now on an 8-lap run. Mark Levy and Troy Ralph putting in the work the last couple laps, working on that 8-lap run. 8:5:29 for Suk. Mark Levy, Troy Ralph, both 8:5:30 something. A 5:35 for Mark, 5:38 for Troy. Suk on a 5:30, 5:35 for Mark. Troy a 5:40, hanging on for dear life. A 5:39 for Mark Levy now. So top 2, or excuse me, 2 and 3, separated by 0.7 of a second with 10 seconds left in regulation. Dan Schellenberg has worked his way back up to 4. Woody Garwood in 5. And time has expired on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Dan Schellenberg done. Troy Ralph done. Tom Jenkins done. Woody Garwood done. Mark Hughes done. Bryson Stelks done. Anthony Turco done. Jason Kennard done. Kevin Sukroff done. Mike Savoy done. Henry Yip done.
Hello. All right, we have here Kevin Sukroff, TLR Racing. What a great race, man. How are you enjoying this track?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's so fun. It's flowy. It's fast. It's going to be some seriously good racing because of the fact that it is like that. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Car's working good?
Pardon me?
The car is working good?
Oh, the car's so good, dude. Like, just railing out there. Like, I could actually pull trigger coming out of corners for the first time. The J Concept sprinters that I got are working just money out here. Yeah.
We just got my teammate, my little 7-year-old, saying the sprinters did not work well for him.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, they're the best for me. Maybe it's because of, like I run 0 camber on the back, right? So I'm trying to go for that forward grip instead of corner grip. Yeah, yeah.
You running any other class?
Yeah, I'm also running the Expert E-Buggy class and the E-Truggy class.
All right, good luck with that. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, you betcha. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, folks, Kevin Sukarov, one of the most experienced drivers here. Race number 3, so 2 more until I race, so I gotta prepare my car. I'll leave you guys with a wide panorama and keep enjoying it. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
James Sanders. And drivers out there to Marshall. We lost a bucket off of the back left. It's probably hiding behind the jump. Woody, could you check and see if that bucket got lost back there? Yeah, all right.
15
Drivers
seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, 10 seconds till I'm pressing
Mark
the button.
Levy. Less than
Last
5.
call, James and Kirian. All right, drivers ready. Marshall's ready. Chris Kutu on the tone. Everyone else, when I call your name. James, Jaden, Jason, Mark Levy, Mike McRae, Kirian, Rayon, Pat, Daryl, Brad, Jasper. Race number 3, this is 4-wheel drive modified buggy, heat number 1, off and underway. Again, race number 4, second heat of 4-wheel drive buggy. Get queued up in the pit lane. Again, facing the entrance of pit lane. One minute 30 quickly down. Chris Kutu and Mark Levy doing battle out front. Daryl Turner joining the party as well. Jaden, Pat, Jason, Mike, Jasper, Ryan, and Brad Follis rounding out your field. 10 cars in this one. I'm going to need a lot of help for the next race. Again, I need 4 marshals to stick around for the next one, please. Caution into the step on, step off. Clear. Oh no, losing a gear. Losing a gear out of that green car. Unfortunately, that's going to be a mechanical. Sounded chunky. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Daryl and Chris battle on the track. I should say battle on the clock. Oh, caution at the line, caution at the line. That car goes infield side.
2 minutes left.
Clear. Inside of 2 minutes to go, race number 4 should be queued up and ready to go. Cars should be sitting in pit lane. Drivers should be at the base of the stairs. Race number 4 should be queued up and ready to go. 3 is on track right now. Mark Levy, 8.532. 8.539 for Daryl Turner. 7 laps for pretty much the rest of the field. Brad Follis, Jasper Pouillon on a 6-lap run. One minute to go, drivers. New hot lap on track last time by. Mark Levy, a 40.280. Daryl's got a 40.8. Everyone else 42 or higher. So top 2 turning pretty darn good laps here to start out. 45 seconds left to go in this one. And Mark does it again. 39.353 that time by. Caution, 2 down, 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom of the hip jump. 1 more down the hip jump. Clear. Oh, good combo through that step on, step off, just to park it into the pipe. Coming down to the end of the master clock here. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Miss Kudu done. Ian Abu done. Mike McRae done.
Again, race number 4, you guys should have your cars queued up in the pit
Brad
lane,
Falls
and
done.
you should be standing at the base of the ladder ready to go. Mark, Daryl, Pat, and Jason, the only cars left
Mark
live.
Levy done. Jason Kennard done. Pat Gould done.
Daryl Turner to finish, last car to finish. Got one rolling through the carousel, should be our last car. In through the switchbacks. And that is the race. I'll stop all done.
Daryl Turner done.
Mark
James
Levy
Sanders
setting the
done.
early TQ 8.527, 8.543 for Daryl Turner. Followed by Chris, Pat, Jason, Ryan, Brad, and Mike McRae.
The race is
Drivers from
completed.
that race, park your cars, get right back out there to Marshall. I need 4 volunteers to help me out with this one. Race number 4, 4-wheel drive, buggy heat number 2. You guys are up next. Again, I need 4 volunteers to help me out with this one. So again, drivers for race number 4, as soon as you get up there, take your cars, drive them across the line and park them in the switchbacks. I'm gonna make it a little bit of an audible and go IFMAR style so you guys don't get too chaotic. I'll start you guys
Len
off.
Litt, Ben Neal.
Rather than
Rob
having you guys
Monday.
figure it out.
Brian Phillips.
So again, back
Mark
to the
Hughes.
switchbacks. All drivers back to the switchbacks. Yeah, I'll be calling you guys off this time. Rob
Harrison.
Serjonen will be going on the
Jared
tone.
Hasselbatch.
Len
45
Lickey
seconds
2.
to the
Brian
start
Phillips
of the
will roll
race.
off 3. Toy Ralph will roll off 4, followed by Paul, Ben, Travis Heather, Mark Hughes, Rob Monday, Jared, Henry, Layton, and Jerry Muxlow.
Troy
Looking for a
Ralph.
check on Henry Yip and Jerry
30 seconds to
Muxlow.
the
Rob
start of the
Serjonen,
race.
Rob Serjonen, Henry Yip, Jerry Muxlow.
Henry Yip.
I believe Rob TQ'd out in 2, yeah? Copy. All right.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
The 2, Marshall in the center right, backwards hat, center right.
Less than 5.
Goggles, backwards hat, center right. Slide over 1 spot. Yeah, slide over 1 spot, and we're going to go. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Len Litkey on the tone. Everyone else when I call your name. Brian, Troy, Paul, Ben, Travis, Mark, Rob, Jared, Henry, Layton, Jerry. 1 minute quickly done in this one. Paul Parks out front, 8 and a 5:10. Brian Phillips in that number 2 spot. Brian with that bright orange machine, yellow wheels. So that's not confusing. Brian in the second of the orange machines, that pale orange, the bright orange is Paul Parks. Brian in the number 1 spot, Brian in the number 6 spot now. Paul Parks out front. Again, bright orange, yellow wheels is your leader. Troy Ralph in that number 2. Len Litkey in the number 3 spot, followed by Ben, Jared, Brian, Travis, Layton, Mark, and Henry. Coming up to 2 down and 3 to go. Troy Ralph going to take over the top spot, 8.504, top 7 going better than TQ pace right now. TQ previously set by Mark Levy last heat, 8.527. So Troy, Paul, Brian, Ben, Brian, Len, Ben, Jared, and Travis going better than that TQ pace. Troy Ralph on a 5.04 right now, trying for 9 laps here in round number 3. Troy down the straightaway. White, yellow, and magenta. Working on that back. Oh, spinning out on that back lane. Three down and 2 to go. Paul Parks, Brian Phillips, Len Litkey. That's your 2-3-4 battle. Those 3 drivers separated by 2.7. Losing one in the left side. Brian going for a little bit of a snooze there in the double. Paul going to get by on the track. Brian had just crossed up into that number 2 spot, 2.7 back from Troy. That will change. It's going to be Paul Parks about 3.2 back from Troy Ralph.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy.
1:10 remaining, drivers. 1:10 remaining. If I'm not mistaken, let's see, Chris Mueller. Okay, Chris Mueller to the booth for a moment. Chris Mueller to the booth. So Troy Ralph with less than 1 minute to go on an 8.504, 5.07 for Paul. Len on a 5.10. Brian Phillips on a 5.13, 5.16 for Ben. Travis an 18. So short course is up next, race number 5. Same situation. I'm gonna let you guys out and have you guys park in the switchbacks. I'm gonna call you guys off in starting order. Less than 30 seconds to go. Troy Ralph, Paul Parks, 5.05 to a 5.07. Separation is 2.5 now. And less than 10.
Troy Ralph done. Brian Phillips done. Paul Parks done. Len Litt done. Layton Harrison done. Ben Neal done.
Yeah, Travis, Mark, and Henry to
done.
finish.
Travis Heather done.
One more to finish.
All drivers are
That is a
finished.
race. All stop, all
Mark
done.
Hughes
Troy
done.
Ralph, your TQ here for round number 3, 8 and a 5.04. Paul Parks, 5.090. 5.09 to 8 for Brian Phillips, followed by Ben, Len, Travis, Mark, Layton, and Henry.
The race is completed.
Again, race 5, as you guys get up on the stand, I would like you guys to roll your cars out the pit lane, get them across the loop, and park them in the switchbacks.
Martin. Dane Hole. Taco. Carlos Conseco. Gary Muxlow. Tom Jenkins. Kevin Metcalf. Joe Huvelman. Captain Hook. Chris Lucas. Woody Garwood. Bus driver. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Anthony Turco. West Turnbull. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, last couple of
Troy
marshals
Ralph.
to position, please. Right side is pretty empty. Again, last couple of marshals to position, please. Got 3 more open on that right
15
side.
seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Dan Schellenberg TQ'd out. Bok Choi is working his way up the stairs. Again, I need 2 more marshals to make this race go. 2 more marshals, absolute minimum. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Marshals to position. Again, this is nobody's fault. We're just short on cars in a couple of heats. 2 more, 1 more marshal, 1 more marshal. One more marshal right side center, 1 more marshal right side center. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 1 more marshal right side center. All right, drivers ready, marshals ready. I'm going to call you guys off in order. Dane Hull going to go off first. Troy Ralph will go second, followed by Woody and Bok Choi and Carlos. Everyone else, want to call your name. Troy, Woody, Bok Choi, Carlos, Tom, Jerry Muxlow, Todd Cochran, Joe Hoovelman, Shane Singer, Anthony Turco, Wes Turnbull, Ken Martin, Kevin Metcalf, Robbie Klesson, and Chris Lucas. Somebody's missing an anodized red T-handle wrench, wheel wrench for an 8 scale. I've got it up here in the booth, as well as a couple of other things, a Techno spring and a white nose cone. Looks like it came off of an Associated. Everyone getting around for their first laps. Dane going to lead us around on lap 1, hot lap hero, 43.5. Caution straightaway, clear. Dane in the pink and white, black front wheel up the banked corner in that number 1. I'll make it the number 2 position, so Troy now up to 1. Troy and Dane doing battle. Troy, the second pink-nosed car in that group. Well, I guess the 3rd one now, the 3 of them in a row.
2 minutes left.
.315 into this 1 minute 45 left. Troy, Dane, and Woody having a great battle out front. Those three cars separated by less than 1 second. Woody Garwood taking a little bit of an unconventional line through the step on, step off, makes it work. Going around a car that was not ideally situated. 3.5 into this one. So Troy, Dane, and Woody, top three. And it's going to be Carlos in that number 4 spot. Todd Cochran, 5. Chris, Tom, Jerry, and Bok Choi with Wes Turnbull rounding out your top 10.
Minute left.
One 5 seconds left on the clock. Top two separated by 9/10 of a second. That's Troy, Ralph, and Dane Hull. So Troy and Dane have been going back and forth, doing battle. Keep within about a half a dozen truck lengths or so of each other. Dane gonna roll up on the pipe. Oh, and Troy gets a piece of that there. Spins out just a bit through the switchbacks, coming down to the line.
Troy Ralph done.
Troy gonna finish off in the number 1 spot. Oh, Dane gets by.
Woody Garwood done. Joe Huvelman done. Wes Turnbull done. Captain Hook done. Bus driver done. Carlos Conseco done. Anthony Turco done. Chris Lucas done. Taco done. Tom Jenkins done. Gary Muxlow done.
Dane, Ken, and Kevin to finish. Dane, Dane, and Kevin.
Dane Hole done. All drivers are finished.
That is a race. All stop, all done. Troy Ralph going to set your TQ for round number 3. 7 and a 5:10. 5:13 for Woody. Chris going to come home on a 5:17. 5:19 for Dane. Carlos going to round out your top 5, followed by Todd, Tom, Jerry, Wes, Joe, Shane, Anthony, Ken, and Kevin.
Race is completed.
Drivers immediately out there to marshal. I had 17 of you. I should have absolutely no shortage of bodies.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Thank you, Marshals. Marshall situation looks good. Last call for fuel. Last call for fuel.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers turn them loose out the entrance of pit lane, and then you're live. Drivers turn them loose out the entrance of pit lane, and you're live.
Ian Menzies. Kyle Gravel. Eric Gilpin. Wayne Chapman, Sean Gramick, Curtis Wong, Rod Brimmer, Sean Sharp, Bob Magyar, Mike McRae, Mike San Antonio. Carlos Conseco. At Davis.
Through the switchbacks. Loop is live, loop is live. Sean Gramick, first car on the clock. Wade Moses, you are not in this race. Wade Moses, you are not in this race. .120 into this one, 340 left to go. Eric Gilpin, your early leader, 39.511 on his lap one. So Kyle Gravel going to take over the top spot now. 39.9 that last time by 8.526. Got a 5.32 out of Sean. Mike Savoy, 5.33. 5.34 out of Sean Sharp. Rod, 5.35. Top 5 cars. Separated by 2.2. Early in this one, 2 minutes 45 left to go. Three down and 2 to go. Kyle Gravel, Mike Savoy, you're 1 and 2. Separation 1/1000th of a second. What a battle out front. Race 7 coming up next. That's going to be my second heat of 40 plus Nitro. Three and a half down, 1:30 left to go. Top 2 separation. It's 0.5 of a second. Got a 6-second gap back to Sean Gramick with Wayne Chapman, Eric Gilpin, Carlos in that number 6 spot now, rounding out your second group.
One minute left.
.45 seconds left in this one. Carlos, your big mover, now up to 3. Wayne Chapman 4. Eric and Sean
Wayne now going to move up into that number 2 spot. That is hot lap of the race at 37.626. 4 seconds is the advantage, though. Kyle Gravel out front. A flame out there by Eric Gilpin. Our 5th place car unfortunately loses fire late in this one. Gonna be no time for a refire. We're gonna be coming up on the buzzer here. No time for refire. And that is time on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
John Sharp done. Bob Magyar done.
Step on, step off.
Mike
Caution,
Van
step on,
Antonio
step
done.
off. Gonna need 4 volunteer marshals to help me out with this one. Race number 7 coming up next.
Kyle Gravel done. Mike Savoy done. Sean Kramnick done. Wayne Chapman done.
Wayne
Carlos
Chapman
Fonseca
gonna
done.
finish 2 in this one. Moves up from 10. Well done. Curtis Wong, Mike McRae.
done.
Curtis Wong to finish.
All drivers are finished.
That's a race. I'll
Curtis
stop all
Wong
done. Kyle Gravel, 8.523, the early TQ. 5.24 for Wayne. Mike Savoy, 5.26. Followed by Carlos, Sean, Curtis. Excuse me, Carlos, Sean, Curtis, Bob, Sean Sharp, and Mike McRae. That is the race.
Race is completed.
I'll stop all done. Race 7, second half of 40 plus Nitro. I need all the help I can get. I got 4
George Still Lattice.
more marshal positions than I had drivers in that race.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, marshal situation is looking decent. Get 1 more to the interior. Drivers on the stand, 15 minutes, or 15 seconds. Last call for fuel, last call for fuel. I'll send you guys loose in 10 seconds. Sending you guys loose in 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
Drivers, send them out pit lane, entrance to pit lane, get them checked and get pointed down the straightaway.
Kane Krugstad. Pete Tosser.
Again, going green this time by, going green this time by.
Chris Kudu. Derek Zaplodinsky. Robert Scherf. Rob Munday. Dale Winstad. Chris Capello. Stephen DePlacido.
We have checks on all drivers.
Dave Moore. Wade Moses. Jason Martin.
Tracking with Pete Tozer right now over the step on, step off, working his way into the drop down. Pete over the back hump, working his way through the carousel into the switchbacks. Coming on down the steps, loop is live, loop is live. 1 minute quickly done in this one. Your leader down the straightaway is going to be Pete Tozer. 9 and a 5:13 is the pace, looking for that top qualifier. Pete Tozer over the step on, step off, looking for Shane Breakshot in that number 2 spot. Should be working the step on, step off. Green, white, blue, yellow wheels. Abi Burku in that number 3 position. Yellow body, white wheels, white wing, not quite right there through the step on, step off. Gonna get a quick marshal and get back in the game. Robert Scherf in that number 4 spot. Steven DiPlacido gonna round out your top 5. Derek Dale, Wade Moses, Jason Martin, and Len Litkey round out your top 10. Chris George, Rob Monday, Chris Capello, Dave Hoare, and Brett Wilson, your field. Coming up to halfway, the leader down the straightaway, just dropping a 36.7 that last time by. Shane Breakshot is red here. Not sure what happened with Shane. He's gonna fall down to the number 3 spot, dropping a 42.2. Abi Burku, a nice recovery, a 9.530 in that number 2 spot. Breakshot, a 9.533. Robert Scherf, 5.35. Dale Wenstad now, hot lap of a 36.3, gonna drop a 9.534 now. 2.45 into this one, 2.15 left to go. Race number 8 should be queued up and ready to rock and roll. That's going to be Spectre E-Buggy, heat number 1. Again, Spectre E-Buggy, heat number 1. You guys are coming up next. Abby, Shane, and Dale Wenstad. Pick your order. That's 2, 3, and 4. Separation less than 2. Minute 45 left to go in this one. Shane working on the step on, step off in the number 3 spot this time by. Dropped a 34.9 that last time. 5.29 is his pace, 9.529. Right now, Pete Tozer out front, 9.519 with a 0. Abi Burku, 5.27, 5.29 for Shane, a 5.32 for Dale. Top 4 still on 9 lap runs, a minute 15 left to go. Caution on the back lane, caution back lane left side. Back lane left side, go outside, getting onto the hip jump. Outside hip jump, outside getting to the hip jump. Outside hip jump, outside hip jump. Clear.
A minute left.
Abby and Shane now, your best battle on track. Separation less than 1. Dale and George, your 4 and 5 battle. Also 9 lap race. Steven, Derek, Jason, Len, and Wade round out your top 10. Leader on the step on, step off, working through a little bit of traffic. 1 more and clear. Leader should be clear to go to the checkers. Up and over that hump in the back through the carousel for Pete Tozer. Working through the switchbacks. He had 4.6 on Abby last time by, just 40.3 that time. Shane Breakshot now to the point. Shane Breakshot dropping a 35.2. Pete had a 40.3. The new leader trying to get that TQ. Breakshot in through the left side, in through working his left side switchbacks. Coming up to the step on, step off. Again, green, yellow, white, blue, yellow wheels, black wing. Clears the step on, step off, coming into the drop. Working his way down the staircase. Easy does it. Tiptoe, tiptoe. Up and over that back hump. Around the carousel. In through the switchbacks. This will be his final lap. Keep going until she calls you done. Coming across that line. Shane Breakshot by 5/1000ths of a second. Going to take the TQ here in round number 3. Pete Tozer coming in that number 2 spot. It's a 5.9, 5.26.376 to a 9, 5.26.380. Abby Burku still live. Dale Winstad still live. Dale Winstad done. Looking for Abby, Rob, and Brett. Abby, Rob, and Brett.
ABE Birka done.
Rob Monday, Brett Wilson to finish. Rob Monday, Brett Wilson to finish.
Rob Monday done.
And that looks like a race. All stop, all done. Shane Praigshot, Pete Tozer, what a race. George, Dale, Abby, round out your top 5. Stephen, Jason, Derek, Len, Robert Scherf through 10. Dave Horway, Moses, Chris Capello, Chris Kutu, and Rob Monday.
The race is completed.
Now going to be race number 8, 8-scale Spectre e-buggy. I think 5th. Is that what happened? Copy. Dale was 4. All right, race number 8. Let's get my marshals back out from 7, please. Race number 8 to the stand.
Mike Williamson, Elmore Carhan, Timothy Comer, Kevin Metcalf, Ken Norman, Darren Derbyshire.
All right, drivers, go ahead and get him checked and park him on the straightaway. Get him checked, park him on the straightaway.
Rob Default, Eldar Allen, Gary Smith.
Our last couple of marshals to position, they're going in on the right side, looking for Mike Hood. Yeah, Mike Hood, just go get checked and drop into the back right there. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours, going live this time.
3 seconds to the start of the race. Mike Hood.
In case you guys haven't noticed in the pits, we are moving as quickly as I can possibly move this race, trying to get out of here by curfew and still get all 3 rounds done tonight. Some hiccups with just the way the heat's landed. A couple of 11s that don't really play well with others. Out of about 40 minutes to the day. All right, working through the carousel. Into the switchback. And loop it live, loop it live. Mike Williamson, your first car on the clock. Caution into the straightaway, caution into the straightaway, caution into the straightaway, clear. This is race number 8, heat number 1, the Spectre e-buggy on track right now. Okay, race number 9 should be queued up. Race number 9, go ahead and put your cars in the pit lane, facing the entrance of pit lane, please. Caution end of the straightaway, that was pretty close. Caution end of the straightaway clear. Dean Fogg, Mike Hood, Darren Derbyshire. Your top 3 after lap 1. Getting close to 2 minutes into this one. Darren Derbyshire, your leader, down to formula number 3, called the 50.821 at that time. Kevin Metcalf out front, 43 flat. That is all out of this heat. Mike put it at number 2 spot.
Ooh.
Kevin Metcalf and Mike Hood, separation is 2 seconds. Mr. 1 and 2. Dean, Darren, 5, and Karen, you're about to Karen. Ken Martin, who battled through 6. Chris Miller in the number 7 spot, followed by Mark, Almor, Jerry, Eldar, Hayden, Timothy, and Rob. Two to go. Darren Derbyshire, 7 and a 5:22 is his pace.
Hi guys. I'm sorry about this. Someone.
The plug. So we lost the main camera. We lost the mixer. Fortunately, the computer is on battery, so live stream is still going.
Mike Hood now going to take over that top
Sorry
spot,
about that.
dropping the hot lap of the race, 40.531.
All right, we are on race number 8. It's heat number 1 of 1/8 e-buggy.
Oh, caution, left side switchbacks. Caution, left side switchbacks, clear. One minute to go, drivers. Kevin Metcalf now taking over that top spot, 7 in a 5:12. Dean Fogg,
1
Mike
minute
Hood
left.
locked in a battle here, 7 in a 5:17. Mike Hood and Dean Fox still locked in a battle at 7:5:16 for Mike and 17 for Dean. 25 seconds remain. That is time on the master clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Nor Parthan done. Hayden Wong done. Eldar Allen done.
Caution in the carousel. Caution in the carousel. Leader getting banged
Mark
up
Moore
a
done.
little bit.
Dean Fogg done. Fife Williamson done. Mike Hood done. Darren Derbyshire done. Ken Martin done. Kevin Metcalf done.
All right, last couple coming around through the switchback.
Rob Dufault done.
And that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
Darren, Mike, Dean, Fife, and Ken, your top 5. Kevin, Chris Mueller, Jerry Smith, Hayden, Eldar, Alnor, Mark, and Rob. Race number 9. Right back out here, please. Race number 9.
Just so you guys understand, everyone is on a rush, so there's no more warm-up laps because we're a little behind on the time. So basically everyone lines up, goes through the loop, and waits behind the loop. And the start is no longer a live loop. It's one by one, staggered. And with this way, we can save some time. Heat number 2 of 1/8 buggies. Let's see, I believe this is Spectre.
You guys got to figure it out. Cars pointed towards the entrance of pit lane.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Marshall, let's go, let's go. Thank you for the hustle, guys. I really appreciate it. Not trying to be difficult,
30
but
seconds to
we
the
got a
start of the
schedule to
race.
keep.
Robert McInnes. Gert Sport.
All right.
Ryan Stregetter.
Give me one more, Marshall, on the
Brendan
back right.
Tefkema.
Fife,
David
if I get you to
Lorenz.
slide forward
Mitch
to one
Bailey.
bucket.
Patrick Fogg. Captain
Yeah,
Hook. Dean Robinson.
slide
Chris
to.
Bauman. Clay
Slide,
Kelly.
yeah.
15 seconds to the start
That
of the
works.
race.
That works.
Hayden
And then
Mullen,
red,
less than 5.
red
Check
to
the
that
bullet.
bucket right in front of you.
West Turnbull.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, guys. Drivers, let's see. I got, let's see. I have a Rob Sturgeonen transponder. Who's Rob Sturgeonen? Gotcha. Alex, you're Rob Sturgeonen. I didn't say Rob was here. I asked who was using his transponder. Bok
Alex
Choi.
McDonald.
Bok Choi, are you up there? Bok Choi. Copy that. Are you Mike Savoy? Mike Savoy is not in this race. All right, drivers, track is hot, track is yours. All right, tracking through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Ryan Streger, your first car. Race number 9 on the track right now. This is heat number 2 of Spectre E-Buggy. Ryan Streger out front after 1. 38.6 the hot lap for Ryan. Alex, Shane, Mitch, and Chris Bowman rounding out your top 5. Ryan a little bit late getting over the line that time, a 42.8. as he works his way over the hip jump in that number 1 position. Streger out front. Alex McDonald, that new transponder, doing him wonders in that number 2 position, 8.5.29. He's 9/10 off the back of Ryan. Heads up racing, a lot easier to follow. This is IFMAR style qualifying. Each of these cars are on their own clock. So where they run on the track is not necessarily indicative of their position. Right now, it's that blue-gray car working the left side switchbacks, headed up to the step-on, step-off. That is Ryan Streger in that number 2 position. Alex McDonald has worked his way into the number 1 spot now. Alex showing an 8.5.27, 8.5.29 for Ryan. Hatim Abu in that number 3 spot, 8 in a 5.37. 8 laps for David Lorenz as well. Gert, Shane, Mitch, Robert, Clay, and Wes rounding out your top 5. Chuck DeBellin, Patrick Fogg, Chris Bowman, Brandon Jepna, and Dean Robinson round out your field.
2 minutes left.
1 minute 40 remaining. Battle is out front. Top 3 cars separated by 3 seconds. That's Alex, Ryan, and Hatim. Ryan working through just a little bit of traffic, headed to the hip jump. Oh no, and Ryan gets it all wrong. Go ahead and stop, Ryan. Stop, and go. Alex McDonald last time by a 39.3, Hatim a 39.1. Ryan, David, and Patrick round out your top 5. Coming up to 45 seconds left in this one. One 5 seconds left on the clock. New leader Hatim Abu in that number 1 position, 8 in a 5:28. 5:30 for Alex, Ryan, Patrick, David, Shane, and Mitch, all on an 8-lap run.
Swart done.
Alex.
Clay Cowan done.
Alex
Turnbull
now
done.
showing at the top
McKinnon's
of
done.
the field. Hatim, a long lap, going to slide back to that number 6 spot. Drivers
Chuck
keep it
DeBlanc
going
done.
until she calls you done.
Chris Bauman done.
Caution, get into the loop. Caution
Trigger done.
at the loop. Go outside,
Captain
get into
Hook
the
done.
loop.
Brendan
Clear.
Tuckema done. Patrick Fogg done. Alex McDonald done. Mitch Bailey done. David Lawrence done. Hatem Abu done.
One more, Dean Robinson to finish. That is a race. All stop, all done.
Drivers
All
are
stop,
finished.
all done.
Dean Robinson done.
Patrick, Alex, and David, your top 3. Shane, Mitch, Hatim, Ryan, Wes, Clay, and Robert, your top 10. Gert, Chuck, Chris, Brendan, and Dean round out your field.
Race is completed.
Race number 10, heat number 3, Spectre e-buggy. You guys are coming up. Again, you guys have it all figured out. Get them checked in, park them on the straightaway.
All right, so a couple of questions here. Mario RC was asking, nice racing track, is this in Canada? I see a lot of Canadian flags. Yes, indeed. We are in Chilliwack, British Columbia, and this is the Big Barn Shootout 2025. So one of the biggest races in Canada, if not the biggest race in indoor dirt. We are now going into heat number 3 of 1.8 e-buggy spec tire. You guys drop some comments in there. If you have any more questions, just let us know. For the people watching it this recently, so spec tire is pretty much a tire that is given by the organization to this specific class. So the registration includes a set of tires that pretty much are the same for everyone. So it levels the playing field. It's much easier not to just give the excuse of, oh, we had the wrong tires. It's like, well, everyone is running the same tires. So it's all about the setup of the car and your hands. So that's what we're racing now, right now. 180 buggy, spec tire.
Loose left. Just get to it. Take it easy, guys, and get to the loop. And here we go. First guy through the loop. Kyle Gravel, Paul Parks, Elliott Chapman, Wayne Chapman, Charlie Mugford, waiting for the rest. And here we go with the first laps. Let's see what happens. Kyle's leading us. Elliott in second. Charlie third. Greg Gavelin popping up now. Gonna let it go through all one lap, and we'll see how it lays out. Looks like Greg Gavelin, Kyle Gravel, Elliott Chapman. Now Aaron Malto moving into the second spot. So we got Greg, Aaron, Ben Neal now popping up into the first. So Ben tripping a 39.28, 39.35 for Greg Gavelin on that last round of laps. Let's see what happens on this one.
Rob was around when we played with rocks.
All right, Elliott Chapman, now your leader. Greg Gavelin, Charlie Mugford, Ben Neal holding down the fourth position. That is the race for first. They're all about a second or two apart. Pace is 8 laps and 5:10, 5:10, 5:12, and 5:13 for those guys. So it's anybody's event. Just stay clean and drive it. Heat number 11, you should be staging right now. As soon as the first guy hits the bottom of the flight of stairs, you can head up. And of course, everybody in race number 10 is going to head straight out to corner marshal so we can keep banging these off.
Two minutes left.
Greg Gavelin leading this now on a 8:508 pace. Charlie Mugford moving up into the second place position. Elliott Chapman holding him honest. Leaders pace 8:511 at this point. Charlie Mugford now into the lead. Greg Gavelin, Joey Wilkinson, that's your top three. Ben Neal to fourth. Elliott Chapman dropping down to fifth. Aaron Malto, it's Malto, is holding on to fifth now. Ben Neal dropping back to sixth. Michael Chen, Evan, Mike Savoy, Kyle, Paul Parks, Wayne Chapman, Tim Markford, Bob Mugger, and Mike Allen. Simon Lee didn't make the start. 25 seconds left in this one. The bong will go and we'll call you when you're done. Charlie Mugford moving into the first. Greg Gavelin, Joey Wilkinson, your top three. Let's see how it goes because they're on their sixth lap. It's predicting they're going to go 8. There's the ding. Keep going.
Charlie Mugford done.
All right, Charlie, you're done. Pull it over. 8:5:06 for
Elliot
your
Chapman
leader.
done. Greg Gavelin done.
Greg Gavelin coming in second with an 8:5:13. 8:5:13.
Paul Parks done.
9:76 for Joey Wilkinson.
Wayne Chapman done. Evan Kober done.
Waiting for a couple more guys to finish.
Kyle Gravel done. Michael Chen done. Aaron Malto done.
Okay, we need to see Mike Savoy, Ben
Neal
Neal,
done.
Mike Allen, Tim Mockford, and Bob.
done. Mike Allen done. Bob Magyar done.
Mike Savoy's out. Okay. Boom, it's done.
The race is completed.
All right, remember guys, drop your cars and head out the corner immediately. Thank you. Hope we can get this done, and I think we can. Yep.
All right, we're heading into the fastest heat of 1.8 e-buggy Spectre. Everything is moving really fast in this program right now, just to keep up the pace and recover the time lost in this program. So there's no time to lose. Everyone lines up, as you see, and everyone is ready to go.
Alrighty, quick to the corner marshals. We got guys ready to go.
You guys want to tell us where you're watching from? Just drop a comment.
Or get somebody. Okay, go Mike. Or go. Yeah, you go for Mike.
Dane Hole.
Mike, you
Rob
go for Mike.
Solomon.
It sounds
Eric
confusing,
Polanic.
but look out.
Brett Wilson. Mark Levy. Dayton Davis. Brian Cerniels. Aaron Diagnon. Dan Schellenberg. Woody Garwood. Ryan Sill-Eicher. Kyle Shish.
Alrighty,
Brandon
guys.
Deitch. Tyrell Wilkinson. Andrew Hermson.
Here we go. Loops live. Yep. No, I bought them. Hurry up, Brett. There he is. Okay, you're all started. Let's see what happens after you get around for the next lap. Alrighty, just waiting for Brett Wilson to go through, and then I can call this. There we go. Okay, so your leader right now is Rob Serjonen, followed by Eric Polanic, Dayton Davis, Lance Backey, Brandon Dyke. He is your 5th place. And your race director, Rob Serjonen, on his 2nd lap now, 9:5:25 is possible. Finish Dayton Davis moving into the 2nd position, taking it from Eric. Brandon moving up to 4th, over Terrell Wilkinson. Brian Cerniels in 6th, Mark Levy, Dan Schellenberg, Woody Garwood, Aaron, Brett, Ryan, Andrew, Kyle, Lance, and finally Dane Hull. Two minutes elapsed on the clock, but I know this will go a little bit longer than that. Todd, you walked too close to the loop there. You just tripped it. It's okay, it didn't kill anything, but I'm wondering why you're at the bottom of the screen. Alrighty, Robinson Jonan, Dayton Davis, Eric Polanic, your top three. Leaders pace a 9.527, and so is Dayton Davis. In fact, let's see how it goes when Rob crosses the line here, because Dayton appears to have just taken the lead. You broke. Oh, sorry, Rob broke. So, yep, it is Dayton Davis, Eric Polanic, Brian Cerneal's moving into the third position, Dan Schellenberg clawing at his heels, and Brandon, our race director, in fifth. Waiting for the computer to drop Rob down here. Brian Cerneal's now moving up into second position. Dan Schellenberg still on his tail. Brandon now popping up to the third place position. Eric and Woody, the top five. Leaders pace at 9.525. Brian Cerneal's at a 9.535. He's got 10-second gap between him and first place. Brandon's all over Brian Cerneal's now at an 8.5 flat. If he can clean it up, he'll get into that 9 lap and possibly challenge Brian for this race. 1 minute left on the timer, but it will run a little bit longer than that. Race number 12, you should be on deck on the pit lane, ready to rock, lining up at the driver's stand. As soon as the first guy hits the bottom of the flight, you can head up. And of course, everybody in race 11 is going to go out and corner marshal immediately. Dayton Davis, your leader. Brian Cerneal. Oh, no, Brandon now moving into the second position. Yep, he's holding it. He's got it. Your race director has now popped up into second. He's got about 9 seconds to catch Dayton, but I don't think he's got enough time left to do it. 9 laps is the pace, so they're going to go for a couple more here. Dane, you're on your last. No, it just made a weird noise for some reason.
Brian Cerneal's done.
Brian Cerneal's is done. Pull out somewhere.
Dan Schellenberg done. Lance Backey done. Eric Polanic done.
If you are done, pull out of the way because there's still guys on the track that need to go by.
Kyle Shish done. Mark Levy done.
Dayton Davis and Brandon racing to the finish line.
Tyrell Wilkinson done.
Dayton's got it.
Done. Dayton Davis done. Brett Wilson done.
Waiting for Brandon, and is Dane still out there?
Hole done.
Okay.
All drivers are finished.
All right, you guys are
Brandon
all done.
The race is completed.
All right, some new comments here. Let's see it. Enignon77. The best way to get practice is to race. Seems strange, but it's true. You can only learn so much solo, and following someone else's line and watching other race makes a huge difference in your level. That is true. And racing.
All right, everybody in race 11, you're out the
Just remove this one. Racing on slippery dirt is so much fun. It is. It is fun indeed that it's not easy. Go Dayton Davis, Kamloops Racer, representing Kamloops. Yes, it must be. I have a problem to jump good and good landing.
Race number 12, truggy.
Kamloops this race and an IMO driver last race. Love seeing BC represent Kamloops, beautiful track. There's a beautiful track in Kamloops. They always do their annual classic in there. It's absolutely gorgeous. Some of the best jumps. There's a blind jump that is so interesting.
Mike Myers, last call.
What do you drive, Mario? Tell us about your drive. Yay, Dayton.
Marshall in the green too.
And Mario RC. I have a Techno. Which one? Which class do you have? Buggy, truggy. I only drive Nitro. All right, guys, let's watch this. We have heat number 1 of 1.8 truggy.
Purple and green, yellow wheels is the car that we're going to go with. We're going to hit the back pump now.
Mike Myers.
Tracking through the switchbacks. Loop is live. Rod Bremer, first car on the clock. Race 12 on track right now. Race 13 coming up next. Heat number 2 of truggy. Rod Bremer, first one coming across to 40 flat.
All right, guys, I'm going to step down for a second just to eat something. Charge the batteries. Okay. Charge my batteries to get going for the next few hours. All right. Just give me a second. I'll leave you guys with a wide panorama.
Just over 1 minute into this one, Rod Bremer, Daryl Turner, your battle 1 and 2. Anthony Galuzzo in that number 3 spot. Bringing Todd, Jaden, and Mike in with them, all the rest of that lead group. Caution in the drop down, caution in the steps, clear. Two down and 3 to go, drivers. 2 down and 3 to go. Again, race number 13, heat number 2 of truggy. You guys should be queuing your cars up in the pit lane, facing the entrance of pit lane. Jaden Iba and Mike Myers, your battle now. That's going to be 2 and 3. Separation was 9/10 of a second. Oh, Mike going red here. Going to fall back to 4. Move Daryl Turner up to 3. Daryl and Mike now your battle. Todd, Chris Miller, Robert Hall, and Anthony Galuzzo. That's going to be your battle 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Rod Bremer, our leader, losing his right front tire. Shameless plug, there are several hobby shops on site. Hunters, Toys and Collectibles, Rebel Concept Interior Crafts and Hobbies, NRC Hobbies, BC Hobbies, Extreme RC Northwest, and GoGo Hobbies, all either here or local, that they do sell tire glue. Caution, hip jump, caution, inside hip jump, caution, hip jump. Yeah, good, Marshall, let's go. 3 down and 2 to go. Jaden Ibo now going to take over the top spot. 39 flat that time. By on 8.532. Oh no. Rod Bremer losing both front tires. So Rod Bremer holding on somehow on an 8-lap run, just barely.
Car struggling to steer, struggling to accelerate. 1:15 to go. Got to get by for a couple more. Rod going to come down to the line here. 55.9 drops down to that 5 spot. Daryl Turner in that number 1. Turner down the straightaway. Red, orange, white. Oh, and then pumps it right into the double. So Daryl just dropped his best lap of the race, a 39.8. Jaden Nybo's in that number 2 spot now, might slide up to 1. Should be working into the drop now. So Daryl, not the one that dropped in. He's pink and blue for our first place car. Rod Bremer still trying to limp that truck around. And the sidewall's already torn. You might as well roll with it. He's got tire inserts over the A-arm, little extra cushion. And that is time on the master clock. Drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Daryl Turner done. Taco done. Aaron Schroeder done. Jaden Nybo done. Rod Bremer done. Stephen Bond done.
Couple more to finish.
Mitchell Balanek done.
Rod Bremer finishes up that test of, what's that? Is that the J
Chris
Concepts
Bauman
pizza cutter? Is that what's
Anthony
going on there?
Louisa done.
Testing the pizza cutter. Mike Myers, Chris Mueller to finish. Here
Chris
comes
Mueller
Chris.
done.
And Mike Myers coming through the switchbacks.
All drivers
That
are
is a
finished.
race, all stop, all done.
Mike Myers
Daryl Turner setting a 7.5 flat with a 1, 7.5 flat with a 7 for Todd. And Jaden, Aaron, Steven rounding out your top 5, followed by Robert, Mike, Anthony, Rod, Chris Bowman, Chris Mueller, and Mitchell Polinick. That
The
is
race
a
is
race
completed.
number 13, heat 2 of E-Truggy coming up next. Again, I need all 12 of those drivers immediately out to Marshall plus 2. Again, all 12 of those Marshalls plus 2. Again, I need my marshals back out here immediately. Absolutely no time to waste.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Right side of the track looking really empty, guys. Right side of the track looking really empty.
Thirty seconds to the start of the race.
Nice, nice. I see the movement. Thank you, guys. Instead of 3 on that
Kyle
right side
Gravel.
infield, put 2 on that right side infield. Go ahead and that center bucket,
15 seconds to the start
S-Work
of the
shirt,
race.
pull that center bucket and just stack it with the other one. We're going to get rid of that Marshall spot altogether. It's not necessary. Yeah, just put it on top of the bucket where you're at. Perfect. Give me one more Marshall headed to the back right. I see him going. Drivers, go ahead and get him checked in. Go, go, go. Get him checked in.
Kudu. Aaron
And
Matlow.
drivers, track is
Evan
hot.
Colbert.
We're
Dave
going
Hall.
green this time by. Track is
Mike
hot,
Allen.
going green this time
Ron
by.
Korolak. David Lawrence. Rob
Thank you
Mondale.
guys for that quick
Kevin
turnaround.
Lee. Simon Lee.
Race
Scott
13
Davis.
about to
Jamal
go
Villa.
green.
Dave
We are
Wall.
tracking here in through the left side switchbacks, a TRD paint scheme. If Brian Eider weren't in Tennessee, I'd know whose truck that was. All right, tracking through the switchbacks, and loop is live. Loop is live. Kyle Gravel, that TRD paint scheme in that number. Well, he's going to be the first person to cross the line. Chris Coutu in the second spot. So Chris is yellow with the orange roof. Evan Kober, red with gray. Dane Hull with the black wheels. One minute quickly down. Jamal Phillip, your hot lap hero on lap number 1, 37 flat. Jamal working the drop. Should be through the switchbacks coming down to the line. Jamal base green, looks like it's green to yellow, yellow wing, white wheels. In that number 1 position, Dave Hoare in that number 2 position. He's red right now, should be coming to the line. Aaron Matlow gonna work his way up now into that number 1 spot. Evan Kober in the 3. Jamal, Aaron, Evan, Simon, Kyle, Scott, Davis, your lead group. Dave Hoare, David Lorenz, Mike Allen, Chris Kutu, Dane Hull, Hatim Abu, Ron Korolak, and Rob Monday round out your field. 2 down and 3 to go, drivers. 2 down and 3 to go. Race number 14, third and final heat of the 8-scale E-Truggy. You guys are up next. Again, race number 14. You guys should be queued up. Cars should be pointed towards the entrance of pit lane. Drivers should be queued up at the base of the stairs. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Jamal Phillip opening up now, a 1.5 second lead. Evan Kober in that number 2 spot. Looking for Evan. Evan looked to be having a little bit of trouble over the back right, working through the carousel. Evan in through the switchback. He's right there with Jamal. So Evan down the straightaway in that number 4 spot now. Jamal still holding on to number 1. So Jamal having a great run here in round number 3. 2:15 left to go. Jamal Phillip at 37.8 that last time by, showing 8.501, trying, pushing hard, trying to get that 9-lap run here in E-Truggy. Green, yellow, purple, yellow wing, white wheels, your leader. Dave Hoare now up to that number 2 spot. Started in the 1. 37.4 last time by, showing an 8.507. We got a 5.08 out of Evan, a 5.09 out of Aaron, Scott Davis, and Simon Lee doing battle with Dane Hull. And that's a 5.13, all 3 of those drivers. So Jamal backing it down just a little bit, 8.502 now, a 37.8 that last time by. Hot lap on track though belongs to Dave Hoare. Dave should be coming down the straightaway now. He is 35.8, the best lap out of David. That truck looking super good on the left side of the track, in through the switchbacks. Working now into the step on, step off. Getting it a little bit wrong, too wide in the air, rarely works.
1 minute left.
.45 seconds remain, drivers. Jamal and Evan, your battle, it's 1.9 seconds. Dave still in that number 3. We got Simon, Kyle, and Ron with Aaron, Scott, Davis, Hatim, and Dane rounding out your second group. 30 seconds, drivers.
Attention, everybody. If you lost a motorcycle key inside the track area and you can describe what kind of motorcycle it's for, I have it over here at the lap counting booth. So I'll tell you this much, it is a motorcycle key. If you can identify what kind of motorcycle, it's got to be yours. And no guessing.